mentioning it. But the coalition we need to begin to talk about needs to cut across.
Trying to move towards. So it's not institutional NGO-esqueness, but just citizens understanding that they have rights and they have responsibilities.
For MacArthur Foundation, facilitators of the event, the pathway for change and reflections on 25 years of policy in Nigeria was to know what level of achievement the foundation has made in the anti-corruption campaign.
We're going to reflect on what we have achieved collectively over the last 25 years or so. It's really the complexity of the issues and the different tools and different dimensions that we need to bring to the table if we are going to really fight against corruption itself. So for me, I think when we look at the ecosystem and the density of the people who are doing a lot of work here, I think that many of you who are working with faith leaders, many of you who are working with children, many of you who are looking at media and journalism, many of you who are the civil society, naming and shaming, the criminal justice people, I think this complexity of tools that is there now is something that I think we have all achieved over the last 25 years.
Stakeholders at the conference called on government institutions and private sector to seek an end to it by finding a way forward to address the challenge of corruption in Nigeria.
President Bola Tinubu on Thursday justified his decision to declare a state of emergency in Rivers State, saying the crisis was at a perilous tipping point, threatening the security of vital oil and gas installations. He also said the Rivers crisis was undermining the national economy and the progress his administration has made in the reform initiated since it commenced in May 2023. According to Tinubu, the declaration of emergency rule is a critical step to restoring stability after a protracted political crisis that paralyzed governance in the state and endangered national economic security for over 15 months. The President lauded the National Assembly for the ratification of the state of emergency proclamation in Rivers State. He further acknowledged the lawmakers' diligent review of classified security briefings, underscoring the urgent need for intervention to prevent further escalation. The President said he was optimistic that the 6-month emergency will empower the newly appointed sole administrator to stabilize Rivers State, addressing systemic breakdowns and facilitate dialogue among conflicting parties. He lauded all Nigerians for their understanding and urged all stakeholders to support the restoration of peace in Rivers State. Meanwhile, the South-South Governors Forum has expressed concern over the declaration of a 6-month state of emergency and the suspension of the democratic institutions, calling for a reconsideration of the decision. In a statement signed by its chairman, Governor Doyo Deri of Bayelsa State, the forum acknowledged the President's constitutional responsibility to maintain law and order across the country, but questions whether the situation in Rivers State meets the constitutional threshold for such a declaration. For the removal of a governor, deputy governor, and members of the House of Assembly under sections 188, and noted that the constitutional provisions have not been fully adhered to in the current situation. To de-escalate tensions and promote lasting peace, the South-South Governors Forum urged the federal government to rescind the state of emergency and allow constitutional and legal mechanisms to resolve the political disputes between Governor Siminalayi Fubara and the Rivers State House of Assembly. The suspended governor of Rivers, Siminalayi Fubara of Rivers State, has refuted claims that he failed to prevent militant threats and attacks on oil installations in the state. In a statement in Port Harcourt, Chief Press Secretary to the Fubara, Nelson Chukwudi, described the allegations as baseless and a result of misinformation provided the presidency by individuals failing in their duty to present accurate reports. He noted that the recent tensions in the Niger Delta were primarily sparked by controversial remarks made by Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, during a media interview. He said Wike allegedly downplayed the influence of the Ijaw ethnic group in national politics, provoking strong reactions from Ijaw leaders, youth groups and militants, some of whom demanded an apology from the minister. Chukwudi highlighted Fubara's past role in the Presidential Committee on the Protection of Oil Installations and his repeated public statements urging peace and economic stability in the region. He said that as a responsible leader, Governor Fubara has continuously invested in security agencies, providing modern equipment, vehicles, gunboats, and even helicopters to support law enforcement efforts in the state. The 2023 presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, has announced the formation of a coalition of opposition political parties to oust President Bola Tinubu in 2027. This was confirmed by Atiku at a press conference with a cross-section of leaders and political stakeholders from across the country in Abuja on Thursday. Atiku said that the group came together to address the dangerous and unconstitutional actions taken by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the illegal suspension of the democratically elected governor, deputy governor and the State House of Assembly, which, according to him, is a clear subversion of democracy and imposition of autocratic federal control over a duly elected state government. Other opposition leaders present at the press conference include the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi, who was represented by Yunus Satanko, former Secretary to the Government of the Federation Babachir Lawal, former Kaduna State Governor Nasiru El-Rufai, National Secretary of the Coalition of United Political Parties Peter Ame, and the convener of the Alternative Shegun Showomi, among others. The Abia State House of Assembly has passed a resolution urging the state government to approve 21 days paternity leave for male public and civil servants in the states whose wives put to birth to support them in catering for their wives and the newborn. This followed the presentation of a motion for the states to approve paternity leave for male officers in Abia State, sponsored by the Deputy Majority Leader and member of the Umunochi State Constituency, Matthias Ume. Ume said that the granting the paternity leave would assist the male civil servants provide the much-needed support for their wives during the period of childbirth, as well as enhance parental bonding, among others.
The federal government had earlier, in a circular issued on 25th November 2022, through the head of service of the Federation, the federal government has approved 14 working days paternity leave in the public service of the Federation. What more for our state? Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I therefore urge this honorable House to resolve as follows. 1. That the House should urge the state government to approve 21 working days paternity leave for male officers in Abia State Civil Service whose wives delivered new babies in order to enable them adequately cater for their wives and the newborns. That is Omungo. Number 2, that the House should urge the state government to grant the paternity leave to the male officers not less than once every 2 years and for a minimum of 4 children.
Some members, however, opposed the motion on the ground that it would reduce productivity and create a dichotomy between those in the public and private sectors. The motion, which generated heated debate, was later adopted with modification as announced by the Speaker, Emmanuel Emeroa. The Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology says it has unveiled sustainable energy with electric vehicle charging station in the country. The charging station, which was unveiled at the headquarters of Energy Commission of Nigeria, ECN, in Abuja, is in collaboration with Electric Motor Vehicle Company, EMVC. The Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji, said that it was a pivotal step in advancing Nigeria's transition to sustainable energy solutions. Nnaji said that the project was an infrastructural milestone and is testament to the nation's resolve to embrace technological advancement in energy and transportation. The Director General of ECN, Dr. Mustafa Abdullahi, said that the project was in line with the Presidential Declaration on Climate Change and Nigerian Clean Energy Policy through the use of solar energy. He said that the design was a fast-charging technology with which a typical electric vehicle would be fully charged in about 30 minutes. The Abia State Police Commissioner Danladi Isa has disbanded the Command Special Weapons and Tactics SWAT Unit and the Command Special Squad CSS. In their place, a newly trained tactical and professional unit known as the Scorpion Squad has now been established by the Police Command. The Scorpion Squad will be commanded by the Superintendent of Police, Ibe Daniel, with Deputy Superintendent of Police, Augustine Eze, appointed as the unit's Deputy Commander. The Command's Public Relations Officer, Maureen Chinaka, said the move was part of efforts to ensure compliance with the rule of law and to promote a professional police force in Abia. Addressing the Scorpion Squad, the police commissioner stressed the importance of professionalism, tact, and adherence to all rules of engagement during operations. The newly appointed Commissioner of Police for Kano State, Ibrahim Bakuri, has promised to ensure zero tolerance against crime in the state. Bakuri, who made the pledge during his first official engagement with the press, vowed to stamp out thuggery, drug abuse, kidnapping, and cybercrime through advanced technology and strengthening of community policing.
Bakori, who becomes the 47th Commissioner of Police in Kano Command, emphasized a zero-tolerance policy towards all forms of criminalities, stating that his leadership would be proactive in tackling security challenges. To achieve this, the Commissioner reviewed plans to leverage advanced technology and human intelligence to anticipate and respond to emerging threats. He also stressed the importance of collaboration with sister security agencies and community stakeholders to ensure a safer Kano State.
I am committed to uphold the highest standard of professionalism, integrity, and accountability. Having obtained briefs from my predecessor, AIG Salman Dogo Garba, and the command management team, the crime pattern in the state was carefully studied and analyzed. I also comprehensively action plan was developed to address emerging issues that threaten the collective peace and security of Kano State. Based on this assessment conducted,
Bakari urged officers to uphold professionalism, discipline, and respect for human rights in their duties.
A 16-year-old girl identified as Mariam Samuel has allegedly committed suicide by hanging herself in the Kalarin area of Kaltungo, the headquarters of Kaltungo local government area of Gombe State. The State Police Command is investigating the incident to ascertain the root cause while the family remains in agony.
The lifeless body of the girl was discovered hanging on the branch of a tree in Kaltungo last Friday. The discovery of the body of the teenage girl has sparked speculations in the area over the possible circumstances that may have prompted the action which led to her death. While some residents believe she must have committed suicide, others said she might have been killed by hoodlums and hung on the tree to destroy any trace or evidence. Sources close to the deceased family, who spoke on condition of anonymity, revealed that Mariam was pregnant for her boyfriend, which caused tension in the family. The Gombe State Police Command Buhari Abdullahi, who confirmed the incident, described it as a case of possible suicide, noting that the investigation is still ongoing to ascertain the root cause of the incident.
The village head of Kalari Ward, Kaltungo local government, Gombe State, reported at Division Police Headquarters Kaltungo that a lifeless body of a lady was seen hanged with a rope on a tree at Kalarin Mountain. On receipt of this information, police detectives from Kaltungo Division, led by Divisional Police Officer Kaltungo, CSP Palmer, visited the scene and evacuated the said body to General Hospital Kaltungo for medical examination.
A family source disclosed that Mariam had been secretly visiting her lover and the pregnancy was discovered during a meeting between her parents and the boyfriend.
Her legs were on the ground while hanging, which is not supposed to be so. Well, it is really tragic.
The lifeless body of Miriam has since been deposited at the General Hospital, Katongo, as the family revealed that the deceased left home a day before the tragic incident to fetch firewood from the nearby bush.
The Nigerian Data Protection Commission, NDPC, has launched an investigation into the data processing practices of TikTok and Truecaller amidst growing concerns over potential privacy violations. The Chief Executive Officer of the NPDC, Dr. Vincent Olatunji, disclosed this on Thursday at a press conference in Abuja. According to Olatunji, the Commission is particularly concerned about how these platforms handle Nigerian users' personal data, including potential breaches of consent, data sharing with third parties, and overall compliance with the Nigerian Data Protection Act (NDPA) 2023. He said the NDPC is actively investigating the data processing activities of TikTok and Truecaller to ensure their compliance with Nigeria's data protection laws. The investigation follows increasing scrutiny of global technology companies over data privacy concerns, particularly regarding how personal information is processed, stored, and transmitted beyond national borders. He emphasized that the directive aims to strengthen Nigeria's digital economy by fostering trust in data governance while ensuring that individuals' rights to privacy are upheld in line with international best practices. He also called on the public to report any data privacy violations and reaffirmed its commitment to transparency and due process in its investigations. Up ahead, Director General of the National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, assures payment of the newly increased monthly allowance of 77,000 naira to Corps members in March. Content Development Board pledges support for investigators in the oil and gas industry. Do stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
The Director General of the National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, Brigadier General Olakunle Nafiu, has assured that the payments of the newly increased monthly allowance of 77,000 naira to Corps members will begin in March. This is contained in a statement issued in Abuja on Thursday by the Acting Director of Information and Public Relations, Caroline Embu. Nafiu made the announcement while interacting with Corps members at the NYSC zonal offices in Wuse and Gariki, Federal Capital Territory. He assured the Corps members that both the scheme and the federal government were committed to their welfare and will continue prioritizing their well-being. The federal government approved the increase in Corps members' monthly allowance to 77,000 naira in September 2024, with effect from July 2024. Prior to this increase, Corps members received a monthly allowance of 33,000 naira. The raise aligns with the enactment of the National Minimum Wage Amendment Act 2024. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, has announced that all full-time higher national diploma HND graduates will now be mobilized for the National Youth Service Corps, NYSC. The resolution of the long-standing issue regarding their mobilization is contained in a statement made available to journalists in Abuja on Thursday by the Director of Press and Public Relations in the Ministry, Folashade Bariwowo. Bariwowo quoted Alausa as saying that after discussions with the Director General of the NYSC, only full-time HND graduates were eligible and could thereafter proceed with their mobilization. This development, he said, marked a major breakthrough for full-time HND graduates who were previously excluded from the NYSC program. According to him, it underscores the Federal Ministry of Education's commitment to equity, fairness, and inclusivity in the nation's education system. The minister urged all eligible full-time HND graduates to take full advantage of this opportunity and proceed with their mobilization without delay. He reaffirmed the government's commitment to fostering equal opportunities for all qualified Nigerian graduates and ensuring their contributions to national development through the NYSC scheme. The Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board says it is committed to providing guidance and support to investors and operatives in the oil and gas industry. The Executive Secretary of the Board, Felix Ogbe, made this promise on Wednesday in Abuja ahead of its 5th edition of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Opportunity Fair. Correspondent Josephine Beatrice reports.
The Executive Secretary announced that the Content Development Board has prepared a compendium of Nigerian content opportunities a comprehensive guide to investment opportunities in the oil and gas sector that align with local content requirements.
As a part of our commitment to expand local content development across Africa, I have directed that some key African countries such as Ghana, Uganda, Sierra Leone be invited to also present their projects. This opening will foster business-to-business partnership between African oil and gas service industries and other players in other African countries. It also improves intra-African trade and position our service companies for more opportunities beyond the shore of Nigeria.
Felix Ube said that the Nigerian Oil and Gas Opportunity Fair, NOGOF, serves as a vital platform for companies across the upstream, midstream and downstream sectors to showcase innovative projects. These projects, he said, are aimed to achieve the nation's goals of ramping up gas and crude oil production.
This will be the 5th edition of NOGOF and is scheduled to hold on 21st and 22nd of May 2025 in Bayelsa State. The event will also host the Champions of Nigerian Content Award on the sideline this year. The award will celebrate individuals and companies that have made significant contribution to the development of Nigerian content.
The Nigerian Oil and Gas Opportunity Fair is a biennial event whose theme for this edition is driving investment and production growth, shaping a sustainable oil and gas industry through indigenous capacity development. The theme highlights the critical role of the oil and gas industry in fueling industrialization and overall development of Nigeria's economy and aligns with the Content Development Board's mission of increasing local content in Nigeria. In Abuja, I am Josephine Bitrus.
The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has altered or alerted the public on falsified oxycodone 80 milligrams oxycodone hydrochloride, which it says has detected or was detected in an unregulated market in Switzerland. The public alert was uploaded on the agency's website on Thursday. NAFDAC said that visible discrepancies were observed on the falsified products, such as the placement of the batch and expiry date on the counterfeit products were incorrect. It added that the falsified products' batch and expiry date are visible on the front side of the blister strip, adding that genuine oxycodone has the batch and expiry date visible on the back of the blister strip. NAFDAC stated this on the falsified product. The expiry date is on the left and the batch number is on the right, pointing out that genuine oxycodone has the batch number on the left and the expiry date on the right. It advised healthcare professionals and consumers to report any suspicion of the sale of substandard and falsified medicines or medical devices to the nearest NAFDAC office. There are indications that the federal government's Naira for Crude panel will be reconvening a meeting on Monday to consider continuation of the crude sales deal with Dangote Refinery amidst petroleum products price uncertainty. This comes after Dangote Refinery on Wednesday announced the suspension of its petroleum product sales in Naira following a stalemate in discussions with the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited. The committees met earlier last week at the Ministry of Finance headquarters in Abuja to assess developments and reaffirmed commitments to the Naira for Crude policy framework. Reacting to the development, the national president of the Petroleum Product Retail Outlets Owners Association of Nigeria, Billy Gillis-Harry, said its members will not hesitate to seek alternative sources of petroleum products. The president of the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, Hamid Fashola, appealed for government intervention in the continuation of the Naira for Crude policy in order to maintain the tempo of the petrol price template. The Africa Center for Disease Control and Prevention, Africa CDC, says millions of lives across the continent are at risk due to abrupt cuts in U.S. and European development aid, threatening to reverse decades of progress in global health. The Director General of the Africa CDC, Dr. Jean Kaseya, who made this known at a news conference, sounded the alarm on what he called a total disaster for the continent's health sector, and that 30% of Africa's health expenditure comes from official development assistance. He said that the aid cuts threatened to undo 20 years of progress in maternal and child health, infectious disease control, and poverty reduction. With donor funding disappearing, he said, the entire health systems could collapse and millions more Africans could be pushed into extreme poverty, and that health financing remains a persistent challenge. Kasaya said that he has been meeting with ministers and the African Union to push for increased domestic investment in health and explore blended financing strategies involving the private sector. Still to come, Nigeria pledges to deepen collaboration with Tunisia in trade and culture. Trump signs order aimed at dismantling U.S. Department of Education. These and more after the break.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is Global News on Signature TV. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga, has pledged Nigeria's commitment to deepening collaboration with Tunisia in areas of mutual interest, including trade, education, culture, and security. In a congratulatory message to Tunisia on Friday in Abuja to mark the country's independence anniversary, Tuga said the historic day marks a significant milestone in Tunisia's journey as a sovereign nation. The minister expressed confidence in the bonds of friendship and cooperation between the two nations, saying they would continue to grow stronger in years to come. He therefore wished the government and people of Tunisia peace, prosperity, progress, and Nigeria's continuing friendship and support, he says. Flanked by students and educators, U.S. President Donald Trump on Thursday signed an executive order intended to essentially dismantle the Federal Department of Education, making good on a long-standing campaign promise to conservatives. The order would leave school policy almost entirely in the hands of states and local boards, a prospect that alarms liberal education advocates.
After 45 years, the United States spends more money on education by far than any other country, and spends likewise by far more money per pupil than any country, and it's not even close, but yet we rank near the bottom of the list in terms of success. Despite these breathtaking failures, the department's discretionary budget has exploded by 600% in a very short period of time, and employs bureaucrats in buildings all over Washington, D.C. And as a former real estate person, I will tell you, I ride through the streets of Washington and it says Department of Education, Department of Education. I said, how do you fill those buildings? It's crazy what's happened over the years. But we're going to be returning education very simply back to the states where it belongs, and this is a very popular thing to do, but much more importantly, it's a common sense thing to do, and it's going to work. Absolutely, it's going to.
The order follows the department's announcements last week that it would lay off nearly half of its staff. It is the latest step by Trump, who has been in office some 2 months, to reshape the U.S. government and upend the federal bureaucracy. Education has long been a political lightning rod in the United States, with conservatives favoring school choice policies that help private schools and left-leaning voters largely supporting programs and funding for public schools. U.S. President Donald Trump's administration on Thursday extended by 30 days a March 21 deadline for New York State to end Manhattan's congestion pricing program. The U.S. Transportation Department in February rescinded federal approval of the program that had been issued under Trump's predecessor, Joe Biden, after a lengthy review. Transportation Secretary John Duffy said on Thursday that the department would grant the 1-month extension as discussions continue, but warned that the billions of dollars the federal government sends to New York are not a blank check. Continued non-compliance will not be taken lightly. Congestion pricing, which was introduced in January, charges a toll in Manhattan on vehicles driving south of 60th Street. This program aims to raise revenue to fund mass transit capital improvement. Officials say it has cut down traffic and sped the flow of vehicles. Charged via electronic license plates readers, private cars pay the congestion charge once a day, regardless of how many trips they make into a central business district. Under the program, most passenger vehicles are charged $9 during peak periods to enter Manhattan south of 6th Street. The Justice for Eric and Lyle Coalition, a family-led initiative advocating for Eric and Lyle Menendez's release, held a rally and news conference outside of District Attorney Nathan Hodgman's office in downtown Los Angeles on Thursday. On March 10th, Hodgman said Lyle and Eric Menendez must fully acknowledge lies they told about the shotgun murder of their parents 35 years ago before he would support their release from prison. The Menendez brothers were convicted in 1996 of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for shooting their parents, Jose and Katie Menendez, at their Beverly Hills home on August 20, 1989.
It means the world to me, to our family, and to every single person who believes in fairness, justice, and rehabilitation. The district attorney might not care about that, but he will hear us today. This is personal to me. I have watched them grow into men, and I have seen the work that they have done behind bars. And I am telling you right now, there is no justice in keeping them there. If the district attorney, Hochman, wants to make this a political issue, we are going to make sure the world is watching. Because we are not backing down. We will not let him erase their abuse. We will not let him ignore the transformation, and we will not let him silence this family.
And so we're here today to assure and to give a message to DA Hochman. Do not ignore the new evidence. Do not ignore what the family is desiring. Do not ignore what advocates are pleading for. We're not just pleading for a second chance for two individuals. We're pleading for a second chance for those who are being extremely punished without an opportunity to come home.
I would hope that we start with thinking first with the victims and survivors, the people that have suffered the harm. Because this family has suffered on both sides the worst that the system has to offer. On one side, they lost an aunt and an uncle, a cousin, a sister, and they have to grieve that. And on the other side, they lost cousins that to the system that they have to grieve that as well. And they're going through their process. And they're creating all of this, just pleading that they help them through this process.
The case captivated the U.S. in the 1990s because of the brothers' wealth and privilege as sons of a record company and entertainment industry executive. Lyle was 21 and Eric was 18 years old at the time of the murders. They are now 57 and 54. A recent Netflix documentary series raised new evidence to support their claims they were sexually abused by their parents, which led to the previous district attorney, George Gascon, to advocate resentencing them to a lesser crime and releasing them. Hodgman said he is prepared to go forward with a resentencing hearing scheduled for March 20 to 21, but will ask the judge to withdraw Gascon's request for resentencing. Over 80 Tesla vehicles were damaged outside a showroom in Hamilton, Ontario. On the night of Tuesday, police said. Constable Trevor McKenna said on Thursday the vandals scratched the hoods and fenders of the vehicle and punctured their tires adding that the police are investigating the incident. Tesla has become a target of activists opposed to the political agenda of President Donald Trump and the role his advisor Elon Musk, the electric car maker's CEO, in putting it in motion. Musk is leading the administration's drive to slash the federal payroll through the Department of Government Efficiency. In addition, Musk has orchestrated the cancellation of contracts at the U.S. Agency for International Development, which funds humanitarian programs around the world. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said Western military talks on Thursday would focus on the details of a support plan for Ukraine, a crucial step in making sure the West could move quickly if a peace deal was struck between Kyiv and Moscow. The meeting of military planners from the coalition of the willing group of the Western countries in the second such meeting since U.S. President Donald Trump shocked Europe by opening talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
But it is vitally important that we do that work, because we know one thing for certain, which is a deal without anything behind it is something that Putin will breach. We know that because it's happened before, and I'm absolutely clear in my mind it will happen again. Therefore, what you're doing here today is vitally important to peace and security across Europe, and for our NATO allies, and of course, crucially, for the United Kingdom. If there is a deal, and I hope there is, everybody wants a peaceful outcome, a lasting peace, not least the Ukrainians, but that will only be lasting, that will only be peaceful, it will only leave Ukraine secure and sovereign if there is security arrangements in place to ensure that if there's a deal, it is a defended deal. And that's why the work that we're doing here is so important.
Earlier, his spokesperson said more than 25 countries were involved in the meeting, in person or remotely, and they would be discussing the granular detail of peace proposals, not only peacekeepers, but how to possibly backfill those countries providing troops or military hardware and other logistics. The meeting builds on several meetings of the Coalition of the Willing, which on Saturday agreed to put more pressure on Putin to accept an initial ceasefire deal without conditions as a prelude to a wider peace agreement. European leaders gathered in Brussels on Thursday for a two-day summit that centered on the support package for Ukraine. The heads of state were joined by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky via video conference. All leaders except Hungary's Viktor Orban are expected to reaffirm support to Ukraine at the summit. EU leaders were also joined by ECB President Christine Lagarde and Eurogroup President Pascal Dohoney for a Euro summit. Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova on Thursday dismissed accusations that Russia was behind an arson attack on an IKEA store in Vilnius as baseless and driven by Russophobia. On Monday, Lithuanian prosecutors accused Russia's military intelligence of orchestrating the arson attack in May and suggested it may have been targeted because the chain's logo uses the same colors as Ukraine's flag.
I think they need to see a doctor, because Russophobia is a disease and a diagnosis. It is contagious and can be transmitted. By the way, you do not need to buy medicine to treat it. You need to know history and stop distorting it. You need to separate truth from lies. Then there will be no Russophobia or any other nationalistic phobias, which those in Vilnius who came up with such myths obviously suffer from. But since this medicine is unavailable to them, then doctor it is. I think, we also had a fire here, in Russia. I do not remember if it was the same store or the neighboring one, but in the same mall where the stores that you have mentioned were located, there was a major fire several years ago. Whom should have we accused in this, Vilnius? You know, this is absolute nonsense. If there is any data, if there are any facts, at least anything, then show it to us. And how can they show it? They need to conduct an investigation first.
Thousands took to the street in Istanbul over what they call the undemocratic detention of Istanbul's mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu, with the protest entering the late hours of Thursday. Protests took place in various locations across Istanbul, including the entrance of the municipality building, despite a ban on gatherings, police barricades, and dozens of detentions over social media posts. Imamoglu, President Tayyip Erdogan's main political rival, was taken in on Wednesday facing charges of graft and aiding a terrorist group, a move that the opposition condemned as a coup attempt and that sparked an initial round of demonstrations. The move against the popular two-term mayor caps a months-long legal crackdown on opposition figures across the country, which has been criticized as a politicized attempt to hurt their electoral prospects and silence dissent. Turkey's President Tayyip Erdogan said on Thursday the main opposition party was seeking to cover up its own mistakes and deceive people with theatrics in his first comments on the detention of Istanbul's mayor.
They have lost the balance so much that they are in a state to attack our police, hurl threats at judges, prosecutors. If you pay attention, the CHP and its media are not responding, cannot respond to both the issue of corruption, theft and the issue of the diploma. Instead, they are choosing the easy way of provoking their own base and deceiving the people by confining the subject to political slogans. I am saying it again from here. The CHP's internal issue are not the concern of the country and the people, but of a handful of ambitious people at its own headquarters. Us, personally, as a party or alliance, have no time to waste on the opposition's theatrics. They have lost the...
Some 311 Venezuelan nationals who were returned from Mexico have landed on a flight by state-owned airline Conviasa in Caracas. Interior Minister Diosdado Cabello said on Thursday, bringing the total of migrants recently returned to 920. Minutes earlier, the U.S. government on social media accused Venezuelan officials of lying that repatriation flights via Mexico were taking place that day. Cabello said that the flight was the result of a direct agreement with the Mexican government without giving more details. The United States last weekend deported over 200 alleged members of the Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang to El Salvador, where they are being held in a mega prison despite criticism over the legality of the process. Mexican authorities seized close to 4.5 tons of cocaine off the coast of touristic city of Cabo San Lucas on Wednesday, a Navy report said. 4 people were also detained during the operation made in coordination with the Security Ministry, the Attorney General's Office, and the National Guard. Authorities said the drugs are valued at $49.6 million. German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock on Thursday called on the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham HTS interim government of Syria to control extremist elements within its own ranks. Speaking in Damascus after the reopening of the German embassy, Baerbock said she had called on the HTS leadership to join the anti-Islamic State coalition, and it was good to hear that intensive thought is being given to what steps would be necessary and possible to achieve this. Next Tuesday, Germany's parliament will convene for its inaugural meeting, and Baerbock's Green Party is no longer represented in the new government following the February 23 general elections.
We are in favor of Syria joining the anti-IS coalition. I campaigned for this at the Syria conference in Paris, have spoken to the Syrian foreign minister about it several times, and it was good to hear today in the presidential palace as well that intensive thought is being given to what steps would be necessary and possible to achieve this. We want the political process in Syria to make progress and support it as best we can. Even here in the capital, there are only 2 to 3 hours of electricity a day. Children throughout the country have not been to school for years. The vast majority of them live below the poverty line. That's why we as the Federal Republic of Germany want to continue to provide support here, especially in terms of energy infrastructure, because electricity, smiles, is known to be important for everything in life. The power plant in Deir Ali, for example, could be modernized with German help. The fact that we as the EU are gradually easing sanctions is important for further reconstruction. Germany is a country with not a very strong birth rate.
Released Hamas hostage Eli Sharabi shared a harrowing account of his ordeal at a United Nations Security Council meeting on Thursday. Sharabi's testimony began with a recollection of his peaceful life with his wife, Leane, their 2 daughters, Noya and Yahel and your dog, Mocha. This tranquility, he says, was shattered on October 7th when Hamas terrorists invaded their home. Sharabi also said the humanitarian aid that was distributed in Gaza was misused by Hamas.
On October 7, my heaven turned to hell. Sirens began. Hamas terrorists invaded, and I was ripped away from my family, never to see them again. For 491 days, I was kept mostly underground in Hamas terror tunnels, chained, starved, beaten, and humiliated. I was held captive in the darkness, isolated from the world by Hamas terrorists. I reassured her, the army will come. They always come. We heard gunfire, screaming, explosions, and then we heard a terrorist at our door. We had no weapons, no way to fight back.
And that's the news this hour. I'm Charles Pice. Thanks for watching.
They've been waiting for opportunity like that to tell you the kind of people they are. So they go through a lot. One, taking the properties away from them, especially the Igbos. If you are not fortunate to have a male child, in quotes, you stand no chance of getting anything as you ought to, because it was your husband that worked for those things. your relatives will just come out from nowhere, even though they've never showed face. But you begin to see that I have a lot of nowhere, even though they've never showed face. But you begin to see that I have a lot of relatives hidden because they've seen opportunity. They would just like ants, they would just invest on you and take out all things that you ought to take as the wife of the man that just left. So they stand no chance of fighting for themselves.
Unfortunately, in our society, widows are subjected to inhuman treatment. For instance, sometimes a man dies and the wife is accused of having a hand in the death, and some negative things are done. One of which includes, in some communities, they say we must bet you, we must bet the dead person, and you drink the water to just to prove that you don't have a hand in the death of the man. And this is a person, a woman who should be grieving for losing her husband, and she is being subjected to inhuman treatment. So the way we treat widows are just very bad.
I'm speaking based on context I have seen. Sometimes widows are not treated properly when their husband dies. Sometimes they are subjected to some kind of measures and situations that are very difficult for them to handle, especially during the time of the bereavement. So I think they need more support from their husbands, people, from the community, and from the society in general. Their own family members, like from their siblings, need to rally around them. But in more precise way, I think the husband's people need to be by their side to help them process what has just happened, rather than sometimes, burdening them and loading them with even sometimes accusations as to having contributed to the death of the man, which has happened in some instances.
I will address it in two arms. First off, widows should have rights in Nigeria. Why I say widows should have rights in Nigeria is, firstly, these are people that just lost their loved one, and the society sometimes, under the native law and custom of the Igbos especially, most times they don't even see the widow as somebody that should inherit the estates of the deceased. Why? It's because they feel, especially for the people that never gave birth to a male child, they will see them that they don't have the capacity to be administrators of their husband's estate. Uncles that are greedy will always feast on those things and take up the properties of this widow. Secondly, under Nigerian native law and custom, women generally are not even seen to be part of people that should inherit properties, even from their paternal side, talk more of their husband's side. But good enough that under the law, there is a Supreme Court decision that says, in the case of Ukeja and Ukeja, that a woman can actually inherit the properties of the father.
Some are being treated rightly, why some are not. But if you talk about e-treatment, maybe you can be talking about in terms of properties. Let me talk in legal aspect of it, because we see a lot of cases like that in court whenever maybe a husband is dead and the family members are trying to take away the property, not minding that the deceased has family, have children to take care of. And it's also through that property that these children can be taken care of. But some of them are being taken away their properties and all that, which is very bad. It's very, very bad. We have a lot of them in courts. So we try as much as we can to help them in any way we can. So there are some culture that's not fair to say. I won't say that I don't know some cultures that's not fair. At that aspect, we need to come in and help. There are many of them, many of them.
It is a reflection of a failed government, because in a civilized climate, it is unheard of, despite what we are producing in the country, that today we are experiencing total blackout in the northern part of the country. But I believe with time it may extend to other parts of the country. So the government is not actually doing well. That is my own personal opinion. Because what effort are they doing? What led to it? It is not even made known to the public. Because sometimes they will just allow certain things to go bad, believing that the citizen cannot do anything. They are capitalizing on the complacency and without the self-satisfied nature of the citizens. That's my own personal take on it. As far as I'm concerned, the government is to be blamed. Because when they have made up their mind to render essential services to the people, what aspect of the country is working effectively with respect to the services being rendered by the government? I suggest they should even allow the private sector to handle this thing.
See, I'm from Adamawa State, Temsa local government to be precise. And since I was born, we've not had light, not until 2 months ago. Since inception, since Nigeria was created, not until 2 months ago. Not my own part of, there are no bandits there. You understand? So we should stop the blame game. It's not the fault of bandits. Let's not give government upper head so that they will not have what they will use as argument against us. It's not the fault of bandits, it's the fault of the government. Because I remember there was even a time in my village when they brought transformers. The same government didn't wire those transformers. Till we don't even know what happened to those transformers. For years, for more than 10 years, those transformers were there. Transformers bought with taxpayers' money, Nigeria's money. Transformers, brand new transformers. How they vanished, till I left my village, was going for Christmas for years, more than 10 years. The transformers were there. There was no light on the transformer. So let's stop the blame game. The government is our problem. The government should sit up and do what they need. The government should see government as business, not as where you come and steal money and frustrate people.
It's not good, Sharp, for the thing that is happening, because it's affecting the business and also it's affecting the product.
Good afternoon, TGIF. Thank God it's Friday and of course the weekend. I don't know what your preparation is. I mean, if you have anywhere you're going to, you can invite me. I don't mind showing up, you know. All right, this is the Entertainment Hour. E-Vibes, the entertainment show that brings you pop, art, culture, drama, craft, everything that has to do with entertainment to give you to keep you laughing, rolling, and, you know, stuff like that. So I'm your baby girl, Queen Eds. Welcome to I'm doing the show alone today with you, actually. That is if you're in this with me together. We have interesting stories. And don't forget that today being Friday is our movie train, where we'll be recommending some interesting movies to you to watch during the weekend. So let's delve. Nollywood actress Idia Essien is preparing for her stage debut in Dear Father, a powerful theatrical production set to premiere in London in June 2025. This marks a major milestone in Essie's career as she transitioned from the screen to live theater, taking on a co-lead role in a story that explores family dynamics, sacrifice, and the urgent issues of femicide. Produced by the Sumi Group, body of work under the Invisible Hands catalog that has been a development for over 3 decades. The production promises to resonate with audiences through its emotional charged narrative and socially relevant themes. Joining Essien on stage is an impressive cast headlined by veteran actor Richard Murphy Damijo, RMD, who returns to the London theatre scene after nearly 40 years. The ensemble also includes Kunle Remi, Ronke Oshodi Oke, Akin Lewis, Mike Edward, Toby Baker, Olu Washun Ola, and Tommy Ojo, many of whom are making their stage debuts. At the core of Dear Father is the story of Nike, a young woman who begins to question the sacrifice her father made for her as she uncovers the truth about her past. The play delves into the complex relationship between father and daughters while addressing pressing societal issues. With its captivating storytelling, a stellar cast, and a theme that speaks to the heart of contemporary society, Dear Father is set to be a memorable and thought-provoking theatrical experience. Now, I don't know how you feel about this, but I'm super excited. I don't know if you remember when we had a guest talking about theater art, and he was specifically saying that theater drama is different from, okay, I think it's script writing in theater or something like that. It's different from movie script writing. And he was specifically saying, you know, this whole agitated conversation, saying that people are not seeing that theater is even the real work. It is the real work. This one is not, we have a house and we are going to that house to shoot this movie. This is a stage play. Every decoration is life there. Everything is life. Everything. You're seeing everything. Everything. The setup is life. So if you make any mistake, my dear, is on you. Do you get? And this, I think this is actually done by professionals. So if you're not really good in this kind of scene, I'm sorry for you. In as much as, yes, there would be some little editing before it goes up there, but you should know that theater art, theater screenplay, I know that has a whole lot of work to do. So I'm so proud that she's not just doing this alone. And it's debuting in London, not Nigeria. Let's be very, very, you know, let's hit the nail on the head. This is in London. She's not doing it alone. She's doing it with interesting casts. You know, RMD, Toby, name them, so many of them. I'm actually hungry for this movie. I'm salivating for this movie because, I mean, the storyline which tells the story of a father and daughter relationship and societal values and the rest of them. I would want to see what this movie has in store for us. So they said it's by June, we're expecting it by June. So fingers crossed, and let's see what they bring to the table. Now, still on the movie, talking about movie category, renowned Hollywood director Carl Eric Rinsch, known for his 2013 action fantasy film 47, Ronin, has been arrested on charges of fraud and money laundering after allegedly misappropriating $11 million from Netflix. According to BBC News, the funds, which were meant for the production of sci-fi series titled White Horse, were instead used for personal luxuries. including luxury cars, cryptocurrency investments, and extravagant purchases. Between 2018 and 2019, Netflix provided Range with an initial $44 million budget to create White Horse, a futuristic series focused on artificial human clones. However, despite the large investment, not a single episode was produced. In March 2020, Range convinced the streaming giant to approve an additional $11 million, claiming the original budget was insufficient. Instead of using the funds for production, he allegedly transferred the money to personal accounts and began a lavish spending spree. According to prosecutors, court documents reveal that nearly half of the additional $11 million was spent within 2 months of receiving the funds. The U.S. Justice Department claims that Rinchi used the money to buy a fleet of Rolls-Royce and a Ferrari made of $1.8 million in credit card payments, spent $3.7 million on high-end furniture and antiques, and $933,000 on luxury mattresses and beddings. Additionally, prosecutors allege that Rinchi used $1 million for legal expenses, including a lawsuit against Netflix. It's an attempt to secure further funding as well as a divorce settlement. He also invested a significant portion of the funds into cryptocurrency, which led to major financial losses. Rinchi's alleged misuse of Netflix investment has sparked outrage, with many questioning the director's integrity and intentions in the handling of such a significant budget. This is a sad one and a funny one at the end of the day. Why did I say so? For trust journalists. They will dig in. The fact that they had to point out so many things he had to do with those money, buying of Rolls Royce, spending on furniture, spending on beddings and bed sheets and the rest of them, and cryptocurrency that he even eventually lost. Now the question is, why did he do that? Initially, we were given $44 million for a particular movie. Then you requested for extra $11 million, which they didn't even bother. They gave it to you because, of course, fingers crossed, this movie is heading somewhere, of course, to fetch them more money and what sort. It's going to be that peak of a movie that people would want to watch. And at the end of the day, it was gotten, in fact, okay, allegedly, that you spent those money on personal things lavishly. Like, if this was invested on something that at the end of the day, they would go back and get that money from you. But no, it is not something they can, except they want to go sell the Rolls Royce, sell the bedding, sell the furnitures, and the rest of them, which I know they would not, So apparently court is still on this case. They're still on this case. I really don't know what you're going to do to you, because if it is a normal, anyways, God will forgive you. But human beings, I don't know what you're going to do to you. This is no wonder I actually saw trending on on socials how Nigerians should be able to know how to use 11 million. Nigerians actually create content that are very funny, honestly speaking. So they are using him now to create content on how you spend $11 million on movies and how you can get double the money. So, Rinchi, your case is a funny one. It's an interesting one, which we would want to see the end root of it. All right. Major personality Frank Edoho has shared his thoughts on the ongoing legal dispute between gospel singer Mercy Chinwo and her former manager Izzy Concept. Edoho urged the public to focus on facts rather than emotions in light of the case. On March 20, 2025, Edoho took to Instagram to address the growing speculation surrounding the matter, emphasizing that many Nigerians often rely on narratives rather than factual evidence. He clarified that, contrary to some claims, Chinwo had not avoided an audit, as two separate financial reviews had already been conducted. Additionally, Edoho responded to allegations that the Economic and Financial Crime Commission had coerced or mistreated EZT, dismissing this accusation and asserting that the process had been transparent throughout. I mean, I thought we had Very Dark Man on this case, talking about it with a whole lot of evidence. But of course, this is a journalist right now, not a controversial content creator doing his findings. So let's listen to what he had to say.
Non-Nigerians, especially Africans, are of the opinion that Nigerians always stick to narratives without using facts. And I found this to be a little bit true. In the case between Mercy Chinwo and EZT Concepts, everybody is just using emotion, no facts. Okay, there are a couple of facts, but people are going off on a tangent. So I'm a journalist. I decided to wade into the matter and I say, okay, let me just find facts, solid facts. I have not seen the light of day and I have the facts here. The first thing, this first misconception is, why is Mercy Chinwo avoiding audits? Well, her team is not avoiding audits. As a matter of fact, 2 audits have been done on the 17th of February 2023. At the behest of Apostle Anselm Madbuko, there was a mediation meeting. In that meeting were in attendance Mercy Chinwo, her husband, Ezekiel from EZT Concept, Pastor Odoko, and a couple of other people. And it was resolved that this will be handed over, that's an audit assignment will be handed over to a company. And few weeks after that assignment was given the audit company withdrew itself from that assignment. Why, you may ask? Well, because EZT Concepts weren't forthcoming with all the documents, all the paper trail of the transactions that took place, so that we could know who is owing who what. So they withdrew. So at that point, the team of Mercy Chinwo decided to take the matter to the EFCC. Now, the EFCC duly invited EZT, that's Ezekiel, to the headquarters, the EFCC office. Now, the thing is this, another audit was done. After the audit was done, it was found that he owed her some money and he had to pay. They didn't coerce him like people think. They let him go. He had to pay 2 installments of the money owed Mercy, and he still not completed that amount. And they're saying that the EFCC is torturing him or is going about, against taking money out of his account illegally. Judy K, another wonderful artist, did her own audit and discrepancies were found. That's the document. So let us not continue with this, this is it, this using our feelings. We use our feelings too much. When I don't see facts, I don't talk about the matter. I don't, because I know when I see the facts, then I can analyze it the way George from YouTube analyzed with just facts. So let us be clear. Unless there are other facts that surface, according to what I have, audits were performed and discrepancies were found.
All right, so we've heard this from our Frank Edo, who wants to be a millionaire, the journalist, We've all been listening to Very Dark Man. They even created the music for Very Dark Man, titled In the Body of Christ, concerning this particular case. And of course, Very Dark Man came out with his own evidence, even from 2016, 2017. But this is a journalist that did his investigation and got to find out that EZT did not bring documents required for that particular case. And the audits had to withdraw themselves from it. Furthermore, she had to involve the EFCC, and the EFCC allowed him to go, and told him to, okay, you have to pay her this amount of money instrumentally. And which of them actually came online and was like, oh, they are removing money from his account, just like that. We shouldn't, like he said, we shouldn't be doing things with emotions. Yes. Someone said the wrong she did was to come online to make an emotional video, because it was actually an emotional video, very emotional video that made Very Dark Man to retaliate, because when we started getting some comments and evidence allegedly shown by Very Dark Man, we had to believe that, oh, maybe Mercy Chinwo was wrong, and all that. But right now, it is shown, it is crystal clear to us that this is an agreement and someone is breaching a contract. You were owing her some money, and EFCC allowed you to go, and you have to pay her this money. And you still don't want to pay her the money. And someone, anyways, Nigerians, I mean, we've been advised that we should be doing things logically and not. Nigerian singer Raul John Njeng, better known as Skills, has expressed his gratitude to his former record label boss, Banky Wellington, aka Banky W, for sponsoring his university education. Wow, that's a great one. The Skills Boy hitmaker took to his X account on Thursday to thank Banky W after receiving his Bachelor of Science in Business Administration certificate. Scales shared a photo of the certificate, explaining that while he graduated several years ago, he only recently received the official document. Really? He dedicated the achievement to his late mother, writing, "I my BSc showed up after many years of graduation. This is for my mother, and thank you to Banky W for sponsoring the boy through school." Scales had signed with Banky W's Empire Mates Entertainment (EME) in 2009 and remained with the label until his contract expired in 2014. It was believed that Banky W enrolled Scales and fellow label mates Wizkid in Leeds City University though Wizkid later dropped out to focus on his music career. I think we should give a round of applause to Banky W, but I'm even surprised. You graduated several years ago and you're just getting a certificate. Makagini, why? Why is that happening? But I'm happy that he had to, you know, give thanks to whom thanks is due, which is Banky W for sponsoring him in school. That is a big one. You know, there are people that do things in private that we don't even know. They don't come out to socials to mention. They don't come out on socials to say, oh, I did, or I didn't, you know. If he hadn't mentioned this, and we know Skills as a very big artist, if he hadn't mentioned this, we wouldn't even know that it is someone that sponsored him in school, university, BSc, for that matter, in business administration, just a wonderful course for that matter. So I'm so proud of Banky W, and I'm so happy that he had to give him the accolade, not even forgetting that he also had he had featured them in a school, he and Wizkid and some other artists, but Wizkid had to focus on his music career. So it is something to give him plus for. We already know Banky W as a very sweet, handsome man that has been doing so many wonders in music, in movies, externally. You know, even going abroad to feature in some conference meetings and the rest of them. So I'm so proud of him. I'm happy for him. And I think more celebrities should do things like this. I'm sure some of them are, but they don't want to bring it out on socials. I think that's another thing we even need to emulate. We've learned two things now. Don't subscribe to emotional comments without facts. Secondly, do things for people. Do things for people in secret, or however you want to do it. That's by the way. All right, so let's go into more juicy stories. U.S. rapper Kanye West has made shocking accusation against his ex-wife, Kim Kardashian, and her family, alleging that they are involved in sex trafficking. Amidst his ongoing custody battle with Kim, with whom he shared 4 children, Kanye claimed that the Kardashians are sex trafficking all the black children they strategically produce. His comments followed an incident where Kim reportedly cancelled the visit for their daughter Northwest after learning that security guards Andrew and Tristan Tate were headed to the location. Upset by this, Kanye took to social media, expressing his frustration in a rant against Kim and her family. On his X handle, the 47-year-old music icon wrote, and I quote, "Kim Kardashian is a sex trafficker. I don't like that Twinks. That Twinks has my daughter in her video dressing all grown. I would have expected more from Twinks. My soul is black, and what you all don't believe me and just say I'm crazy. He continued, the Kardashians are sex workers, and they sex traffic all the black children they strategically produce. As of now, Kim and the Kardashian family have not publicly responded to Kanye's allegation. To me, I would say they shouldn't. But, I mean, you will have to. This is an accusation and allegation towards you. Sex trafficking is a very serious issue. So, it's a two-way thing to keep their prestige and no further eyes on them talking about this particular case. They might not want to talk about it. But then a second thought, you have to clear the air, because not everybody would believe this, and most people would also believe this, that they're into sex trafficking and what sorts like that. I keep saying, Ye is becoming so petty. I saw on social, that's Snapchat, someone posted, and the person was like, I don't know what happened, I don't know where something must have gone wrong, I don't know where it started, but what is wrong with Ye? That was what the caption is. Because every single day, when something doesn't go the way you plan it, you come on X and upload something. You just come on X and, make a statement. I don't know. Remember that it was early this year early this week, what am I saying? That was on Monday, Tuesday, that we got to bring to your notice that Kanye and Kim have their issues. What is the issue? She doesn't want Kanye to be involved in her children any longer. Why? He had to feature her in the music that he made with why am I forgetting this man, Didi, and her voice was part of the music, and he told her not to, she told him not to upload it, that she doesn't like the fact that her daughter is part of that. They even called lawyers. They called, people, very secret meeting, and it was agreed that it would not be uploaded. At the end of the day, our wonderful Ye had to upload it on social and captioned it, a man makes the man makes the opinion or the decision, final decision, the man makes the final decision, which sparked argument, which made Kim very angry, and she had to go to the judge and say, I don't want him involved in anything that concerns my children. Besides, he's not been there physically, so now yeah, you're so petty. Honestly, I love you, but I think this is a very strong allegation, calling them sex traffickers just because things did not go your way. You don't like the fact that your daughter is dressed up all grown in her music video. I mean, it's very funny, but on a second thought, I think the Kardashian family should look into this case. So many people would believe this and say, okay, yes, that could be true, that they're into sex trafficking and the likes. I mean, you're saying that black children, they strategically produce. Oh my goodness. Well, let's move to more interesting stories. A museum that opened this week in Cyprus showcases priceless early Christian artwork, many of which were recovered after being stolen from churches in the north of the war-split island. The Byzantine Museum of the Archbishop Macarius III Foundation opened on March 11th in the capital, Nicosia, after 5 years of extensive renovations. It features mosaics, icon, and wall file scores representing some of early Christianity's finest and rarest works. Many of the exhibits were looted by smugglers after a Turkish invasion in 1974, triggered by a brief Greek-inspired coup, and trafficked on the black markets. Over the years, Cypriot authorities have doggedly tracked down and reclaimed numerous stolen work, putting them in museums. They hope and can be temporarily if peace talks one day allow the island to be united again. The museum's director, Dr. Lonis Iliades, said the looting and destruction was on a great scale, with more than 20,000 icons stolen and disappeared from the churches. The museum includes rare mosaics from the early 6th century AD, fitted into a reproduction of an apse as was the original, from the Church of Panagia Kanakoria at Lithuania in North Cyprus. Even before the war, the mosaic was well documented by archaeologists as a rare work of art that had survived iconoclasm where use of religious image was banned by Byzantine emperors throughout the region. But the depiction of Christ, the Virgin Mary, Archangel, and Apostles was hacked off the walls of the late 1970s, chopped into pieces, and sold onto the black market. Most of the pieces were later discovered in private collections recovered by Cyprus after litigation. Elias hopes the museum will inspire people and educate them on the extent of damage wrought to Cyprus' cultural heritage by conflicts. People are very serious, very strong human beings that this our Lord in heaven created. But that's by the way. Let's take a look at the video.
If you go to Antiphonides, you're going to see several cases of damages. So you can see the cutting around the pieces that they wanted to remove. It's in a great scale, this destruction, the looting that was faced our island, because we have calculated that more than 20,000 icons have been stolen and have been disappeared from the churches. Some of them have been taken from the authorities in the north, in some areas they are kept there, but most of them are around the world. So we are still searching them. For this period, he looks like sleeping. These are more for icons, but all the rest here are the Madonna. We are going to continue also helping the new generations to understand what happened in our island and why it's important to safeguard even the smaller piece that can be brought from abroad.
So the good thing is these artworks were recovered back. That is the good thing, because you know human beings will always be human beings. Imagine how much they must have sold those. If they had sold those things, imagine how much they must have. Or did they steal it to put it in their houses? And you stole this from churches. May God forgive us all. That's all I have to say. Okay, so more than 50 cartoon dog Snoopy blushes wearing designers' clothes from Chanel to Hermes and Balenciaga were on display in Paris on Thursday to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Peanuts comic strip. In the last 75 years, Snoopy has inspired several clothing collections, including from Gucci and Uniqlo, Some of them are on display at the Snoopy in Style exhibition, which opens on Saturday, March 22 at the French Capital Hotel du Grand Venir. Snoopy, the well-known cartoon, of course I know that cartoon character from the Peanuts, is a bigger dog created by American cartoonist Charles Schulz, inspired by his pet dog. Through the years, Snoopy evolved into various different personas. Janie shows told Reuters after the exhibition. The Paris exhibition runs until April 5th. Like I said before, we'll be reviewing this to you every single day. So let's take a look at that.
On est tranquille quoi qu'il arrive.
I think that just came about very happily because the plush dog is so cute that once one fashion designer made a costume for Snoopy, then other fashion designers wanted to join in. So it was a brilliant start, and it just, you can see it's expanded for 40 years.
Le texte.
Well, Snoopy came from my husband's dog when he was very young. Then he had a dog named Spike, but Spike was a very active, enchanting dog and a favorite of the family, and that character went into Snoopy. But Snoopy really developed himself once he stood up and got on top of the doghouse. And then in his imagination, Snoopy became everything. He became the flying ace. He became the World War II pilot. He became a soldier behind the lines. He became everything that we think of him.
We could run a strip of double stack underneath it, but that's
Well, I think if people come to see this exhibition, this exhibit, and just see how beautiful and funny and joyful Snoopy can be, I think that might bring joy to their lives.
That was beautiful. If you did not watch that particular cartoon, I don't know what you watched. You know, very interesting one. So yeah, this is where we've come to an end to the news segment. We'll go on a short break, very short break. And when we return, our movie train would come drum rolling. House of Rep. Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show. This is our movie train segment. But first of all, happy birthday to each and every person that today happens to be your birthday. I wish you long life, prosperity, big money, all your secret prayers are answered. So let's move into our movie train. The first movie I have for you today is Black Bag. It is a 2025 American spy thriller film directed by Steven Soderbergh and written by David Cope. It stars Kate Blanchett, Michael Fassbender, Maris Abela, Tom Burke, Naomi Harris, Regina Page, and Pierce Brosnan, and follows a British intelligence officer who is tasked with investigating a list of possible traitors, one of whom could be his wife. Now, Black Bag was released in France on March 12, 2025 by Universal Pictures, and 2 days later in the United States by Focus Features. It received critical acclaim and has grossed $15 million worldwide. A British intelligence officer, George Woodhouse, is given 1 week by his superior, Meacham, to investigate the leak of a top-secret software program codenamed Severus. One of 5 suspects is his wife, Catherine, who is also an intelligence officer. He invites the other 4 suspects, who are also fellow spies and couples, over for dinner. The 4 suspects are satellite imagery specialist Clarissa, her boyfriend, and managing agent Freddie, agency psychiatrist Zoe, and her boyfriend, and managing agent James. At dinner, George drugs their food to lower their inhibition and reveal that Freddie has been cheating on Clarissa. Clarissa angrily stabs the latter in the head. When his beloved wife Catherine is suspected of betraying the nation, intelligence agent George Woodhouse faces the ultimate test: loyalty to his marriage or his country. Now he has to pick 2. This movie was released March 15th, 2025. So you're free to go watch it on Netflix and thank me later. Now, up next is A Working Man. A Working Man is an upcoming American action thriller film directed by David Ayers, written by Ayer and Sylvester Stallone, and based on the 2014 novel Levon Street by Chuck Dixon. It stars Jason Statham, Michelle Pena, and David Harbour. A Working Man is scheduled to be released in the United States by Amazon MGM Studios through Metro Goldwyn Mayer and internationally by Warner Bros. Pictures on March 28, 2025. Now, Levon Cade left behind a decorated military career in the Black Ops to live a simple life of working construction. However, when human traffickers kidnap his boss's daughter, his search to bring her home uncovers a world of corruption far greater than he ever could have imagined. Like I said before, this movie will be released on the 28th of March 2025. So fingers crossed. Keep salivating for it and thank me later. And the third one is Odessa. It is a 2025 American post-apocalyptic musical drama, film written and directed by Jeremy Jasper. It stars Sadia Singh, Kelvin Harrison Jr., Maureen Bartlett, and Regina Hall. Odessa was released by Searchlight Picture through Hulu on March 2025. A farm girl embarked on an epic quest to recover a cherished family heirloom to the post-apocalyptic future. I'll take that again. A farm girl embarked on an epic quest to recover a cherished family heirloom in a post-apocalyptic future. Her journey soon lead her to a strange and dangerous city where she meets her one true love. However, in order to save his soul, she must put the power of destiny and music to the ultimate test. Okay, so you should thank me. All right, up next is The Accountant 2. So if you watch Accountant 1, Accountant 2 is here for you. Accountant 2 is a 2025 American action thriller film directed by Gavin O'Connor and written by Bill Dubik. It is a sequel to The Accountant 2016. Ben Affleck, John Bernthal, Cynthia Adi Robinson, and J.K. Simpson reprised their roles from the previous film with Danielle Pineda and Alison Robertson, who replaces Alison Wright, joining the cast. The film premiered at the South by Southwest Festival on March 8, 2025 and will be theatrically released on April 25, 2025 in the United States of Amazon MGM Studio through Metro Goldwyn Mayer, and in Canada by Warner Bros. Picture. A third film is in development. Now let's talk about the movie. Kristen Wolf applies for brilliant mind and illegal method of reconstruct an unsolved puzzle of a treasury chief's mother. I think I brought so many psychological movies at this point. So mind you, this movie will be released on the 25th of March. The last one is Sikandar. Sikandar is an upcoming India Hindi language action thriller film directed by A.R. Mind you, it is Hindi language. So it was produced by Sajid Nandiwala. The film stars Salman Khan in the Totola role alongside Rashmika Mandana, Rajal Agawal, Satyaraj Shaman, Joshesh, and Patiek Babra. Now the film was officially announced on 10th April 2024. Principal photography commenced the following June in Mumbai and wrapped by March 2025. The film has song composed by Pritam, background score composed by Santosh Narayan, cinematography handled by Thiru, and editing by Vivek Hashan, with an estimated production budget of 200 crore yuan. It is one of the most expensive Indian films of all time. Okay? Now, Sikandar is scheduled to be theatrically released worldwide on March 30th, 2025 in standard and IMAX format, coinciding with Eidul Fitri. Yes. So, like I said, to be released on 30th of March. I've given you so many movies. You should thank me for that. Your weekend is not going to be boring. Okay, sorry. Some are going to be released late. Okay, this is where we draw the curtain. If Vibes Entertainment Show has come to an end. Follow us on all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. And, of course, join us tomorrow for another episode. You don't want to miss Memes of the Week. Up next is Global News by Mr. Barrick Mo Ado. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Swokonta. Enjoy your weekend and the rest of your day.
they are usually torn on their flesh. Once your coverage is gone, it will just be like as if they've been waiting for opportunity like that to tell you the kind of people they are. So they go through a lot. One, taking the properties away from them, especially the Igbos. If you are not fortunate to have a male child, in quotes, you stand no chance of getting anything as you ought to, because it was your husband that worked for those things. Your relatives will just come out from nowhere, even though they've never showed face. But you begin to see that you have a lot of relatives hidden because they've seen opportunity. They would just like ants, they would just invest on you and take out all things that you ought to take as the wife of the man that just left. So they stand no chance of fighting for themselves.
Unfortunately, in our society, widows are subjected to inhuman treatment. For instance, sometimes a man dies and the wife is accused of having a hand in the death, and some negative things are done. One of which includes, in some communities, they say we must bet you, we must bet the dead person, and you drink the water to prove that you don't have a hand in the death of the man. And this is a person, a woman who should be grieving for losing her husband, and she's been subjected to inhuman treatment. So the way we treat widows are just very bad.
I'm speaking based on context I have seen. Sometimes widows are not treated properly when their husband dies. Sometimes they are subjected to some kind of measures and situations that are very difficult for them to handle, especially during the time of the bereavement. So I think they need more support from their husbands, people, from the community, and from the society in general. Their own family members, like from their siblings, need to rally around them. But in more precise way, I think the husband's people need to be by their side to help them process what has just happened, rather than sometimes, burdening them and loading them with even sometimes accusations as to having contributed to the death of the man, which has happened in some instances.
I will address it in two arms. First off, widows should have rights in Nigeria. Why I say widows should have rights in Nigeria is, firstly, these are people that just lost their loved one, and the society sometimes, under the native law and custom of the Igbos especially, most times they don't even see the widow as somebody that should inherit the estates of the deceased. Why? It's because they feel, especially for the people that never gave birth to a male child, they will see them that they don't have the capacity to be administrators of their husband's estate. Uncles that are greedy will always feast on those things and take up the properties of this widow. Secondly, under Nigerian native law and custom, women generally are not even seen to be part of people that should inherit properties, even from their paternal side, talk more of their husband's side. But good enough that under the law, there is a Supreme Court decision that says, in the case of Ukeja and Ukeja, that a woman can actually inherit the properties of the father.
Some are being treated rightly, why some are not. But if you talk about e-treatment, maybe you can be talking about in terms of properties. Let me talk in legal aspect of it, because we see a lot of cases like that in court whenever maybe a husband is dead and the family members are trying to take away the property, not minding that the deceased has family, have children to take care of. And it's also through that property that these children can be taken care of. But some of them are being taken away their properties and all that, which is very bad. is very, very bad. We have a lot of them in courts. So we try as much as we can to help them in any way we can. So there are some culture that's not fair to say. I won't say that I don't know some cultures that's not fair. And that aspect we need to come in and help. There are many of them, many of them.
It is a reflection of a failed government, because in a civilized climate, it is unheard of, despite what we are producing in the country, that today we are experiencing total blackout in the northern part of the country. But I believe with time it may extend to other parts of the country. So the government is not actually doing well. That is my own personal opinion. Because what effort are they doing? What led to it? It is not even made known to the public. Because sometimes they will just allow certain things to go bad, believing that the citizen cannot do anything. They are capitalizing on the complacency and what? Without the self-satisfied nature of the citizens. That's my own personal take on it. As far as I'm concerned, the government is to be blamed. Because when they
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Christy Coventry becomes first female and first African IOC president. Tunisian president sacks prime minister amid economic and migration crisis. Volcano erupts in Indonesia and protesters rally in Arizona to fight oligarchy and defeat Trumpism. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Kirsty Coventry was elected as the 10th president of International Olympic Committee IOC, making history as the first woman and the first African to lead the global Olympic movement. Election was conducted through a secret ballot by over 100 IOC members during the 144th IOC session in Greece. The 41-year-old Zimbabwean won the vote in the first round would officially take office after June 23, succeeding Thomas Bach, who has served as president since 2013. Coventry's presidency is set for an 8-year term, with the possibility of seeking a 4-year extension. A former most decorated athlete, having won 7 Olympic medals, including 2 gold. She has been an IOC member since 2013 and also served as chair of the IOC Athletics Commission, where she played a crucial role in advocating for athletes' rights and welfare.
I'd like to congratulate Mrs. Kirsty Coventry for her election as the 10th president of the IOC. I think which is also giving a great signal of unity of the Olympic movement.
Will give her a very, very strong, extremely strong support from the IOC membership to start her presidency. So I think it's a good result.
But the next step is to work with the president. So I congratulate Kirsty Coventry. She has done an amazing campaign. The result is clear. So I just told her that we'll.
Since 2018, where she has focused on developing grassroots sports initiatives and enhancing opportunities for young people across the country to engage in sports. The 144th IOC session also saw the election of Pierre-Olivier Beckers-Vujouin as new vice president and the confirmation of boxing as part of the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics program. Zimbabweans congratulated their sports minister, Kirsty Coventry, on Friday, March 21, following her election as IOC president. The Zimbabwean swimming great, already a towering figure in Olympic circles, emerged victorious to become the organization's first female and first African president in its 130-year history. Local residents in Harare believe this historic election is a win for Africa. A 7-time Olympic medalist, Coventry won 200 meters backstroke gold at the 2004 Athens Games and again in Beijing 4 years later. She was added to the IOC's Athletes Commission in 2012, and her election to the top job signals a new era for the IOC, with expectations that she will bring a fresh perspective to pressing issues such as athletes' rights, the gender debate, and the sustainability of the Games. While her election was broadly popular among the IOC family, there was disquiet in some quarters of her links with the Zimbabwean government, for whom she serves as Minister of Youth, Sport, Arts and Recreation, a position that has raised eyebrows given Zimbabwe's problematic history with political freedom.
This achievement is not only for Zimbabwe, it's actually for the whole of Africa. Congratulations, Honorable Minister. It's Women's Month, and what better month than for her to be made the president of IOC. We wish her all the best. We are proud of her. And a win for Kirsty is a win for Zimbabwe, is a win for Africa, is a win for women.
Sudan TV reporter was given a piece to camera on Friday, March 21, in front of a presidential palace in Khartoum, after the Sudanese army said it recaptured it from the Paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, RSF. The Sudanese army seized full control of a presidential palace in downtown Khartoum on Friday, it said in a statement, in one of the most symbolic gains in a 2-year-old conflict with a rival armed group that has threatened to partition the country. The army had long been on the back foot, but has recently been making gains and has retaken territory in the center of the country from the RSF. Meanwhile, the RSF has consolidated control in the west, hardening battle lines and moving the country towards the de facto partition. The RSF is working to set up a parallel government in areas it controls, although that is not expected to receive widespread international recognition. Army said it had also taken control of ministries and other key buildings in central Khartoum. Military sources said RSF fighters are withdrawn about 400 meters away. The RSF had rapidly seized the palace in Khartoum, along with the rest of the city, after a war broke out in April 2023 over the paramilitary's integration into the armed forces. The Sudanese army said on Friday it took control of ministries in addition to the presidential palace in Khartoum, a significant milestone in a 2-year-old war between the army and paramilitary groups Rapid Support Forces, RSF, which threatens to fracture the country. The army was conducting search operations in areas around the palace in pursuit of members of the RSF, military sources said. The RSF were not immediately available for comment. The conflict has led to what the UN calls the world's largest humanitarian crisis, causing famine in several locations and disease across the country. Both sides have been accused of war crimes. While the RSF has also been charged with genocide, both sides denied the charges. Paramilitary group quickly took the palace and most of the capital at the outbreak of war in April 2023. But the Sudanese armed forces have in recent months staged a comeback and inched towards the palace along the River Nile. The RSF, which earlier this year began establishing a parallel government, maintains control of parts of Khartoum and neighboring Omdurman, as well as Western Sudan, where it's fighting to take over the army's last stronghold in Darfur and Al-Fashir. Capturing the capital could hasten the army's full takeover of central Sudan and harden the east-west territorial division of the country between the two forces. Both sides have vowed to continue fighting for the remainder of the country, and no efforts at peace talks have materialized. The war erupted amid past struggle between Sudan's army and the RSF ahead of a planned transition to civilian rule. Tunisian President Kais Saied sacked Prime Minister Kamel Madouri and appointed Serra Zafarani Zenzari as his replacement, Tunisian presidency said on Friday. Saied sacked Madouri less than a year after his appointment amid a faltering economy and a worsening flood of migrants from sub-Saharan African countries. Zafarani, who is an engineer and served as Minister of Equipment and Housing since 2021, is the third Prime Minister in less than 2 years. In recent months, Said has sharply criticized the performance of ministers, saying many have not met the required standards and that the expectations of the Tunisian people are high. Last month, he sacked Finance Minister Chien Bogdiri. Economic growth has not exceeded 1.4% in the past year, and the North African country's public finances face a severe crisis that has led to shortages of key commodities including sugar, rice and coffee. The country is also facing widespread criticism over an unprecedented migrant crisis, as thousands of sub-Saharan African migrants are flocking to Tunisia seeking to reach the Italian coast. Thousands of them are living in tents in forests in Ambra and Jeberiana after authorities prevented them from reaching Europe by sea. When the migrants frequently clash with local residents, them deported from the area, local human rights groups accuse authorities of racist rhetoric and incitement against migrants. Said seized extra powers in 2021 when he shut down the elected parliament and moved to rule by decree before assuming authority over the judiciary. The opposition described the move as a coup. Independent Senator Bernie Sanders and Democratic Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez held a rally in Tempe, Arizona, as Democrats aim to tap into anger over President Donald Trump's campaign to aggressively slash the federal government. The event in Tempe, Arizona was the first stop of their Fighting Oligarchy tour, which will also include stops in Denver, Colorado, and Tucson, Arizona.
Are you all ready to rock? Are you all ready to take our country back? We're gonna throw these bums out and fight for the nation we deserve. This isn't just about Republicans either. We need a Democratic Party that fights harder for us too. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We are here because an extreme concentration of power and corruption is taking over this country like never before. But we are also here because we know that a better world is possible. Donald Trump does see the immense pressure that working people are under. But his answer to that pressure is an America that operates on a logic of every man for himself. And I do say every man for himself because he sure doesn't believe in women's rights. When we come out, everybody, Senator Bernie Sanders.
An unbelievable turnout, and I think we got many thousands of people outside. We have a message for Mr. Trump. And that is, we will not allow you to move this country into an oligarchy. We're not going to allow you and your friend Mr. Musk and the other billionaires to wreak havoc on the working families of this country. No, you're not going to destroy Social Security. You're not going to destroy Medicaid. You're not going to destroy the Veterans Administration. And I'll tell you what else you're not going to do. We're not going to let you undermine the democracy that men and women in this
thanked the 15,000 people who came out in Tempe and noted that the overflow crowd was also at capacity. U.S. President Donald Trump has denied a New York Times report that his close ally, billionaire Elon Musk, was due to be briefed by Pentagon on Friday about the U.S. military's plan for any war that might break out with China. China will not even be mentioned or discussed, Trump said in a post about the Pentagon meeting on social media website Truth Social. A U.S. official speaking on the condition of anonymity said a briefing for Musk will be attended by senior U.S. military officials in the Pentagon and will be an overview on a number of different topics, including China, according to the New York Times report. The briefing will include 20 to 30 slides that lay out how the United States will fight a conflict with China. The newspaper cited two U.S. officials it did not identify. Access to the closely guarded military plan will mark a sharp expansion of Musk's role as a Trump advisor, who spearheaded efforts to cut U.S. government spending. It will also fuel questions about conflicts of interest for Musk, who as the head of Tesla and SpaceX, as business interests in China end with the Pentagon. Yemen's capital Sana'a saw another violent night as U.S. warplanes carried out airstrikes on a residential area in Al Tawara district on Wednesday, causing widespread destruction and leaving several people dead. The aftermath were captured by a camera set up by the China Global Television Network, CGTN, showing scenes of smoke, fire, and rescue workers amidst the rubble. Residents found themselves in devastation surrounded by rubble and destruction following a night of bombardment. The U.S. airstrikes were not limited to Sana'a. They also targeted the provinces of Saada, Al-Waqt, Al-Jawaf, Al-Bayada, and Hodeidah, which are under the control of Houthis. The Houthis, who control northern Yemen, claimed early on Wednesday they launched cruise missiles at the USS Harry Truman in the Red Sea, calling it their fourth such attack in 72 hours. The group insists its maritime strikes target only Israeli-linked vessels to pressure Israel to halt its Gaza offensive and allow humanitarian aid into the Palestinian enclave. The U.S. military, which began strikes on Houthi targets Saturday, said the campaign aims to protect international shipping lanes. U.S. President Donald Trump warned the Houthis to cease attacks and face intensive consequences, declaring hell would rain down upon you like nothing you've ever seen before. Britain's Heathrow Airport said it will be closed all of Friday, March 21, after a huge fire at a nearby electrical substation wiped out power, disrupting flight schedules around the world. Screen recordings from flight tracking website Flight Radar 24 early Friday morning showed planes avoiding London's main airport, which is also Europe's busiest and the world's 5th busiest airport. Another screen recording of a bigger area showed a buildup of aircraft over the Atlantic Ocean and Europe as flights were informed of Heathrow's closure and diverted to other airports. According to Flight Radar 24, at least 120 inbound flights to Heathrow had to divert to other airports. It said at least 1,351 flights to and from Heathrow will be affected on Friday, not including flights that might be cancelled or delayed due to aircraft being out of position. The impact was immediate. Qantas Airways sent its flight from Perth to Paris. United Airlines New York flight headed to Shannon, Ireland, and United Airlines flight from San Francisco was due to land in Washington, D.C. rather than London. Indonesia's Lewottobi Laki-Laki volcano erupted and spewed ash clouds more than 8 kilometers high, triggering an alert status that was raised to the highest level. Photographs released by Indonesia's Center for Volcanology and Geological Hazards Mitigation, MBG, showed a red glow and thick ash columns as the volcano erupted. Jetstar, Qantas Airways QANXX low-cost subsidiary, cancelled its flight between Australia and Indonesia's resort island of Bali on Friday morning because of a volcanic ash, was said flights were expected to resume in the afternoon. A Bali airport spokesperson said the airport was still operating, with 7 international flights cancelled on Friday morning and some domestic flights delayed. The eruption in East Nusa Tenggara province followed dozens of smaller ones since March 13, National Geological Agency said in a statement. At least 9 people were killed and thousands were evacuated when the Lewottobi Laki-Laki volcano erupted in November 2024. Indonesia has close 130 active volcanoes and sits on a Pacific Ring of Fire, an area of high seismic activity atop various tectonic plates. Up ahead, U.S. extends deadline for New York to end Manhattan congestion program. Menendez brothers' family and supporters rally for release in Los Angeles. Stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
European Union leaders said they will continue to support Ukraine, but did not immediately endorse a call by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to approve a package of at least 5 billion euros for artillery purchases. Arriving at the summit in Brussels, the bloc's foreign policy chief, Kaja Kallas, had also called on leaders to match words of support for Kiev with deeds as US President Donald Trump pushes ahead with his efforts to end the war, including through a rapprochement with Russia.
In the conclusions to make the ramp up during the next 5 years in our own capabilities, but also to support Ukraine. And we, as the President of the European Commission just explained, all these instruments, the SAVE, more fiscal space, flexibilities on the use of cohesion funds, all of these give room to the member states to increase their support to Ukraine. Before this package, we have already a pledge of 15 billion euros from different member states, and now with these instruments, I believe that all the other member states or the different member states will increase their pledges to continue to support Ukraine.
We are in active discussion with the US administration on this issue, and I can confirm that we decided to adjust the timing of the entry into force of tariffs. The impact of our response does not change. That's very important because it covers measures up to 26 billion euros. That is the equivalent to the $28 billion that the American potential tariffs would.
During a presser held after the summit, European Council President Antonio Costa said he believed member states will increase pledges of support to Ukraine. EU leaders also discussed the Commission's defense proposals, which include a call for European countries to pool resources on joint military projects and buy more European arms. US President Donald Trump's administration on Thursday extended by 30 days a March 21 deadline for New York State to end Manhattan's congestion pricing program. The U.S. Transportation Department in February rescinded federal approval of a program that had been issued under Trump's predecessor, Joe Biden, after a lengthy review. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said on Thursday the department will grant the one-month extension as discussions continue, with one that the billions of dollars the federal government sends to New York are not a blank check. Continued non-compliance would not be taken lightly. Congestion pricing, which was introduced in January, charges a toll in Manhattan on vehicles driving south of 60th Street. The program aims to raise revenue to fund mass transit capital improvements. Officials say it has cut down traffic and sped the flow of vehicles. Charged via electronic license plate readers, private cars pay the congestion charge once a day, regardless of how many trips they make into the Central Business District. Under the program, most passenger vehicles are charged $9 during peak periods to enter Manhattan south of 60th Street. The Justice for Eric and Lyle Coalition, a family-led initiative advocating for Eric and Lyle Menendez, a news conference outside of District Attorney Nathan Hochman's office in downtown Los Angeles on Thursday. On March 10, Hochman said Lyle and Eric Menendez must fully acknowledge lies they told about the shotgun murder of their parents 35 years ago before he would support their release from prison. The Menendez brothers were convicted in 1996 of first-degree murder, sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole for shooting their parents, Jose and Kitty Menendez, at a Beverly Hills home on August 20, 1989. The case captivated the U.S. in the 1990s because of her brother's wealth and privilege as sons of a record company and entertainment industry executive. Lyle was 21 and Eric was 18 years old at the time of the murders. They're now 57 and 54. A recent Netflix documentary series raised new evidence to support their claims they were sexually abused by their parents, which led the previous district attorney George Cascan to advocate resentencing them to a lesser crime and releasing them. Ochman said he is prepared to go forward with a resentencing hearing scheduled for March 20 to 21, but will ask the judge to withdraw Gaskin's request for resentencing. Over 80 Tesla vehicles were damaged outside a showroom in Hamilton, Ontario on the night of Tuesday, police said. Constable Trevor McKenna said on Thursday the vandals scratched the hoods and fenders of the vehicles and punctured their tires, and then the police are investigating the incident. Tesla has become a target of activists opposed to the political agenda of President Donald Trump and the role of his advisor Elon Musk, electric car maker's CEO, in putting it in motion. Musk is leading the administration's drive to slash the federal payroll through the Department of Government Efficiency. In addition, Musk has orchestrated the cancellation of contracts at the U.S. Agency for International Development, which funds humanitarian programs around the world. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said Western military talks on Thursday will focus on details of a support plan for Ukraine, a crucial step in making sure the West could move quickly if a peace deal was struck between Kiev and Moscow. The meeting of military planners from the coalition of a willing group of Western countries is the second such meeting since U.S. President Donald Trump shocked Europe by opening talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
But it is vitally important that we do that work because we know one thing for certain, which is a deal without anything behind it is something that Putin will breach. We know that because it's happened before, and I'm absolutely clear in my mind it will happen again. Therefore, what you're doing here today is vitally important to peace and security across Europe and for our NATO allies, and of course, crucially, for the United Kingdom. If there is a deal, and I hope there is, everybody wants a peaceful outcome, a lasting peace, not least the Ukrainians, but that will only be lasting, that will only be peaceful, it will only leave Ukraine secure and sovereign if there is security arrangements in place to ensure that if there's a deal, it is a defended deal. And that's why the work that we're doing here is so important.
Earlier, a spokesperson said more than 25 countries were involved in a meeting in person or remotely, and they were discussing the granular detail of peace proposals, not only peacekeepers, but how to possibly backfill those countries providing troops or military hardware and other logistics. The meeting builds on several meetings of a coalition of the willing, which on Saturday agreed to put more pressure on Putin to accept an initial ceasefire deal without conditions as a prelude to wider peace agreement. European leaders gathered in Brussels on Thursday for a two-day summit centered on the support package for Ukraine. Heads of state were joined by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky via video conference. All leaders except Hungary's Viktor Orban are expected to reaffirm support to Ukraine at the summit. EU leaders were also joined by ECB President Christine Lagarde and Eurogroup President Pascal Donohoe for a Europe summit. Russia launched one of its biggest drone attacks on Ukraine's Odessa overnight, injuring 3 teenagers and causing multiple fires as the Czech president visited the city, Ukrainian officials said. Czech President Petro Pavel visited the Black Sea port. Odessa Regional Governor Oleg Kipa said the new drone attack on Odessa comes as the United States is pushing for a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. Interior Ministry said that Russia pounded the Black Sea port city with several waves of drones in the overnight attacks, damaging infrastructure, residential houses, and commercial buildings, and causing multiple fires. President Vladimir Putin's order for Russian forces to temporarily halt the attacks on energy infrastructure in Ukraine remains in force, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said on Friday. Putin agreed to the suspension of such attacks in a phone call with U.S. President Donald Trump. Kiev, which has said it will be willing to take part in such a partial ceasefire if a document setting out its terms is agreed, has accused Russia of not abiding by Putin's order, something Moscow denies. Russia on Friday accused Ukraine of blowing up a major Russian gas pumping and measuring station in the Kursk region near the Ukrainian border in what it called an act of terrorism. Russia's investigative committee, which probes serious crimes, said in a statement it had opened a criminal case over the incident, which it said had done significant damage to the facility near the town of Sudza. Peskov said its reported attack on Sudza showed that Ukraine cannot be trusted in a ceasefire deal. Russian Defense Ministry on Friday accused Ukraine of deliberately blowing up The Sudza gas pumping station, Interfax, reported Ukraine military has denied involvement in the attack. Facility once used by Gazprom to export gas via Ukraine to Europe is in region largely recaptured by Russian forces this week after heavy fighting with Ukrainian troops were held it since last year. Russia pounded Ukraine's Black Sea city of Odessa with one of its biggest drone attacks, injuring 3 teenagers, sparking fires as the Czech president visited Ukraine, officials said. Let's take a quick break. A Chinese envoy to the United Nations urged Israel to stop its military offensive against Gaza and called for greater international efforts towards a two-state solution, emphasizing its necessity for lasting security of both Palestinians and Israelis. Speaking at the Security Council meeting on Gaza at the UN headquarters, Song Jingquan, counselor of a Chinese permanent mission to the United Nations, expressed deep concern over the escalating violence in the Palestinian enclave and the devastating toll of a 15-month conflict which has left Gaza unrecognizable and inflicted unimaginable suffering on many people. He noted that the situation has taken a turn for the worse as Israel reignited hostilities in Gaza this week, which has led to the collapse of a ceasefire agreement and resulted in more suffering and deaths. The reality has shown that achieving a permanent ceasefire is the best way to save lives and get the hostages home, he said. Emphasizing the equal value of all lives, San urged Israel to fulfill its obligations under international humanitarian law, immediately lift the blockade, and fully restore access for humanitarian aid into Gaza. He also reiterated China's opposition to any attacks targeting UN personnel and humanitarian workers. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi and his South Korean counterpart Cho Tae-gyo met Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba in Tokyo on Friday. The courtesy calls came ahead of a trilateral meeting between the foreign ministers of Japan, China and South Korea scheduled for this Saturday, March 22nd. Talks came as Seoul and Tokyo, both key U.S. allies, face growing uncertainties in domestic politics and over President Donald Trump's policies amid intensifying rivalry between the United States and China. The latest trilateral meeting of the country's foreign ministers was held in South Korean city of Busan in November 2023. Leaders of the three nations held a summit in May last year. Still to come. House Shelter in UAE organizes Ramadan iftars and hikes with horses. Kremlin says Iran has right to peaceful nuclear energy, acts in line with international law. This and more after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Police used water cannons and tear gas to break up protests in Turkey as thousands took to the streets over what they called the undemocratic detention of Istanbul's mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu. In the western city of Izmir, demonstrators were hit by water cannons, while protesters in the capital, Ankara, clashed with police, who fired tear gas and dummy rounds at the crowds. İmamoğlu, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's main political rival, was taken in on Wednesday, March 19, facing charges of graft and aiding a terrorist group, a move that opposition condemned as a coup attempt and that sparked an initial round of demonstrations. The move against the popular two-term mayor capped a months-long legal crackdown on opposition figures across the country, which has been criticized as a politicized attempt to hurt their electoral prospects and silent dissent, charges the government denies. Meanwhile, between 2000 and 2023, melted mountain glaciers have caused 18 millimeters of global sea level rise, about 1 millimeter per year. Every millimeter can expose up to 300,000 people to annual flooding, according to the World Glacier Monitoring Service. 9,000 gigatons of ice lost from glacier since 1975 are roughly equivalent to an ice block the size of Germany with a thickness of 25 meters. Michael Zem, director of a Switzerland-based World Glacier Monitoring Service, said during a press conference announcing a report at the UN headquarters in Geneva. Dramatic ice loss from the Arctic to the Alps, from South America to the Yucatan Plateau, is expected to accelerate as climate change caused by the burning of fossil fuel pushes global temperature higher. Glacial melt in East Africa has led to increased local conflicts over water, according to the new UNESCO report. And while the impact on a global scale is minimal, the trickle of melting glaciers around the world is having a compounding impact. The report coincides with the UNESCO summit in Paris, marking the first World Day for Glaciers, urging global action to protect glaciers around the world. About 1.1 billion people live in mountainous countries which suffer the most immediate impacts of glacial loss due to the increasing risk with natural hazards and unreliable water sources. The remote locations and difficult terrains also make cheap fixes difficult to come by. Rising temperatures are expected to worsen droughts in areas that rely on snowpack for fresh water, while increasing both the severity and frequency of hazards like avalanches, landslides, flash floods, and glacial lakes outburst floods, GLOFS.
We lost 450 gigatons from all the glaciers together. It was not the most extreme year, but it was ranked number 4 of the years with most glacier mass loss. And if you look at the past years, we actually had like the 5 most negative years on record we did have in the past 6 years. So you see this increasing dramatic glacier loss from year to year. Loss by glacier ice year by year by year, accumulating in this incredible number of about 9,000 gigatons of ice lost since 1975. Now, this is just a huge number and hard to imagine. So again, if you take the example of Germany, it would be an ice block of the size of Germany with a thickness of 25 meters. That is the ice that we lost since 1975 from glaciers. And so accumulated again, this is about 25 millimeters of sea level rise, or currently a bit more than 1 millimeter each year. Now you might say 1 millimeter is not exactly a lot, doesn't sound much, right? But it's a small number with a big impact. Each additional millimeter of sea level rise exposes an additional 200,000 to 300,000 people to annual flooding. We lost 450 gigatons from all the glaciers together.
Glaciers around the globe are melting faster than ever, with the last 3-year period seeing the largest glacier mass loss on record, according to a UNESCO report released on Friday. Dramatic ice loss totaling 9,000 gigatons since 1975 is expected to continue accelerating and could lead to a flood of economic, environmental and social problems as sea levels rise while key water sources dwindle. Accelerated melting has made mountain glaciers the largest contributors to sea level rise, put millions at risk of devastating floods, and hurt water flows that billions depend on for hydroelectric energy and agriculture. Stefan Onebroek, the Director of Water and Cryosphere at the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, said about 275,000 glaciers remain globally, which among the Arctic and Greenland ice sheets comprise about 70% of the world's fresh water.
People always want to ride. So, but I have more than 20 horses you cannot ride. So they are very lonely. Nobody will give them love. Nobody will interact with them. So I decided like 2 years ago to hike with them so people can walk with the horses, because these horses can be only walked. We have a few riding horses as well, but for example, this is Dahab. Dahab, for example, he has very heavy arthritis, so we don't ride him. And we have also our 40-year-old horse. We cannot ride her either. And like this, we have a lot of horses. And like this, they're also, you see, they're happy. They get a lot of love. They get carrots, attention. People always want to ride.
Mountain glaciers have led to an estimated 25 millimeters in sea level rise, with 1 millimeter expected to be added each year. Each millimeter could mean an additional 300,000 people at risk of floods, Zem said. In the city of Ras Al Khaimah in the United Arab Emirates, visitors head to Ride to rescue house shelter during the month of Ramadan, to take part in weekly hikes, admire the sunset, and have homemade itfar meals made with fresh local ingredients. Unlike regular house stables, this shelter provides rehabilitation and care for abandoned, older, and injured horses. According to Ride to Rescue's website, its founder, Yassin Sayed, Palestinian who was born and raised in Germany, started to rescue horses in 2013, and after she quit horse riding following injuries. The 50-year-old moved to Dubai in 2004, says she relies on funds to sustain operations in a sanctuary which faces financial challenges. Fees collected through organizing hikes and iftars contribute, providing care for more than 20 rescued horses, Said added. Iran has the right to peaceful nuclear energy and is acting in line with international law, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said on Friday. Peskov said Moscow accepted Iran's statements that it has no intention of obtaining nuclear weapons. Iran was one of the topics discussed in a long phone call between U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin this week, after which the White House said the two leaders shared the view that Iran should never be in a position to destroy Israel. Iran said it will consider the opportunities as well as the threats in a letter from Trump that urged it to reach a new nuclear deal, and it will soon respond. Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova on Thursday dismissed accusations that Russia was behind an arson attack on IKEA store in Vilnius as baseless and driven by Russophobia. On Monday, Lithuanian prosecutors accused Russia's military intelligence of orchestrating an arson attack in May, suggested it may have been targeted because the chain's logo uses the same colors as Ukraine's flag.
I think they need to see a doctor, because Russophobia is a disease and a diagnosis. It is contagious and can be transmitted. By the way, you do not need to buy medicine to treat it. You need to know history and stop distorting it. You need to separate truth from lies. Then there will be no Russophobia or any other nationalistic phobias, which those in Vilnius who came up with such myths obviously suffer from. But since this medicine is unavailable to them, then doctor it is. I think, we also had a fire here, in Russia. I do not remember if it was the same store or the neighboring one, but in the same mall where the stores that you have mentioned were located, there was a major fire several years ago. Whom should have we accused in this, Vilnius? You know, this is absolute nonsense. If there is any data, if there are any facts, at least anything, then show it to us. And how can they show it? They need to conduct an investigation first.
Oh, God. Thousands took to the streets in Istanbul over what they called the undemocratic detention of Istanbul's mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu, with protests entering the late hours of Thursday. Protests took place in various locations across Istanbul, including the entrance of the municipality building, despite a ban on gatherings, police barricades, and dozens of detentions over social media posts. İmamoğlu, President Tayyip Erdogan's main political rival, was taken in on Wednesday facing charges of graft and aiding a terrorist group, a move that the opposition condemned as a coup attempt and had sparked an initial round of demonstrations. The move against the popular two-term mayor caps months-long legal crackdown on opposition figures across the country, which has been criticized as a politicized attempt to hurt their electoral prospects and silence dissent. Turkish President Tayyip Erdogan said on Thursday the main opposition party was seeking to cover up its own mistakes and deceive people with theatrics in its first comments on the detention of Istanbul's mayor. Somewhat 311 Venezuelan nationals who were returned from Mexico have landed on a flight by state-owned airline Conviasa in Caracas, Interior Minister Diosdado Cabello said on Thursday, bringing the total of migrants recently returned to 920. Minutes earlier, the U.S. government on social media accused Venezuelan officials of lying that repatriation flights via Mexico were taking place that day. Cabello said the flight was a result of a direct agreement with the Mexican government without giving more details. The United States had last weekend deported over 200 alleged members of Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang to El Salvador, where they are being held in a mega prison despite criticism over the legality of the process.
They have
Mexican
lost the balance so
authorities
much that they are in a state to attack our police, hurl threats at judges, prosecutors.
Tourists
If you
of Cabo San Lucas on Wednesday, a Navy report said 4 people were also detained during the operation made in coordination with the Security Ministry, Attorney General's Office, and the National Guard authorities said the drugs are valued at $49.6 million. German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock on Thursday called on the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham HTS interim government of Syria to control extremist elements within its own ranks. Speaking in Damascus after the reopening of the German embassy, Baerbock said she had called on the HTS leadership to join the anti-Islamic State coalition, and it was good to hear that intensive thought has been given towards steps will be necessary and possible to achieve this. Next Tuesday, German's parliament will convene for its inaugural meeting, and Baerbock's Green Party is no longer represented in the new government for the February 23 general election.
We are in favor of Syria joining the anti-IS coalition. I campaigned for this at the Syria conference in Paris, have spoken to the Syrian foreign minister about it several times, and it was good to hear today in the presidential palace as well that intensive thought is being given to what steps would be necessary and possible to achieve this. We want the political process in Syria to make progress and support it as best we can. Even here in the capital, there are only 2 to 3 hours of electricity a day. Children throughout the country have not been to school for years. The vast majority of them live below the poverty line. That's why we as the Federal Republic of Germany want to continue to provide support here, especially in terms of energy infrastructure, because electricity, smiles, is known to be important for everything in life. The power plant in Deir Ali, for example, could be modernized with German help. The fact that we as the EU are gradually easing sanctions is important for further reconstruction. Germany is a country with not a very strong birth rate. We are in favor of Syria joining the anti-IS coalition.
Released Hamas hostage Eli Rarabi shared a harrowing account of his ordeal at the United Nations Security Council meeting on Thursday. Sharabi's testimony began with a recollection of his peaceful life with his wife, Leanne, the 2 daughters, Noya and Yael and the dog, Mocha. This tranquility, he said, was shattered on October 7 when Hamas terrorists invaded their home. Sharabi also said the humanitarian aid that was distributed in Gaza was misused by Hamas.
On October 7, my heaven turned to hell. Sirens began. Hamas terrorists invaded, and I was ripped away from my family, never to see them again. For 491 days, I was kept mostly underground in Hamas terror tunnels, chained, starved, beaten, and humiliated. I was held captive in the darkness, isolated from the world by Hamas terrorists. I reassured her, the army will come. They always come. We heard gunfire, screaming, explosions, and then we heard the terrorists at our door. We had no weapons, no way to fight back.
After his release, Sharabi returned home to learn of his family's murder. Migrants held in a Costa Rican migrant center voiced their discontent over the treatment received at the place and a lack of response from the authorities to their petitions on Wednesday. Since early February, Costa Rica expected to receive migrants from other nations deported by the U.S. as part of a deal with Washington to temporarily house up to 200 deportees and pushed by the threats of U.S. tariffs on Costa Rican goods. Deportations are part of U.S. President Donald Trump's crackdown on unlawful migration, which includes a growing number of flights to nations cooperating with him on the multinational reparations. Iranian migrant Alizera Samilova was held at the center, told Reuters the place feels like a cage and announced being denied freedom of movement in Costa Rica, adding that his passport was detained by immigration authorities. Cuba is making progress on a China-backed plan to install more than 50 solar parks this year, capable of churning out more than 1,000 megawatts, the Energy Ministry said late on Wednesday, just days after the country's antiquated grid collapse and left millions in the dark. In the most detailed report yet on the plan's progress, energy officials said 2 solar parks had come online in February, 1 in Havana and 1 in Cienfuegos, and that by the end of March, workers would complete 6 more. By the end of March, 8 of the planned 50 solar parks will be operating, producing 170 megawatts, said Over Consciencio Diaz, a top renewable energy official with the Energy Ministry. The broader plan to expand renewable energy generation, announced in 2014, has gained momentum in recent months as the government looks to revive its ailing economy and alleviate tensions among island residents exhausted by months of rolling blackouts. China and Russia have moved to help Cuba out of an energy crisis that had reached a tipping point after the country's electric grid collapsed 4 times since October. Cuba and China struck a deal last year in which Beijing agreed to help the island's community-run government boost solar production. Neither country has elaborated on financing details. China recently said it was donating materials and expertise to build 22 more solar parks across Cuba, capable of generating 120 megawatts starting this year. That's the news this hour. I am Bahari Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Hello, and thanks for joining us. I am Obiora Ilo. Well, today on our program, we'll be featuring a very distinguished Nigerian. I'm also there to say that he's a controversial Nigerian. I will also go further to say that he has held very controversial positions in the country. And one of the parts he played years ago is still controversial even today. My pleasure to introduce a very distinguished academic and political scientist, Professor Humphrey Nwosu. Prof, you're welcome to our program.
Thank you, Obiora.
Good to see you.
It's a pleasure, once more.
Seeing you looking so healthy, looking very strong, what's the magic?
Well, 21 years after I left office, I had time to myself to do what I like to do, take care of my health, exercise when it is necessary, and help my community in any way my services would be required. And that gives me special joy.
I mean, it's unbelievable. That is almost 21 years since you left National Electoral Commission. And after the controversial June 12 elections. How have you kept busy? What has taken your time all these 21 years?
You know, after all the emotions and passions about the result of well-conducted election on June 12, 1993, I had settled down to put my thoughts on all the events and the processes that led to that election. You would agree with me that the logistics for that election were properly put in place. And the election was acknowledged by both national and international observers to be credible, free, and fair. So I have put all the events, processes that led to the conduct of the election, what happened before the election, what happened during the election, what happened during the announcement of the results, and of course, the annulment that was most unexpected. Okay. Perhaps that's why you called it controversial, because there was really nothing
controversial except the outcome.
Yeah. No, the annulment.
The annulment, actually.
Yeah, the annulment.
Yes. I know that a lot of people watching us now will want to hear some of the things you put down, what happened before and after. But I want to take this story to the beginning. You were born in 1941.
Yes.
2nd of October, to be precise.
Yes.
Tell me about growing up. Tell me about your early life. Did you think at that tender age, maybe in the first 5-10 years of your life, that you were going to be a man people will see at the airport and, oh, that's Humphrey. So tell me about the beginning.
Yeah, I was born in a village setting, Ajale, now in Orumba North local government area. My father was the traditional ruler of Ajale community, and he was ruling Ajale from 1920 to 1978. I attended the government school, Ajale, for 2 years, between 1948 and 1949. I left my parents and lived in this city, ENUGU, from 1950 to 1952. I attended St. Michael's Construction School, Catholic school, for 3 years. I moved with my brother to Abakaliki in 1952. I finished my primary education at Presbyterian Primary School, Abakaliki, in 1955. In fact, we were the first set of Eastern Nigerians to take the then government first school living certificate. Before then, each mission, Catholic mission, Anglican mission, held its own examination. In that year, the Honorable Minister of Education for Eastern Nigeria organized for all the Eastern Nigerians in Standard 6 first school living certificate examination. Well, that was the first mark about what could happen to me in future. I excelled and had distinction. From that, I went to McGregor College, Afikpo. Now in Afikpo is in Ebonyi State. Yes, Ebonyi State, you know. So from McGregor College, I studied at home. I took Wuzi College correspondence courses. And in 1962, I cleared 6 O-level papers at a sitting.
How did you fit that?
In 1963, just 6 months after, I cleared 3 papers at A level at a sitting. I gained admission to University of Nigeria in 1963. Between 63 and 66, I was at University of Nigeria reading political science. I was the second best graduating student for the year 1966. I had first class honors in political science and was employed immediately by Share BP in Port Harcourt before the Nigerian Civil War, July 6, 1966. That was my university education.
So when the war started, in which part of the divide were you?
Of course, I was in Biafra. I couldn't have been anywhere. Share BP, what was left of Share BP, was turned into what was then called Petroleum Management Board for Biafra. So I was staff of PMB between 1967 to 68, I think to the end of the war. Our task is to produce, distribute petroleum products. You know, in Biafra, indigenous technology was applied in refining of petroleum products. So I was a staff of PMB throughout the Civil War. Of course, we were moving from one place to another, from Port Harcourt to Mahia, and finally ended in my village, in charge of the fuel directorate there.
In Ajali?
Ajali.
No.
That's where I was when the war ended, January 1970.
So when the war ended, did you continue with Shell BP?
No. When the war ended, it was difficult because the oil had been politicized. The oil was a major factor that led to the war. Who controls what? Share BP had moved its headquarters from Port Harcourt to Lagos, and most of its eastern Nigerian staffs, especially Igbos, we were told to wait. That was a gentle way to say you've been terminated. With that, I had to again look for an offer that was made to me in 1966 with first-class honors. I was offered assistant lecturership at UNN. And in fact, I had scholarship. I would have been away from the country if I had accepted that offer before the Civil War. With no work, I went back to University of Nigeria. And fortunately, I was hired as assistant lecturer in 1970, October. I taught for 2 years, 1970, 71, 71, 72, and won agri-fellowship to United States. I also won Commonwealth Scholarship to London School of Economics and Political Science. I had a choice. Is it to go to Britain, the prestigious London School of Economics and Political Science, or go to United States, University of California, Berkeley? It was quite a choice for me, but knowing United States as a superpower, then an advance it had made in social studies, I decided to go to United States. That's where I did my graduate work between 1972 and 76. In 1976, I had my PhD in political science and returned back to UNN as a senior lecturer. Yes.
So, when you returned to UNN, you were there till 1989?
Yes. When I came back to UNN, of course, I engaged with other colleagues in series of research. I was involved. You could recall it was in 1979 that Nigeria changed to presidential system of government.
Yes.
So some of us who studied in United States, quite a number of us, were gathered by federal government to tour the country and educate Nigerians the implications, the processes of presidential system of government. That was 1979, before the presidential system, yes, yes. I was also involved with the former Sultan of Sokoto. There was ministerial conference on local government reform in Nigeria, 1976. So we produced a report that reorganized the local government system as a third tier of government.
Was it the one you chaired? Was it the one that was on the Federal Technical Committee?
Yes.
On application of the local government?
No, that's a different one.
Okay.
After that, I was appointed with some other colleagues, to advise the government on how to apply civil service reform to local government service. That was the one that we recommended that local government on its own should be a third-tier system of government, autonomous, should receive its own funding directly from federal government, get from the state, generate its own revenue, and giving specific responsibilities without interference from the state government. That was 1989. Okay. Yes, before my appointment as NEC chairman.
Before your appointment as NEC chairman, at a point you worked under Samson Emeko Mera.
Yes.
Who was then military administrator of Old Anambra State.
Yes.
How did that happen?
Well, I headed Department of Political Science for quite a couple of years, served as Associate Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences. Within this period, Emeka Omeruwa Ekomodo was then serving as Minister of Information under Buhari administration. We invited him, I, as head of political science, to give lecture on his ministry and how we could be of assistance because they were training information officers abroad. So he came, and after the lecture, we had a closed room discussion about what we can do to assist in training information officers and those in charge. You know, under Buhari, there was the program War Against Indiscipline, how we could assist. So when he got back to Lagos, there was this coup. He survived and was posted as governor, military governor of Old Anambra State. When he arrived, he sent, looking for me. I've never known him before.
Outside the encounter?
Outside, having invited him, come, how do we do business with you? How can we help you train information officers? I thought he was a bit academic in his approach to administration. He liked dealing with academicians who have practical experience and so on. So he invited me, and because we have been involved in local government research with Dasuki, ASCON, he appointed a committee and made me head how to improve the local government services in Anambra State, how really to get close to the people, ensure rural development, and so on. So we prepared a paper, a position paper, about how this could be done. You know, in this part of the land, often there is land dispute between communities because we don't have a lot of land mass. There was also conflict between traditional rulers and town unions. So this was the basis of our research, because you can't really accelerate development where you have conflict. So our concern then was, how do you minimize conflict? How do you ensure cooperation between town unions and traditional institutions? That he was interested in this kind of approach. So I presided over a workshop that recommended a position paper about how this could be done and accelerate the process of rural development in Old Anambra State. When he asked me to do this, he also asked some other people to do. I mean, wanted the best. I think he asked 3 different groups to do this. In the end, he found that my own appeared more practical. How to ensure that you have peace, settle conflict, even get to the process of writing town union constitutions if it's necessary, create a position for the president of town union. How would town union president relate with the traditional institution, the Igwe's cabinet? Possibly, could you co-opt the president into Igwe's cabinet and then ensure peace? So when we did this, after 2-3 months, he dissolved the cabinet he inherited from the former military governor, Madueke. And suddenly, you know, during military regimes, appointments were often announced over the air. I heard over the air that I have been made commissioner for local government, rural development, and chieftaincy matters. a position I held between 1986 and 1988. Between a short period, also Commissioner for Agriculture. So that's how I got involved in the administration of local government system in old Anambra State. Of course, we tried to do something that attracted even federal government into our state. Whoever then was visiting Anambra, whether the Chief of Army Staff, Abacha, or the President, or Ekomo, I would not only explain to our august visitor what we are doing, I would take them into the field. A lot was done by the old Anambradian people of Anambra State by mobilizing them to work in partnership with government, because we enunciated a policy. Government cannot do everything by itself. What do you do to assist? So this attracted a lot of interest in rural development, rural road construction, water supply, agriculture, and so on. So, and most importantly, settlement of disputes out of court, local disputes between traditional rulers and town unions, intra and inter-community disputes between various communities. We set a lot of peace panel all over old Anambra State. Typically, the Atani, ENUGU Agede, Abagana, quite Umunze. There were places that had cases in court for over 80 years, 90 years. There have been destructions of life and property. Most of these cases, through peace panel, were settled out of court, and peace returned. And when peace returned, we tried to initiate rural development. It could be agriculture, it could be road, it could be rural electrification. This attracted a lot of interest from the center and all over the country. So that was the old Anambra between 1986 and 1988. A lot was done.
In 1988, you left office as commissioner.
Yes.
Did you go back to UNN?
As soon as Emerua was reassigned, a new governor, the then Colonel Konobi, took office. Of course, every governor is entitled to having his own men. So in 1988, the first step of sending us out of his administration was to reshuffle his cabinet. He sent me to Ministry of Agriculture. Well, that's a place, I think, the salvation of this country. If we were to make a major step, not only now, but in future, if we harness all the potentialities in the agriculture, because within the short period, 6-7 months I was there, I left a little landmark about what could be done. Because I used to wonder, what do they really do in Ministry of Agriculture? But I recall that during Okpara's era, that a lot was done in terms of palm plantations, farm settlements all over. So the first thing I did when I got into the ministry was to study the past, the files, and there were some remnants of people who served under Okpara, Menekaya, quite a number of them. The owner of Zodiac Hotel, P.O.K.K. is now late. I gathered all these people. I said, tell me how we can revive food production, what we can do. Encourage school agriculture, primary school agriculture, large-scale agriculture, commercial agriculture, and then there is so much involved in agriculture, like fishery, irrigation, forestry, and I discovered each was on its own, that I felt that if we all cooperate, that if people know the outcome of the research in the forestry, the improved crops, then those who engage in agri-extension could benefit. So that interested me most, and we really launched a major program, War Against Hunger, mobilizing all these experts from irrigation unit, from agri-extension, from fishery, from improved soil, and within informed local government, we will carry fertilizer, get to a local government. People will turn up in thousands. You wouldn't believe it. The only thing that was happening in those days, if you want fertilizer, you get it. It's not you will get. You fertilizer, for instance, there are different kinds of fertilizer for different crops. In the past, what I inherited, people who needed fertilizer in Abakaliki area for rice may get fertilizer for yam. So, but with that kind of program, we got into the field with everything. So whoever wants improved seed, you get it. Improved okwa, this thing, you get it. Palm for palm, you get it. That was ongoing. And the policy then is to replace all the old palm trees with improved palm trees with greater yield. This was succeeding. It was catching up. I would discuss agriculture in TV, radio, everywhere. And yes, and suddenly the cabinet was dissolved. And so I went back to school to teach that in Nsukka. I was reappointed head of political science and the coordinator of local government training program. That was the position I was holding in '89 when, again over the national news, I was appointed chairman, National Electoral Commission, '89, February 28.
You know your mentor, Emawa,
yes,
was occupying that position and had just resigned, had just left the office over a disagreement with the president at that time. Did that not worry you when you were taking up your position?
I wasn't pretty sure that he resigned, or I was surprised when the commission was dissolved. Okay. The commission, the entire commission was dissolved and restructured, and least did I expect that I would replace my teacher, that's a professor. Again, I wasn't consulted. No one gave me a hint. I wasn't, because with the stint I had as commissioner for local government, commissioner for agriculture, I thought that was enough. But suddenly, with the ASCON appointment about local government reform and all the application of civil service rule to local government service, I settled back to my teaching appointment, and which I really enjoyed. So suddenly, February 28, 1989, I heard that I had been appointed to replace my former teacher, and we really related very well. And as teacher, people, and later colleague at the same university, we had excellent relationship. So when I was appointed, I was living here, the little bungalow And covering my teaching duties from here to Nsukka, I was just returning to hear this over the radio. And I could remember the first media representative to just follow and begin to ask questions was Guardian representative, who asked, why are you replacing your teacher? What do you think you can do better than our? I said, just if what I heard over the radio is true, well, and if it indeed is true, well, we owe a duty to serve this country, to give this country the best service possible as a nation, that if it is the wish of God for me to do this, and the nation, through the president, had confidence that I would do everything in me to make sure that elections were well conducted. And to buttress this point, because election duties in this country is a very challenging at any point in time, no matter the circumstances and the timing and where and the political situation that you find yourself all contribute to making you how you would do that job. So when, before we were inaugurated, we were called to say that, well, you are a political scientist, because I didn't know the reason why I was appointed. I wanted to know what motivated, because I felt that my teacher was experienced. He must have been doing excellent work, but it's on the quiet side. He said, well, we've restructured this commission that was coming through the vice president, Ikomo. Don't give us any opportunity to do this again. We want you to run a vibrant electoral commission, a credible commission. We want you to institutionalize it to be a credible commission with life of its own. And you, as a political scientist, you would have been aware what happened during our First Republic, how people had lost confidence in the electoral process, in the ballot box. The truth of the matter, then, as I was being reminded by the then Vice President, Ikomo, that people had lost confidence in the electoral box, in the ballot box system. You should restore that confidence. Use your ingenuity, use your experience, use whatever. You are a Nigerian. Make something indigenous that can help us, help this nation have confidence in the ballot box. So that was, perhaps they might have thought that I could do it, having had practical experience in local government administration, in local government reform. They might have thought perhaps my experience as commissioner for local government, dealing with different kinds of people, traditional rulers, town unions, might have qualified me to deal with the complex situation. Sometimes you have to deal with politicians, different orientation, and people who want to win at all costs. So they felt that you have credibility to do this. So perhaps they wanted also somebody who should relate with the press, explain what you are doing at any time so that you carry the people. Explain to government, explain to Nigerian public, explain to press, and we try to do all that.
What were the first steps you took when you got to NECON?
Yes, that's very important. Restoration of confidence and creating a commission that we have self-confident in itself. I asked for a number of people to enable me to do this difficult task. First, I got Tony Rede, who later on became the MD NTA, as my image maker. And that I told him we would go all out to newspapers, editorial boards, to explain whatever program, whatever reform we introduce. Like when we introduced the open ballot, you know what, people say it was primitive and all that, that we had a duty to, because there was no need to have a program and people don't understand it, the aim behind it, and why you are doing it. Like when we introduced open ballot, we wanted people to key behind those they wanted to vote for, because we want people to eyemark that whoever they voted for is who will be the person announced to be the winner. This was a way of restoring confidence in the electoral process, you know. And it got on. So first, the loyalty of the staff. To build a commission, I assembled a team and make sure that they were well taken care of. Like when we moved to Abuja, you know, Abuja is not friendly in terms of junior staff, accommodation and all that. Before ever we left Lagos to Abuja, I made sure that in Kubwa, I bought over 300 two-bedroom bungalows for my junior staff. I'm sure they will never forget because they own them today, you know. So for somebody, if you're expecting somebody to be fully committed, fully loyal to whatever he's doing, he must be sure when he sleeps at the end of the day. Not only that I got this, I furnished it, I bought buses, and people still remember me for this. Not only that, NASCO was the then FCT minister. There were a number of abandoned FEDECO, FEDECO building, which I completed, a number of abandoned flats, blocks of flats, uncompleted. There were about 14, each 16 three-bedroom flats. I completed them for the intermediate staff, senior staff, you know. And I understand since Obasanjo's privatization or monetization of accommodation, each of staff who lived in this three-bedroom flat, that each of them is worth 25 or 30 million, and they own them. So loyalty to the commission.
Through incentives.
Yeah, as incentive. I also made National Electoral Commission to be a pensionable organization. Before then, ad hoc staff were recruited, were selected from state, federal, and this was how it was done in all the elections, even during ESWA and Ovia Whiskey. They brought temporary staff. After election, they go back to their respective states or federal ministries. I said, no, if you have to have electoral management body that will be efficient, that should be committed to its duty, you should have a pensionable body with its own staff, its own welfare scheme, and they know they are working. When the politicians like national commissioners and resident electoral commissioners are terminated, the core staff that conduct election will be there so that they carry research, they assemble data and all that. We did that. We also convinced, because it wasn't easy to make organization that was ad hoc organization, pensionable organization. That's, again, what the then head of state, the president, I explained to him the need for this. This was achieved through decree. Yeah. And that's still many people who worked for the ENUGU today, they retire with their benefits. How do you work for an organization when you don't know at the end of it all what will happen to you? So at least after conduct of each election, if political appointees are sacked, the permanent staff will be there. So that was the immediate. Not only that, I also acquired land in Abuja. The NEC building, the headquarters, the present headquarters was built by me with only 54 million, six-story building. Not funded, is money I saved from election. I asked permission from government. Could I use this to have, because they were talking of computerization. I said it will stay futuristic. What we need is a permanent headquarters. So that headquarters was done. As I was doing for the headquarters, I was also doing this at state and local government level, creating sense of belonging, sense of mission to staff at national headquarters, state headquarters, and local government headquarters.
Let's talk about the hallmarks of your tenure. Yeah. Open ballot, option A4.
Yes.
How did you and your colleagues come to this conclusion that this was what was going to give the country a credible election?
You know, I did tell you that when we were inaugurated, March 7, 1990, we were reminded, do the best for this nation. In fact, we were even promised national honors if what you do is generally accepted by Nigerians, because in elections that are not accepted by generality of Nigerians are not credible. Generality of Nigerians must accept the outcome, because this is my internal philosophy, that as boss of an electoral management body, first you must have that the first major constituency in your heart, mind, and soul is generality of Nigerians. Would they accept the outcome of the election? If generality of Nigerians say that it's not credible, then it's not credible. So the focus. Two, the staff you work with, you must carry them along. It's not one-man affair, because you cannot be all over the place. There is always logistic preparation. And if you fail in logistics, you have failed. And part of the problem of elections in this country is logistic failure. Either the voter register is not credible, or you have 2 or 3 competing voter registers at the same time. That's wrong. 3, if sensitive electoral materials are not moved to places that are needed at the same time all over the country, these are some of the logistics that things later on I will explain we did to make sure that in those difficult terrains all over Nigeria, that sensitive electoral materials were taken to them by 8 or 9 without storytelling. So being a political scientist and being a Nigerian and knowing what happened with 1964 federal government election, the revolt all over the place, knowing what happened with October 1965 regional election in the West within Akintola, and burning of houses, and knowing again in 1983, the second return of Shagari, that after the election and inauguration, there was violence all over. It gave me a lot of thoughts, a lot of things. I called my national commissioners. We should now think first and foremost, how do we carry Nigerians? How do we ensure, starting with local government election, that what we would do would be accepted by the people? And this is this internal research. Leave the Western mode, secret, but you know, it is ideal where everything is perfect, where people already know that they will not engage in double voting, they will not pour acid in anything, they will just enter a polling station, do their civic duty. Yeah, it is so in all democracies, but it's not so in third world, where people want to win at all costs. So knowing that the confidence of Nigerians had been shattered with all those elections I mentioned, we needed something, Nigerian, something, not exactly Western.
Indigenous.
Indigenous.
Homegrown.
Something that we make people, yeah, you people are trying. You can improve on this. This is something. And so we came out with this open ballot. We experimented, especially with local government election December 8, 1990. The first people should key along the candidates, you know, because it's not national election now. We experiment with it, and people should watch the counting, you know, the slang then, no mago-mago, yes. no 1, 2, and the electorate enjoy the counting. And we say, wait and know the result. Before you go home. So we did it, and it worked. I mean, for local government, and all the people who came out, who participated, were satisfied that the efforts were not in vain.
Tell me, when the first time you went to the president, yes, or the head of state then,
yes,
and said, we want to do open ballots,
yes,
how did they react?
Initially, they were afraid. They said, do you think, would this not lead to general confusion? I said, no. We'll start with local government and improve on it. He said, okay, but I said, that's why you appointed me. You said, look at something that will work. And this is what I'm coming up with. And this is where I commended, because he had confidence. Because if it had failed, it would be his own program failing, you know. So we tried it, and it worked. And, you know, people in subsequent election, people were, you know what we call accreditation. Mm-hmm. That means before anything is done at all the people who were supposed to vote in a particular election would all be expected to be accredited, usually between 8 and 10 in the morning. And if you don't, you know, that's where the elites criticize it. They say, why do you expect me to leave my office and come and wait for 2 hours? But for something that will be credible, acceptable, something that you will not manipulate, it was necessary to make that sacrifice, especially with local government elections. So people appeared, accreditation done, so that, and the requirement, it would be, in this particular polling station, the number of voters in the register is 400. But the number of people accredited, there's no way you have the same 400, mm-hmm. maybe 300 or 250. Everyone knows that. And you now say 250 will be participating in this election. And then they queue up, either with the person or the posters of the person. Thereafter, the counting is done. And the result, the council, especially the one, people held it, they enjoyed it. It was popular all over Nigeria. But for the elites, people criticize. We were a learning organization. Any organization must be a learning organization to know if there are faults, things you can amend, and so on. So,
to sharpen them.
Yeah, sharpen, yeah. So, having done that, that's pure open ballot system. Then MOPS, modified open balloting system, means you still have your accreditation. And I think the president and almost all the people that had taken the commission, managed the commission since I left office. Oya, Dagogo Jack, Tayo Akpata, Gobadia, Iwu, to President Jaga, they are still using accreditation as I introduced it. They will accredit. Secondly, after accreditation in a modified open balloting system, you announce this is the number of people, but whether they do it now, I don't know, especially when they quarrel with the voters register. In recent Anambra, this, I don't know, but there should be a credible voters register.
For all of this to work.
All of this to work. It is important. The first major step in having credible election, I should remind all Nigerians, for 2015, is that the register must be credible, especially when the National Assembly is pouring a lot of money. I used 42 million naira to conduct voters register of May 1993 before June 12th election, because government told me we don't have money. But the law requires before a major election, you have to have a revived voters register. I did it, and it was credible. In any case, after the accreditation and announcement, the number of people accredited, you have ballot paper. And I tried much later, even in improvement, the ballot paper of each local government may differ in color so that you don't shift ballot paper meant for one local government to another. In any case, you issue ballot paper, you go into closed let and vote, secret, vote, mark, but you come out in the open, in the same box, so that there are not two separate boxes. If you put two separate boxes, one may be fake, knowing Nigerians, one may be destroyed. But if you put all the votes, and during counting, voters are encouraged not to go away. I don't know what happened now, whether they are encouraged to stay there. They count, and everyone will know the result, that A or B or C has won in that particular polling district. Before the collation process, and copies are given to the press, given to the polling agent, to security, for onward collation at each level. And this is how, I think they still adopt elements of this.
When television was invented, it was not only to entertain, but to tell stories of heroes on the pains of the weak, to reveal the big secrets and report the little things that matter, to unveil the complex issues and bring reports of events and personalities that shape our lives. Open your mind to true television with Frontline. Hot, incisive, in-depth, straight to the point. Frontline, wherever the news is.
From AIT Studios in Abuja, Nigeria, this is the O&M Late Show with Obiora Ilo and Mamode Akuga.
Hello and welcome. Well, it's a Friday night, and at 11 p.m., of course, you know, it's time once again to do the O&M Late Show. So delighted to be here this evening. My name is Mamode Akuga. As usual, Obiora Ilo is with me. Obiora.
Welcome to one of our specials, what we'll be calling the O&M special. One of them is coming on today. Welcome to the program, where we have a very special guest we'll be introducing in a moment. But you know, Mamode, sometimes I sit back and I say how wonderfully well we have done in entertainment.
Yes.
You know, when you talk about Nollywood, when you talk about the music industry. I was in Ethiopia. I went to Ethiopia, and friends took me to a nightclub.
Yes.
In downtown
Addis.
And I stepped into the club. They were, they were blaring Nigerian songs.
Oh, I mean
all the.
It's.
And it happened to me in London again.
Yes.
And it didn't happen like this years ago.
Yes, but I was going to say that it has taken quite a while, you know, to move from where we were in the past to where we are today. But, you know, for a lot of people who probably are in their 50s now, would remember that, you know, in the good old days, music was mostly foreign. Apart from, you know, a few high life songs from local artists, you know, and then you had the likes of Chris Okotie, Jidobi, Felix Libati,
Michael Cree, Alex O,
down the line, you know, and then
Monu, Oris Wiliki,
you know, and eventually the Two-Face, P Squares, and you know, what have you. So it's been very hard work coming from where we were to where we are now, where Nigerian music is accepted internationally. And the really good aspect of it is that Nigerians can now enjoy their own music. I mean, I can't, I'm one of those, I must confess that listening to foreign music right now for me, it's something that happens every once in a blue moon. You know, so because
sometimes by accident.
By accident, really.
Well, then you talk about our Nollywood. Yes. I was surprised on the streets of New York. You know, there's these, I don't know, they're like Asians. They sell pirated copies of some of. You also see in London. Of London.
So you see Nigerian music.
I also saw Nigerian videos being pirated. I mean, should I say I'm happy about it? No, I'm not happy about it. But what I'm saying is that we have gotten so popular that people from other tribes and other climes think that pirating works of Nigerians,
no, it's profitable.
A lot of money.
Yes, you know, but you know that's not too good because we want our stars to really live and like stars,
and reap
like
the
superstars.
Yeah.
And reap, you know, from the hard work that they're putting into the creative work that they're doing. Well, Obiora, tonight we're going to be talking to one of those.
That people who Nigerian entertainment.
Yes, he's on both sides,
yes,
really. Yeah, he's featured on both. He's a musician. He's been involved in a few movies, you know, and
in some causes that you know that is not music.
And I guess tonight he's a brand unto himself. You know, and whenever the name gets mentioned, you know, wherever, you know, people always have one opinion or the other.
Well, they say he's controversial. They say he's wired. They say he's brilliant. You know, so many descriptions of this.
But what you can't take away from him is that he's a creative being and has been able to do so many things, you know, with his creativity, and been able to register Nigeria international map, whether it's music, whether it's movies, whether it's just selling himself, you know, with his brand. We're talking about Charles Chukwuemeka Oputa, otherwise known as Charlie Boy.
His Royal punkness.
Yes, area father.
Area father. Any
you
other?
You can go on and on and on.
Charlie boy.
Yes.
He's a lot of young people see him as a home boy, you know, the guy next door and all that.
And yet there are people who just can't understand him. You know, but well, we will.
I think part of what we're going to do tonight is try to see if by any way we can make people understand him
a little bit,
hear his story, know, you know, I mean, try to unravel the complexity that
around
Charlie.
His personality.
Point, he was Linda too.
Yeah, so we will try to get into all that. And then we have a surprise guest later on in the program. I won't tell you about the other guest. It's a surprise.
In our bag.
Yes.
So you get to see that later.
All right.
Don't Go Away is your late night show, the O&M Late Show.
We'll be right back after this time out. Don't go away.
Shoe. Yeah, you found it. Good job. I'll take that one. Where's the word tree? Where's tree? Tree, that's right. I'll take tree. Thank you. Where's the word foot? Where's foot? Good job. Thank you. Where's beetle? Can you find the word beetle? Beetle, there it is. How about run? Where's the word run? Good job, that's run. Where's the word circle? Where's the word circle? Yeah, you got a circle in your hand too. Here, I'll take the word circle. Or you just want to give me the circle? Here, I'll take the word circle. Thank you. Where's the word cheek? There it is. All right. I'll take that one. What about orange? Where's the word orange?
Orange.
That doesn't say orange. What does that say?
Orange.
That doesn't say orange. What does that say? What does this say?
Shoulders.
Shoulders. That's right. So there is orange. There's only one word left. Can you give me the word orange? Yeah, there it is.
Yes.
Good job. What does that say?
Orange.
Orange. That's right. What about this one? What's that say?
Pet.
Pet. Okay. Good job, Tori. Good job.
Well, you're watching the O&M Late Show, and like we said, we have a special guest in one of our very special editions. Our pleasure to invite to join us right away His Royal Punkness.
The area father himself, Charlie Boy.
You're welcome, sir.
How are you, my dear? How are you?
Yes. Young man.
Can we try and be as informal
as possible? Well, it's when the discussion starts.
I mean, you standing up, you know, what is all that?
No, we just met His Royal Highness.
That one, no, they rain again.
Oh, you don't come out?
So which one you read now?
I'm just the area father.
Oh, just the area father?
Not even Charlie Boy. And I don't know who is here today. Who really did you want to interview?
Well, we wanted to interview everybody. Wanted to interview Charlie Boy, wanted to interview the area father, wanted to interview Charles Oputa, everybody.
And even Linda.
Yes, everybody.
Okay.
You know, Charlie, 64 years. It was, for me, unbelievable. When I heard it and I checked it out, I was like, this cannot be true. Because even as you sit right before me, the way you walk, the way you talk, the way you relate, I don't see anything like 50-ish in it.
Me either. I don't know who put me at 64. You know, my body feels 35.
You don't work out though?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I have to, you know.
I'm jealous of this.
My body feels 35, and mentally I feel 75 because of my experiences, because of my mistakes, because of my goofs. And I've fallen so many times, but I always manage to pick myself up. So yes, you know, but placing it exactly at 64, I'm not too sure about that. But we wouldn't argue about that, would we?
But you did gather people together some time ago.
No, actually,
my 60th birthday.
No,
I think a lot of people started placing you properly.
You know, like you said in your intro, Charlie Boy means different things to different people, and there's a lot of speculations out there as to the brand, you know, and all of that. So I just allow it to go. They're putting dates on it. I don't like to put dates on anything. No.
So okay, let us. You say for now, area father is the in thing. Can you differentiate between the different personalities?
Area father just means that, you know, I'm playing a fatherly role in the scheme of things as far as Nigerian youths are concerned. You know, I'm the father. A lot of people have passed through me, you know, and they're very successful. A lot of people who pass through me, you can start naming them. I don't want to be dropping names here, but I've mentored millions of youths. I've inspired millions of youth, at least if for nothing, to embolden them to be their true self, their true authentic self. You know, so yes, and that's why I'm a father. And as Charles Oputa, you know, I have 9 kids, I have 14 grandchildren, so hey, I'm no longer a boy.
Yeah, Charlie, let's go back. It's even hard for me to call you Charlie anymore. I mean, grandfather.
That's my name.
Grandfather.
Yeah.
Let's go back.
Yeah.
You were normal boy. I mean,
I'm still normal. Look at me. No rings, nothing.
When you were born.
I'm over normal today.
But why did you decide to come to the show like this today? I didn't know what to expect.
That's how I'm feeling today. I'm feeling so ordinary.
Okay, so
that's
we
me.
go back to that time. Of course, you know, you said people are trying to piece things together, but part of what we pieced together was actually you went to the seminary at a point, and then you came out of the seminary. Tell us, at what point did this dual, not even dual, because Charlie was not a dual personality actually. He said, I don't know what they call
so many people live in this house.
You understand what I mean?
Multiple personality.
Multiple personality, that's the word. Of course, you read communication, so you helped me out quickly. So, you know, where did this multiple personality, was it something you designed or it came by accident? Or something happened in your life that dragged you into it?
I can't really say for sure, but at every point in my life, you know, somebody has passed through it, has made me have a rethink, sort of. I remember when I was in Boston, in America, I was just getting through my previous marriage before this. I was very, very lonely. And I said I was going to go out, just drive out, because I was so lonely. Drive out and, you know, have some fun. So I picked up somebody on the street I thought was a woman, you know. It's a weird story, but you want to hear this?
Yeah,
okay. So, of course, brought her back to my apartment.
Brought him or her?
Well, it was a hard at the time, you know, so brought her back to the apartment, and all I just wanted was a company to pour my heart out that night. It wasn't for anything physical, you know, just to talk, somebody to talk to. And yes, talk we did till the next morning. And by the time she now walked into my bathroom and came out, and came out a man, I was like transfixed. It was like, wow. As a woman, she was very beautiful. As a man, he was so handsome. And I'm like, I could play this too. Okay. And that was where that started, I think. That was how that started. And if you remember on Charlie Boy Show, I played Miss Ziggy Ziggy. Mm-hmm. You know, I did a lot of drag queen things on the Charlie Boy Show. You know, and yes, Charlie Boy, we know, is all conjured. It doesn't exist. He doesn't exist, really. It's a character I build out from my imagination, my fantasy. You know, somebody to shock timid, myopic, Mongo Pakish last year Nigerians out of their way of thinking. You know, so that was the Charlie Boy character. I have another one that lives in here, and I call him Cheetah. Cheetah is a spiritual guide, you know, the one that makes sure that spiritually I'm at peace with myself, I'm content, and I'm happy. So that's Cheetah, that's Linda, that's Charlie Boy, that's Mr. Puta.
All put together.
All in one.
In one. But you know, at any point in your life, did it bother you that you were the son of this very respectable Nigerian, and to a large extent people could not place you properly?
It was good that people couldn't place me properly. I never wanted anybody to place me properly. And because I know that people are fickle-minded, Charlie Boy is, the brand Charlie Boy is all contrived. I know you know that.
Yeah.
You know, maybe they don't, but it's all contrived. So, and I just, like I keep telling people, I'm really not a musician. I just dabbled into it because I wanted quick fame. Quick fame. I was tired after my youth corps, and of course there was a job waiting for me, which I didn't want to. I didn't need the job because I couldn't picture myself in a 9-to-5 kind of, you know, no way. Yeah. So, and then of course when I told my parents that this was what I wanted to do rather than work a 9-to-5, of course they felt scandalized, sort of, yeah. So I decided to disown them and stay on my own.
And I want to wait for them to disown you.
No, I disowned them. You know, I mean, when this was in Owerri, this was in 79 or 80. So when they were on their way to Lagos, I was on my way, guess where? Back to the village. And I stayed in that village for 8 years, from America back to the village. Transition.
Why did you have to do that?
Because I didn't want to be following somebody who didn't believe in me, you know, who thought I was wasting my life, you know. I wanted to do my own thing. I wanted to find my own path.
What were you doing in the village for 8 years?
In the village,
you already had the dual character?
No, that was when I started to mold all of that, you know. But I started with doing a recording studio. In the village? Yes. The first year was exciting. I had some small business come, you know, putting body and soul together. But after the first year, it was horrific. Horrific. Now, everybody knows the pedigree I come from. I've never had anything to do with poverty, but for those 8 years, yes, I knew poverty, I experienced poverty, I came face to face with poverty.
Because you disowned your parents who could have helped out.
Yes, but they are the ones smiling now.
Were you living in their house in the village, or you built your own house in the village?
No, of course, then I couldn't afford to build my house now. I was just starting. I don't get money, nothing.
So I'm just wondering.
So yeah, I was living in their house, in the boys' quarter.
When you had disowned them?
Yes.
They didn't throw you out?
No, they didn't throw me out. I guess if they could,
let me ask you, you know.
But you know, let me just tie that story up. I stayed 8 years in the village. I went from a studio owner, and then when that business just dried up, and I mean totally dried up, I started to sell pepper soup. Yes, I started to sell beer. I had a small booker where I sold pepper soup and beer. And after a while, things became so hard, so very hard. My wife had to leave back to America to work to send me some small money, because the last thing I wanted to do was to go back to my people to say, please,
help me.
You know, help me. Because I know my father. I used to hate my father before. There was no love lost between me and my father. I thought he was a barbarian. I thought he was wicked, you know, because out of all my siblings, it looks like I was the one getting the short end of the stick all the time. But then again, yes, I was stubborn. And the only saving grace for those 8 years was my angel, the woman I call Tina Onwodiwe, the African Oyibo. I'm sure you guys remember. She took me out of that village situation and put me in Lagos, paid for my first year rent in Lagos. In fact, the first 2 years she paid for it.
Wow.
And then she introduced me to different people in Lagos. That was how I started.
You had known her before then?
No, before living in the village, no. I met Tina 3 years after staying in the village, one of my rare trips to Lagos. Then, you know, I used to travel by luxurious bus, and they would give me, of course now there was no money, so they would give me, yes, that small seat to sit at the
very
middle of that.
uncomfortable.
Yeah, well, you got to do what you got to do, especially when you're as stubborn as I am. You know, you don't hear what people are saying. Is that goal, that focus, you keep your eyes on the ball all the time. And that's why when people say to me, aren't you going to change? I say, change to what? I don't change. I mean, it's a brand that works for me, so what's the change about?
You're not complaining?
No.
So, you know, the question, the question I wanted to ask, I mean, be fair to everyone. This was a guy they took to the United States to go to school, graduated.
I did go to school, I did graduate, yes. What else?
I'm not going to that with you, Charlie. So you come back, and your father and mother saw a completely different human being. If you went
no, it didn't start like that. I didn't come
They
back.
wanted, first they wanted you to study law.
No, they didn't want me. In my family, no, they don't. My parents don't hustle you to do whatever, anything in particular. But I know that my father would have wished that I studied law. But wishes are horses, and beggars ain't riding yet.
Yeah.
So I just had to do what I had to do. But the good thing about it was that my relationship with especially my father, you know, wasn't strained all along. Yeah, I think for about the past 35 years we made up. Yeah, I remember when things were going okay for me in Lagos. I just started. Tina was so helpful, you know, in my life. And I just built my first house. And then my father comes to visit one day. And the next day I said, okay, I want to take you somewhere. So I took him to this new site and he looked at it, never said a word. Then we came back and in my head I was like, so this guy no even appreciate anything. You know? Before then, all I heard from my father was, oh, you want to throw your life away, you don't want to be responsible, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. You should have done blah, blah. Give me a break. And that was why I stayed in ENUGU, so I won't hear those things again. Yeah. So we now came back. He slept in my room throughout the night. He didn't say nothing to me. Then in the morning, in the morning, usually I just escort him downstairs, goes to the car, I say bye-bye, and, you know, off he goes. This time I decided I wasn't going to do that. So I stayed in my bed, and the man just carried his briefcase. He walked out the room, shut the door. I said, oh, thank God, you know. And then he comes back again. And then he goes, you know, I never really said this to you, but he was looking to me like, it seemed to me like the words were so heavy in his mouth. And he turned around and said, you know, I'm really proud of you. And I felt like I was going to freak out.
Didn't know where that came from.
It was like, no, I've never heard him talk like that to me before. It was always in the negative. You can't do this, you can't do that. For this man, and I think that all the struggle before then was, okay, how am I going? I'm going to beat this guy hands down. If he has any kind of popularity, I'm going to have 3 times as more. If he has any kind of money, I'm going to have 100 times as more. And then, of course, all my dreams were achieved. So, you know, for the past 12 years, I brought him. He was living with me in Abuja. He died in my house. You know, unfortunately, he didn't die in my arms, but he died in my house. And, you know, sometimes, you know, in the evenings, we were sitting down, he's drinking his stout, I'm drinking my Coke, and I'll go, Shebi, what if I had taken your advice? What would have happened? He said, yeah. Then he'll now go say something like, you know, parents are not God. They can't always be right. Yeah. And I said, but that's what I'm talking about. You shouldn't always dictate. Our job as parents is to just talk to the children, make them your friend, give them advice if you think they're going offbeat, but allow them to develop in the way, however they are wired. Just encourage them. Well, for me, you know, maybe it was the bullying that helped me become who I am, okay? Made me more tenacious about my pursuit.
Charlie, do you mind if I ask you who you are?
I'm Charles Oputa, you know, just an ordinary person. I'm very boring, as Mr. Oputa, very, very boring. You don't want to hear my routine as Mr. Oputa. I don't even have a social life.
And you've drank, all you've had all your life is Coke?
No, I don't mess with alcohol.
Drugs?
Drugs. I experimented a little bit. That was 45 years ago.
So what's your high? What's your high, you know?
My high?
You're like a hyper-sensitive person.
Yeah, my high is that I could mess with your mind. That's my high. I'm a mind
How would you do that?
Player. Yeah. How? That's the same way.
You try to do it while you're...
Not the same way I mess with everybody.
I think I'm messing with everybody.
Yeah, I mean,
who is he?
Somebody
What
will
is he
say, huh, demonic. This person will say he has under spiritual.
Which one is that? Is something
a different
Illuminati.
This person say, he belongs to this cult, you know. And then when people meet me, it's like, wait in the worry. Are you okay? They don't understand.
They're waiting for you to
yeah, they're waiting for me. They think I'll be
act
loud and obnoxious, and you know, I'll be carrying on. But that's not who I am.
You know, behind, you know, under all this facade,
that's what it is.
Yes. There is a family man.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
There is a family man.
Father, grandfather.
Father, grandfather, loving husband. You know.
How can be any different.
How do you put all that together with, with everything around you and all that, the family life?
What around me? What is everything around me? I've always had family around me. I watched my father, you know, live with my mother. I think they've been together for more than 60 years. Even till my father passed, I watched them holding hands. I watched them sometimes stealing kisses, as old as they are.
Wow.
And, you know, even when I was having problems as a teenager, you know, coming into adulthood, you know, because I was married previously, I think about 2 or 3, I lost count, you know, and they didn't work. But I think it was all to prepare me, you know, for
where you are now.
Yeah, where I am. I mean, I've lived with my present wife for the past 37 years. And it's not like a bed of roses like people would think. You have to work at it, you know. And but my parents were my model. That's what I saw. And regardless of, you know, sometimes I didn't even appreciate when they were arguing, really fighting, or when they were being lovey-dovey, you know. Yes. because no sooner have they shouted at each other, I see them holding hands and doing stuff, you know. So that's what I grew up seeing. And even it bothered me when I was going through marriages that, you know, I mean, that maybe I'm not cut out for marriage.
But how do you relate with your children? I mean, with this multiple personality.
They're my friends. No, see, Charlie Boy is not in the house. He does not come to the house. Linda has no business. No, it's just Charles Soputa. And
when you wore all those things, you came to the house dressed that way. Came out of the house dressed.
When I wore what?
All your gear.
And then my kids will know I'm going to work.
They also to put food on the table.
Yes.
You know, we have a big surprise. We are not bringing it out yet.
Not surprise for me.
Not
surprise for you.
You know, whether you like it or not, you are a Nigerian musician. Whether it was part of your game,
yeah,
we see you, and a lot of people see you as a successful Nigerian musician. I remember what that means. Of course, Felix won't stop singing, 1990, and all that. Of course, you've been in entertainment. Tell me, when Tina brought you to Lagos so many years ago, when you look back at all those years, how would you describe the progress or non-progress the entertainment industry may have made in Nigeria?
I'm quite impressed. I'm very impressed. You know, I pioneered the big money in this business as a P-Man president. I pioneered our due respect in this business as a P-Man president, and that was my falling out with corporate bodies where I was locked up because I said over somebody else's dead body, not mine, that you're going to bring foreign artists to disrespect my Nigerian artist, and you better stop paying that kind of useless money that they used to pay to the artists before. Okay, so I pioneered all of that, and I am happy that today, individually, talentful everywhere.
All over.
Okay, but collectively, I don't think we're doing that great. Individually, yes. There are a lot of artists today that I doff my heart for, you know, young people coming up. Some even passed through my university.
I see you try to do one or two things with one or two of them.
Yeah, and then, you know, there was a time that, you know, Nigerian music wasn't played in nightclubs, you know. I argued about that. I remember this incident in the plane. I think it was Al-Bakr Air. As a P-Man president, you dare not play anything that is not Nigerian around me. I won't have that. In fact, I will fight you, sha. You know. And then these days, what do you see? Just Nigerian music in the nightclub.
Yes.
So I'm happy about that. I mean, it's progress being made over the years. But collectively, we need to do something, you know.
What are you suggesting?
What exactly?
I'm hoping that P-Man will get his act right to at least let it be the umbrella that everybody can come under. You know, we need that too.
All right. Well, you're still watching the O&M show. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll unveil our surprise guest. Don't go away.
Yes, sir. Onyama baby, oh, onyama baby mo, onyama baby, onyama baby mo, afununginanya matamisi mo, ikakwe gumebu matamisi mo, hey, asampete mwanyoma, lo lo lo lo lo lo lo. Mwatamisi, ife ya sogwemo, ife ya sogwemo, ife ya sogwemo. Otuise kwoku, otuise aga, omume ya sogwemo, mwatamisi le. Mwatamisi, ife ya sogwemo, mwatamisi, ife ya sogwemo, onyoma, ololo, lololo, onyoma. Asampete wanyoma, onyoma. Munagige bio, onyoma. Ife ya sogwemo, onyoma. Mwatamisi le, onyoma. Asampete wanyoma, onyoma. Mwatamissimo, sikene mi fije menganga. Mwatamissimo, wa mi fije menganga. Yes sir. Mwatamissimo, sikene mi fije menganga. Mwatamissimo, wa mi fije menganga. Onyama baby oh, onyama baby mo, onyama baby mo, afulungi nanya mwatamisi mo, ikakwe gumebu mwatamisi mo, hey, asampete mwanyoma, lo lo lo lo lo. Nuzo, mwatamise ne manya wenisi. Anomnaga fe nuzo, mwatamise ne manya wenisi. Osimu, eyo boy. Biakene, eyo boy. Biakene, oh. Abialamo, baby, Abialamo.
You're still watching the O&M show, and we're privileged to have Charlie Boy Oputa. And we're even more privileged knowing that on a day he was coming on our show, he had to keep a lot of the other personalities away. I think he came here with Charlie Boy. No. Charles Oputa.
If you ask me, it's been a little bit of every one of them.
No, but I didn't see Charlie Boy. I've not seen Charlie Boy.
Charlie Boy is not here today.
Well, we have a special guest. You know, when Charlie Boy was opening, he said he was a father and grandfather. And one of his grandchildren is joining us
on the show.
We have Olivia Ede, one of the so many. Olivia, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
Good to see you.
Welcome, Olivia.
Okay. So, what do you see when this man is standing in front of you? Do you see Granddad? Do you see Charlie Boy? Do you see Linda? Do you see Ziggy? What do you see?
I see Charles Oputa, Granddad.
Granddad?
Yeah.
Tell us about him.
Oh, well, at home, he's Charles Oputa, his granddad, he makes sure he gives advice.
Advice?
Yeah, every time I have problems, I always run to go meet him because he always knows all the answers.
Wow.
Yeah, every school
I know all the answers?
Daddy, you know all the answers.
Okay.
If I have issues in school or, I'm just going through something I can't really talk about, he's always there for me.
You know, so we don't talk about their ages. But maybe you should give us an idea,
of my...
Like, how old are you?
I'm 20.
20?
And I'm the first grandchild.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you actually have royal...
So you're still in school?
Yes, I'm still in school.
What are you studying now?
I'm studying media advertising and public relations.
Oh,
what school is that?
Middlesex University.
Oh, okay.
In the United Kingdom?
In Mauritius. It's an island.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have an idea. So I see that,
some chemistry.
Yeah, with your granddad, and did he influence your study in, advertising, communications, and?
I think it's in the blood.
Oh, it's in the blood.
Yeah, because I started doing law first because I wanted to follow the footsteps of my great grandfather.
Oh, okay.
But then when I started doing it, it wasn't really me. Because I like to talk, I do makeup, I'm part of I'm very creative. I'm good with my hands. So I'm like, this is not for me. I don't see myself practicing. So I changed my course and I started doing media.
Let me ask you, growing up, did you grow up in Nigeria at all?
Yes, I did.
Were you taunted that you were the granddaughter of Charlie Boy, the man that dresses like women? It's always
I don't dress like a woman.
That's for the show. With things on his nose and big watches, big bike.
Well,
was it any disadvantage or advantage to you?
I understood what it was about, but then as a young adult and everything, and you have friends that don't understand, they come up to you and ask you questions. Oh, your granddad did this, your granddad did that. And I always have to explain to them, but I knew that it's part of his career, his showbiz, and to me it was okay.
It never bothered you?
It never bothered me. Sometimes I'm like, ooh, but I'm like,
that's a little
okay, I didn't expect that, but...
So it still shocks you every now and then?
Yeah, some stunts he pulls that are quite shocking, but then I'm like,
Is he mellowing down with age?
Yes, he is. I like that part.
Like this morning?
Yeah, no rings, nothing. He's just like, I don't feel like. I'm like, that's good.
Did you ask him this morning, Dad, is that you?
And ever since his birthday, he's kind of mellowed down. So I don't know. I think maybe.
So tell me, what happened with your birthday?
Some kind of realization that you were getting old?
No. I'm
I'm
just bored.
You're bored?
Yeah, I'm just looking for something to give me a kick, to inspire me. And I guess that's why my frequent visits to Lagos now. Because Abuja is so boring. Oh my God.
Don't tell me you're going back to the punk place in Lagos, in Bagada.
I may. Who knows what I'm going to do next as Charlie Boy. I may, because I'm not being inspired in this.
In Abuja?
In Abuja, no.
We need to talk
there's too much of government and politicians.
That's not my way now. So I want to go where you have the area boys economy, you have the artist economy, you have the Okada economy. Here, it's just politics
what
economy.
What brought you to Abuja? Because I was ready.
What brought me to Abuja?
Yes.
I just wanted, when I was in Lagos, I was almost... I was a little irresponsible because I didn't have that kind of time for my family, and that bothered me. The action was too much. It was always going for one advocacy or the other, or different people who have problems, and I had to go and
help them sort
it out. I didn't have a life of my own. Okay, yes, I was in the same house with my wife, but we weren't really talking to each other. So I thought that, okay, maybe coming to Abuja would just help me mellow down. Yeah. And after 12 years, my God, I am bored shitless.
Okay,
so,
Charlie.
So Lagos beckons.
Yes.
Let me, when you did that song 1990, a lot of Nigerians said, oh, that's another new fella, somebody that was moving into the big shoes of
it was a courageous song.
Yeah, understand what I mean.
Courageous song at the time.
Looking at Nigeria today, looking at our democracy, looking at our development, do you think you shouldn't be going back to do 2016 or something?
Actually, I'm doing that now. But it's not something I want to talk about that freely till it is done. And I'm not impressed with, the political scene. Yeah. I said before even we had a winner, in the election, that what Nigeria needs is a benevolent dictator. You can take it any way you want. But things have gone butch too much. Things have spoiled so much that we need, as people, to be whipped back into shape. And I pray and I sincerely hope that the people now in government can do exactly that. I'm encouraged that the fact that we did not have the list of ministers in a hurry. So that means some thinking is going into it. I'm just hoping that by the time the list comes out, that we'll see people who will make us feel that, because it's not just about appointing ministers.
Would you accept the ministerial appointment?
No, no. It's not my way. I'm not an office person.
Because you end up 9 to 5.
But do you agree with your granddad that, Nigeria, I mean, you are a much younger generation now, you agree that we need to somehow be whipped back into line, that kind of thing with the government? Do you see it that way?
I think we need a strong hand, yes, but I don't know about being whipped, but... Okay, yes, I agree.
Okay, Charlie, let me ask you, did it ever bother you that because people didn't really know you deeply, that you would have misguided a couple of young people?
Misguided how?
Well, they see you...
misled.
Sorry. Misled.
No, that's not the right word for it.
Charlie, do you know that for me, it was a surprise when you said you don't do drugs.
Yes.
You don't drink. A lot of people don't know that.
Because people see you from afar, they have so many things in their heads.
That's labeling, that's stigmatization, that's, what people don't understand, the label. Don't forget what the brand was built for. To shock timid, myopic, Mongo-packaged Nigerians out of their way of thinking. You can't just see somebody and judge him by how he looks. After all the people where they thief on their money, nobody have bothered in the wear. They dress well. They come in suit. Has anybody heard I stole any money since? What are we talking about here? You can't make judgments like that. I'm the typical example that says don't judge a book by its cover.
Image.
Because, our people are too lazy. We can't think again. Anything where your pastor tell you, now they do. Yeah? So, hey, I have not misled any young person, ever. In fact, the young people are more tuned in to the message. The message has been that of consistency, tenacity, tremendous self, and believe in yourself. You see it all over the world, all over the rocks in Abuja. Yeah. Believe in yourself. Because if only you believe in yourself like I believed in myself. Even my parents couldn't even deter me from my dreams. I chased it till I got the ultimate respect from the man Justice Oputa.
Any regrets?
No. I don't deal with regrets. I have no, the regret has no...
Even the goofs?
The goofs were good, I've always, as Charlie Boy, walked on the edge. So if I fall, like I said in the beginning, I've fallen so many times over and over. But what it does for me is that as soon as I fall, I pick myself up. And,
a better person.
I come out better.
So fall, but always pick yourself up. Keep your eyes on the ball. I think that's part of what I learned today.
Yes, me too. Me too. All right.
It's been nice talking with you guys.
Very, very nice. I think, so yes. At this point, yeah, sure, we want to give you...
What is O and M, by the way?
That's Obiora and Mamode.
Okay.
Yes.
That's our own little secret.
Okay. So this is where we present the mug to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, for your coffee at home. If
let them see the middle sex.
I don't mind holding this. These are great guys. Yes, I'm going to drink my tea. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, so
what a day.
That's where we draw the curtain on our show today. I want to thank you so much for hanging out with us, and of course, Charlie Boy and the granddaughter Olivia. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Mahmoud, I enjoyed myself.
Really enjoyed myself.
One of the few times I really enjoyed myself.
Yes.
Enjoyed myself too.
My name is Mahmoud Akuna. Thank you so much for watching.
I am O in the O and M. I'm Obiora. Thanks for watching.
Yes, sir. Matamisimo, sikene mi fije menganga. Matamisimo, wa mi fije menganga. Onyama baby oh, onyama baby mo. Onyama baby mo. Afununginanya matamisimo. Ikakwebumebu matamisimo. Hey, asampete mwanyoma. Lo lo lo lo lo lo lo lo. Alumnaga fenuzo matamisene manya weni.
The only reasonable pension you can talk about is the federal pension, because if you come down to the state pension and the local government pension, they are always owing those people. There's always backlog. But even with the federal pension, I retired from Nigerian Navy, the way they are being paid is too poor, the pension is too low, and all the contributions people made with PENCOM and defense and stuff is not really being well attributed to them in the way it's supposed to be. Most of them don't have housing. It's not only about paying people pension, you should consider their housing, post-housing, after service. Where do those people live? How do they survive? Do they have a farm? Is there any government intervention in helping them alleviate the pains of the current economic hardship? Like now, the government is even dragging to pay 100,000 for the minimum wage, and the pensioners are still receiving low 30,000. That's the basic pension benchmark. Then 30,000 cannot even buy a bag of rice. It cannot fill a tank. It cannot buy you electricity for a month. You know, it's too low. So it's regrettable. And some people that have actually managed the pensions, you know, they have, like Maina and others, they have really squandered people's money, you know, diverted the money, and there's no really money there to pay the pensioners. Because if there was money, there would have been accrued interest in their deposits. So there is nothing like that, and people are suffering. Their money has been squandered or diverted, or one way or the other, they are not being paid their pension.
They should look into it because they are the receiving end. Government employ them when they are young, and when they get old, government will not be taking care of them. Take for instance, in a western state, western part of the world, government from inception take care of them, and I believe that their money, they reduce the money from their salary. So when it's time for them to be paid, they will not be paid at the appropriate time. Most of them die young because of not taking proper care of them. You continue going for pension office from one office to another until things get not getting well at all with them. Most of them, they are suffering it. It affects them because when you look at your old person that is older than you, what is facing, you will be discouraged. The work that you have in mind doing, your enthusiasm will go down because you are seeing what other persons are facing. You will be scared. When I reach to this level, I will face the same thing. It is reduce their work.
Like in state government, they are giving them something. But parasites, like water corporation, my husband is worked in water corporation. They don't even give them pension. They don't even give them pension. And water corporation, you can ask them.
You know, those people worked, suffered their old age. It's government that's supposed to take care of them. They don't suppose even their pension, their gratuity. They should help people. You know, some of money don't have value. Just like as they are still talking to we staff minimum wage. You know, things are very scarce. Inflation in Nigeria. So they suppose those people that depend on drugs, and those money they are paying them as a pension is not even enough to pay their bill. Some are still training their children. Some are paying house rent. So all those things, government should try to help the pensioners so that to survive more before they die. Some even On the process of going to road, do this, do that, you see some die on the hunger or fall on the road.
The way pensioners are treated is not good, because after serving the government for 35 years, you don't have nothing to show. You don't have house in your village. You don't have any investment. You can't even train your children in the tertiary institutions or give them proper medical support. Even you as a pensioner, you are not sure of your medical support from the government, people that you have worked for. If you have stroke, many people have stroke, they have hypertension. All those type of illnesses cost a lot of money, and there is no way the government is trying to help them, to treat their illnesses, even to feed, even to have housing. All those things is absurd for those pensioners. And people that are in service, when they see the way they treat the people that have already retired, they will be striving, trying their best, in corrupt ways, trying to make money so that they won't be suffering after retirement.
The powers are given because the system gives those powers. In the past, there was nowhere a premier in the East could do half the things that any one governor today does and get away with it. And I keep giving them the example of Britain. Started with, my head is, but it started with one prime minister, one after another, after another, after another, in quick succession. But you go to American presidential, which I would be quick to say, we are not really truly copying the American system. We just pretend, because we take it and make it a Nigerian system, which is totally gross and wrong and abominable. But look at even in America. Trump was impeached but could not be removed because Senate didn't confirm. The presidential system just makes it very, very difficult for you to change a bad head of government. A different system has to be brought about that can make it for you. I'm not satisfied with you. I do not only send you away, but jail you because you stole our money. I believe the parliamentary system worked. If it can work again for us, why not? But if we can find another system that can bring the good qualities that we had in the parliamentary system without necessarily being political, then fine it. But the parliamentary system where you elected your own representative. Today, let me not ask you because maybe you know, but I was going to ask you, do you know you are representative in the House of Reps? Quite honestly. You don't, because it's done by the party, it's done from Abuja, it's done from all kinds of manners of places that means the person does not truly represent the people. He doesn't have the people's interest because he has to do what will please the party so the party can bring him back next time. So it does not matter. The people don't matter. And yet, sovereignty is supposed to be in our hands. We are supposed to be the people are the custodians of sovereignty. I am blaming the Constitution and blaming the Constitution over and over again. This Constitution that centralizes everything every day you read in the paper, oh, the governors have too much power, the president has too much power. What do we want to do about it? Nothing. But we should do something about it. So do you think everybody will come and not abuse the system? We have seen the abuse. Well, the abuse has even gone now to the point where it is not even the party that's even deciding. Party may take initial decision, but now the judiciary that's doing election for us. It never happened before because you cannot come to if I'm to elect my representative, my leader from my community. We will know who we want and we'll elect him and we will hold him accountable, and if he doesn't account to us, we remove him. But you don't have that now. You don't have that in this system.
Cancer remains one of the leading causes of death worldwide, with over 18 million new cases diagnosed every year. In Nigeria alone, approximately 100,000 new cases are recorded annually. Factors such as late diagnosis and inappropriate treatment are listed as leading causes of cancer death, especially in low and middle-income countries. 38-year-old Umu Dolokaina, who is receiving treatment for breast cancer, shares her story. According to her, she dismissed unusual pains, opted for herbal remedies instead of seeking professional help. She now urges women, particularly those in rural communities, to prioritize their health by seeking immediate medical attention if they experience any symptoms.
I have been experiencing pain in my armpit. When I first fell ill, I was unaware of the cause of my sickness, despite trying traditional medicine, which did not provide any relief. My aunt, who lives in town, advised me to undergo a medical checkup at FMC Renikebi to determine the source of my discomfort. Unfortunately, the diagnosis revealed that I have cancer, a disease I knew very little about. Having relied solely on traditional medicine, which proved ineffective, the medical team informed us that if we were willing, we could proceed with treatment, which involved a series of injections, followed by surgery, and then completion of the remaining injections.
Cancer treatment is quite expensive. Given the significant financial burden, health experts say government intervention to support cancer patients is critical. The Kebbi government says it is dedicated to closing the gap in healthcare within the state by improving access to essential medical services, including cancer care.
State level, Kebbi State government has established a cancer unit in the Kebbi State Teaching Hospital, Kalgo, and also it has established an indigent cancer fund. Based on the category or stage at which your cancer is, the funds is being distributed accordingly for patients either for surgery or chemotherapy or radiotherapy. The state government is giving funds accordingly for patients to avail those services. Yes, partnership is there with drug companies like Johnson and Johnson, Roche, which Roche is into breast cancer and Johnson and Johnson into prostate cancer. So they have subsidized those drugs that are meant for prostate cancer as well as drugs for breast cancer. So there is counter-funding from state government together with these NGOs to subsidize the drugs for patients.
Health experts says medical advancement and improved early detection methods have been significantly increased survival rates, offering a lifeline to those battling the disease.
There has been improvement in cancer survival rates due to simple things like prevention. Within the cancer space, there has been plenty of noise being made, early diagnosis, coming to hospital early, and it has greatly improved the survival rates of our cancer patients, as well as in the chemotherapy. Some of the drugs were used in cytotoxic. Initially, the cytotoxic being used usually destroyed both normal and abnormal cells, the cancer cells and the normal cells. But these days, the new drugs being made, they are referred to as hormonal or targeted therapies or immunotherapy. Specifically, they are made to treat the cancer cells without destroying the normal cells. So with that, it has reduced side effects and patients are willing to stay and finish their chemotherapy, thus improving survival rates.
The WHO stresses the need for increased sensitization and accessible treatment towards a future where cancer is no longer a widespread burden. From Brini Kebbi, Excellence Benjamin, reporting for Signature Television.
Good evening and welcome to Uncommon Conversations. On Signature Television, we're reaching you from our head office in ENUGU, Coal City State. Of course, the last time I checked, ENUGU is still the capital of the Southeast Nigeria.
Sure.
Today, we'll be looking at a program that is different from what we have done in the past weeks. In the past week, we dwelt on politics, on economy, but today, we want to have a conversation around health. As a young man growing up in the village, my mom and dad would just go to the back of our house and get fruits and vegetables and make fresh soup, fresh yam porridge, and the likes. They got certain crops and roots from the farm. We never had health centers. Sure. We never had clinics. And so, if you were sick, somebody would walk into the bush, get 1 or 2 leaves, mix them up, get them grounded, and then give to you. You drink. There was this use of dogonyaro then in the village, and malaria was just a thing of the past.
Sure.
But as I grew older and got into the city, I was exposed to synthetic food, what they call wait and take. You go into an eatery, and then you point at what you want.
Fast food.
And they will give it to you. We have forgotten our roots.
Yeah.
We've forgotten that in nature, we had so much health. In nature, we had wealth. And now, even at age 10, 11, people fall sick carelessly, endlessly. And that is why it is important that this evening we have an uncommon conversation around the issue of basic diet requirements and rules for recovery and staying healthy. And to help us unravel this conversation is an expert himself. His name is ENUGU Hyacinth. He is a wellness practitioner and a coach. I would like to invite him to introduce himself the more and tell our viewing audience what exactly he does for a living. ENUGU.
Thank you so very much. I count it all joy and privilege to be here today, to be able to unravel the mystery behind the frequency and the intensity of untimely death that is so much around us. To me, it is quite shocking because, just like you rightly pointed out, we have left our roots. So this program is designed to bring us back again to where we started, so that the common health that God has given to everybody, we can have access to it. So
I want to take you back to my first question, which is ENUGU Hyacinth.
Yeah.
Who is he? What does he do?
All right. And ENUGU Hyacinth, God's time, which means Oge Chineke, is a wellness practitioner for over 10 years in practice, and also a coach. By the special grace of God, I have authored quite some books. I am also a conference speaker, and I run an organization called Nature Way Dietetic Living Food. Nature Way Dietetic Living Food is an organization promoting and advocating healthy eating habits and disease-free life.
Healthy living.
Eating habits and disease-free life.
Is it possible that we'll have a disease-free life?
Scientifically, we know that every matter is assumed to be in a state of rest until external force is applied to it. This body of ours do not know on its own on how to become sick. Just like in Igbo parlance, we normally say, our body, not even a single cell in the body, is setting goal to have diabetes, arthritis. But our cells will respond precisely to the environment you have created for it. What I'm trying to say is this. The process and the function of our body is simple a response to a stimulus or a stimuli. Example, if malaria, before you have malaria, it is believed that mosquitoes should bite you. And when the plasmodium is released...
That's a common belief.
And when the plasmodium is released, if your immune system has not been actually turbocharged, the tendency is that the manifestation is malaria. For you also to have diabetes, it's either you have hypersugar or hyposugar. Okay. So that is just the way it is to every sickness that we go through. Yeah.
Okay. When you say basic diet requirements, what do you mean?
All right. Looking at basic diet requirement, we all know what basic is. We understand again what requirement is. But I think I have to dwell more on the word diet.
Yeah.
Anytime you hear the word diet, it's simple, suggests the food and the drinks one consumes on daily basis. By extension, We can say that diet could be well tailored, specific eating plan that one adopts or regimen in order to achieve a nutritional or health plan. For example, there are some people who don't like the way they look, and they have to do something to look better. So they have to design a particular diet plan. Either they want to lose weight or they want to gain weight. One also may be predisposed genetically to diabetes, a medical condition. And that kind of a person also need to fashion a specific diet in order to help him or her control the portion of sugar that comes into the body. Also, somebody may want to tailor a particular eating. Somebody also who is into sports may decide to come up with a particular diet that will continue to trigger up what we call the ATP.
What would that mean?
All right, when we talk about ATP, we are talking about a particular hormone called adenosine phosphate. It is how do I describe it now? It is a block of energy. When it is released into you, you come up with such a strength that you could finish what you have already started without, getting weak. So a particular kind of diet could be tailored to guarantee such results. Apart from it, if we have a healthy diet, it therefore suggests that we also have unhealthy diet. But for the fact of what we want to achieve in this very program, let's look a little bit on healthy diet. Whenever we talk about healthy diet, where do we go and get it? When we talk about healthy diet, we must include 1, fruits. And you know that fruit is a wholesome stuff. It's not denatured. It is not devitalized. It is not demineralized. It is not processed. It didn't come with any additives that is not biological compatible. It is just the way God made it. Vegetable comes in there. It can as well be leafy vegetable. It can be tuber vegetables. Also, coming into it is what we call cereals. This cereals comes in form of rice. We understand what it means. Wheat, guinea corn, and the rest of them. So, also, good fats. We have about 4 classes of fats.
Yeah.
1, the saturated, the unsaturated, the polyunsaturated, and also the monounsaturated. All of these fats are the same, but some tends to block, but some tends to maintain fluidity.
Okay, can you give an example of each so that our viewing audience may at least separate the saturated from the unsaturated?
All right.
And the other two.
As we were growing right there in the village, there is a particular festival. I won't mention that festival because I have transited.
Okay, go ahead.
I have transited. So during that
you are depriving
festival,
some people of knowledge.
I've transited. In those days, when they are doing festival called Odo.
Okay.
I'm from ENUGU,
Okay, go ahead.
Precisely Obase village.
Yeah.
We expect to have friends and where we shall come around, so it is a time to eat and to drink. And before long, each family has a way of putting money together to buy cow, goats, and all of that. So the night, the eve to the race celebration, that cow or whatever is being slaughtered, and I watch our fathers gather the blood and the fatty aspect of that very animal, keep boiling it, and we eat all of these things together.
Ngwongwo.
Ngwongwo. Now that I have grown up and I say, wow,
It's called Ngwongwo.
look at where God delivered us from. And today we understand that such fat is not good. It is saturated.
It's still done in the village.
It's still done in the village, but that is why.
No, but when they do it, they go to the farm, they climb the hills, they trek a long distance. Okay, they don't stay in any conditioned office.
Yes.
And all that. So they get burned out.
Those days, there is no dull moment. There is nothing like sedentary kind of lifestyle. Somebody sitting in an office for 4 hours, 6 hours.
No.
Doing what?
When he's done eating that, he goes to the farm and does some farm work.
Work very, very hard, sweat, and all of this is burnt out.
Now you come.
You know, but because we are beginning to pamper into the influence of civilization, a whole lot has changed since then. So, the truth must be told that we don't have to indulge in such practices because they will become hydrogenated. And when they find their way inside of your body, right inside of the blood vessels, they begin to clot it, resulting to what we call atherosclerosis. This atherosclerosis tends to slow down the flow of blood. It's a different thing altogether. So we won't go into that. And then we also have, like I rightly said before, the poly and then the mono unsaturated fatty. These ones are wonderful. For example, there was a time I was teaching somewhere in Imo State, Abia, presently now, Mary's brother juniorate in particular. I lived in a village called Obiago, and I watched the way they process their palm front, their palm kernel. It wasn't like what we do in the part of Udi, where I come from. There's a whole lot of local separation. They remove what is called ekete. When they boil it, they put it in a big mortar. It's either you pound it or somebody climbs right inside of it and match it and put water, stir it up, the oil comes up, and then the old woman or whoever collects it, put it right inside of the pot, and then subject it under heavy temperature. And the thing will boil and separate. They use a kind of broom, not a tall one, they will cut it. And somehow there is a way, they have the skill of, pressing it so that the thing will be flat, and keep pouring the oil on it.
Okay.
And the fiber will be separated, and the real oil will go down. That kind of oil is a wonderful oil. Today, we don't do things like that. I don't know where this generation is going to. A whole lot of things has replaced the normal thing. Look at the oil we have today. You touch it, you notice rancidity.
It's called civilization.
It's rancid. You taste it, you know that this is not good. And to some extent, they add a whole lot of chemicals in it and mess up. I'm not surprised why people are falling sick here and there.
Okay.
I haven't finished.
Okay, go ahead.
I haven't finished in that area. And so, you now come down again to receiving of calcium because you are a human being, you have skeleton right inside of you, which is bone, right? So you have to think about getting enough calcium. So when you talk about getting calcium, you talk about dairy stuff, and then green vegetables, and then water. Put all of these things together, you are going for good health and longevity. So, that is what we could call a healthy diet. Anything outside of this is a mixture of what it's supposed to be.
Okay. Sometimes we hear, I've been healed.
Yes.
Either by the Western medicine you take.
Yeah.
Or because you've gone to a prayer house.
Yeah.
So healing has become a common phrase that we use. So is healing and staying healthy the same? If you are healed, are you healthy? And if you are healthy, are you healed?
I don't really know where you are watching these broadcasts. I think it's going to be a game changer if you take time to listen, because I'm choosing my words. Healing and staying healthy, they are not the same thing. The disparity is huge. When we talk about healing, healing is an emergency recovery measure provided by God when people, through neglect, for emphasis, through neglect of health laws and for some other reasons, they can become sick. And when they become sick, well, they ought to look to God, because God is our healer. In fact, I am a Christian, and I don't mix words when I want to tell you that I'm a Christian, practical one by the special grace of God. So if you go to the book of Mark, reading from the 5th chapter, coming down to verse 41 down to verse 43, Jesus came to the house of Jairus because it was reported that a young lad that was 12 died. There was no hope. Everybody seems to be crying, right? And when Jesus stepped into the scenario, he walked in with some of his disciples and called on that very girl, Tarita Kumi, come back to life. The lady jacked, sneezed, and came back to life. And Jesus turned to the father and the mother and said, give her something to eat. What do you deduce from this? Number one, healing absolutely belongs to God. But to sustain and to maintain the healing is your own responsibility. To be healed is God's responsibility. When you are healed, you take responsibility.
To stay healthy.
To some time, in some cases, God may likely allow you to go through the medicals. The sick should go to the doctors, and the doctor will treat you. And having been treated, you get well. So you now notice that health is superior to healing. Healing is a process that brings you to the place of what? Health. But do you know what? The amazing and the surprising thing is that you don't even need a doctor to stay healthy. You don't need a doctor to stay healthy. You don't even need prayer to stay healthy. You don't even need fasting to stay healthy.
So what do you need to stay healthy?
Right. The other day, Apostle Paul was traveling, going to Damascus, and the Lord stopped him on the road. He became blind. And the Lord spoke to Ananias, say, go to this man. By the time Ananias came and laid hands on him, scare went out of his eyes. Immediately he could see. The very first thing that happened is that there was a transfusion of hunger into his DNA that activated to his sensory perception that for 3 days I haven't eaten.
He didn't realize he had not eaten.
He realized he has not eaten.
He was hungry.
He was hungry. Immediately the Bible says he took food, and when he ate, he was strengthened. In other words, food carries anointing to give you strength. Food gives you energy. And so, when you come to the place of health, you know what to do?
No.
Because health is a conglomeration of several practices. Nobody can give you that. Your wife can't even give you that. Your children can't even give you that. If it is a conglomeration of several practices, not just the practice or the result of one thing you do, it brings in there proper dieting, exercise. Your doctor cannot exercise for you.
Yeah.
It's you who will do that. I can suggest to you should eat, but if you like to eat, you eat.
If you don't like you.
If you don't like, you stay.
Yes,
Doctor can help
some
you.
people tell you they're hungry.
Nobody can do that.
But I don't want to eat.
Then again, you need rest. Read Mark chapter 6 verse 31. Jesus, man and spirit. While he was doing his work, he said to the disciples, come, let's go to the other side. We need to rest. Listen to me. If you refuse to rest, you will be laid to rest. And people will come back and say, rest in peace. You need to rest, my brother. Rest is very important. The point of rest, your body takes over. Begin to repair, renew, and replace a whole lot of things that have gone by. In fact, it is at this very time the adrenaline begin to come low. The cortisol begin to come low. And the entire system begin to get back again. Not only that, you need to understand when to stop work. A lot of people want to finish work, what they have started. If I didn't finish it today, there's no way you can finish it. That is why you must plan, pre-plan how to work so that you can manage stress. If you don't learn how to manage stress, stress per se is not a disease, but it can create an inroad for so many other things to come in. So you must learn to rest. Nobody can rest for you. Your doctor can't rest for you. It is you who will do it. So you don't need doctor. You don't need anybody if you really want to be healthy. Not only that, your relationship with human beings and God is very, very important. But do you know, in all of these things, food primarily determines how healthy you will become. Do you know why?
No.
The reason is that the sum total of our health is the function of what you eat and what you drink. And if you don't make conscious effort to understand your physical body relationship with the articles of what you buy and eat, you may be on your way to the grave. Now that we are pampering into the influence of civilization, you remember what you said when we started this program, how we go to the backyard, collect the greens and all of that. Nobody cook and eat it 2 times the next day. You cook and you finish it. The fridge is there. I have nothing against fridge, but we should understand what fridge is. Fridge is simply a preservative. Something that will help you to extend the shelf life of whatever you put in there, that all to decay if it is not put in such environment. But today, most people, before they take water, they have to touch it. If it is not cold, they won't take it. Which kind of lifestyle is this? Apart from that, we have a lot of eateries around us there. 5G life. That is where we are today. Microwave type of life. And it is showing. But this is like my way of sounding warning to whoever that cares. If this health and life is your own, you really have to rise up and take responsibility.
Okay, we should take a short break. But before we do that, I just want you to speak to this issue. What happens to our health? What exactly happens to our health when our diet is faulty? When you have a faulty diet, what happens to our health?
I'm becoming emotional now.
It don't have to be. It don't have to be.
Because I have seen people who ought to live just die. Not because God wants them to die. Not because of witch, not because of wizard.
But we say whatever happens to them at any point it does, we'll give glory to God.
Yeah, we have to give glory to God. But yes, but there is the Godward side and also the manward side. What God has given you the ability to do, He won't do that for you. What He takes ability from you is what He comes to do for you.
Okay.
Now look at the way this thing works. I'm choosing my word. When your diet is faulty, it is an insidious, I use the word insidious, something that is secretly stealing from you and you don't know. Faulty nutrition is insidious and unrecognized. In fact, that word insidious is being described by the world, stealing from us, something that is harmful to mankind. The way you are made is just the way the food you ought to eat is made. Let me even go a little bit to the scriptures and then back it up with science. If you go to the Bible in Genesis, the 1st chapter and 11th verse, the Bible tells us the plant kingdom came from the soil. And you go to Genesis chapter 2, the 19th verse, the animal kingdom emerged from the soil. Genesis chapter 2 and the 7th verse, the man that we eat from the plant kingdom and from the animal kingdom also emerged. What does that suggest to you?
That's life.
That what man we eat is they just come from the same environment. And scientifically, when this thing is looked upon, we discover that man is just the food that he eats. If you take a single cell, cell, the tiny microscopic energy life-making machine, there is a place in it that is called the cell membrane. We have the nucleus where we have the DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, that tells you about the things in the gene. And there is another segment that is called the protoplasm. Right in the protoplasm, we have 4 powerful elements. One is carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. You see, remember, if you must know about a product, you ask the manufacturer. So if you don't get it from the manufacturer, you will make a lot of mistakes. Now, God, who knew that we are coming here, he understands the food that we eat. Number one, that will not be harmful, that will not distort the function of the organs, and we only deliver nutrients for ourselves to regenerate, repair itself. You know what he did? God now commanded us, say, carbon, go into the atmosphere. Hydrogen, go into the atmosphere. Oxygen, go into the atmosphere. Sun, begin to heat the plant. Through the process of photosynthesis, carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen come together. They become what is called carbohydrate. So God kept your food that will give you energy in the plant. So you see now that plant is like your filling station. When the one in your body finishes, where do you go? You go to the filling station, to the plant, and get enough of it. But today, somebody will turn a grain of maize to something else, to something that is yellowish. And little children will eat it and lick their fingers. When you give them one apple, they will not take. I will not mention names. You know what I'm talking about. They have denatured all of these things, added things that are not biologically compatible, which the body cannot use. And 2 things is happening to our physical body. Number one is deficiency, because you haven't provided the nutrient density that the body needs. Number 2, you have brought in things that are foreign. The body do not recognize it. And if the body do not recognize it, they will trigger what is called free radicals, destructive active molecules. And it is implicated in over 80% of the chronic diseases that people are going through. Faulty nutrition. It is an insidious and an enemy of mankind.
Okay, if you're watching us, we're still holding on common conversations. And our guest is still Nyagolo Hyacinth. But we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll continue the conversation. Don't go away. You are still watching Uncommon Conversations, and we're still reaching you from our ENUGU studios. This is Signature Television. Nagol Hyacinth,
my brother,
you put me in the spirit. Honestly, you put me in the spirit. You've gone biblical, and you've been quite scientific. But I'm going to ask you. I look at your stature, and I look at mine, and for one moment, I imagine I want to come close to what you look like. Mm-hmm. What will I do exactly?
Discipline.
I'm already disciplined. In what aspect?
It's discipline.
Tell me.
The other day, I had a patient come visit me in my office here in ENUGU in our school, where we train people, families that are predisposed to conditions like diabetes. They normally come. I will put a projector and begin to show them what diabetes is all about. Even though they are predisposed genetically, we show them that genes do not determine whether you can be sick.
What does?
Genes never. Genes can only function simple by being activated. And nutrition is what plays a key role in determining which of the genes, either the good or the bad, that can give expression. For example, if you have a palm kernel, right, which is a potential seed, put it on top of this table for 20 years, it will not give expression. Take it outside there, plant it, give it 3 months, water it, manure it. What happens?
It will grow.
So, what's the difference? Because of environment. It takes discipline to create a healthy environment. So what you eat is very, very important. So when the young man stepped in, I told him, you'll be fine. He was even thinking he's somebody that poisons and all of that. I said, keep that aside. Let's deal with what we are seeing. We will get to that one later on. So I sat in them, I said, if you will ever practice what I'm going to teach you, you will infallibly recover. He said, what? I say infallibly. Write it down somewhere. Because it is lifestyle related. It is not an inheritance. It is lifestyle related. Okay. And I told him, beginning from now, this is your regimen. Stay on this. And he kept staying on that 1 month to 2 months. In fact, the result was awesome. Quite a good number of families with conditions that have defiled, so many things they have done, start coming. And when we change your thinking about eating, we have helped you 50%. You need discipline to implement it. So if I tell you what I do, that as I wake up in the morning, as I pray,
I just want to see your daily diet, what it looks like.
As I pray, I wake up, I try to dress bed. You know, the culture of waking up and dressing bed is gradually going.
Yeah,
but that is the very first.
It's almost gone.
Yeah, but that is the very first exercise you do. Because God even said, using Apostle Paul talking to Timothy, do physical exercise because it has profit in it. So, you bend, you squat, you know, you dress your bed. The next thing is you brush your teeth. What you also use to brush your teeth is very, very important.
Yes.
I grew up in the village. I can still remember using dogoyaro stick.
Yeah, it's very healthy.
When we will be running down the hill going to fetch water, there are particular plants there. We just cut them, use our teeth, remove the other part, and clean. Nothing is wrong with our teeth. It's just that we have eaten.
Yes.
I don't understand what is happening with us. Even in the primary school, they taught us how to use charcoal to clean our teeth. But today, take up a tube of any paste you are using. What you will see will amaze you. I did a program for the former governor of Imo State, Rochas. when Dr. Bumi was the chaplain, person there. He invited me after listening to me. By the time I finished, the Imo State Speaker, by name, His Excellency Ihana Acho, asked me not to go. I was in a hotel for 4 days, and he took me back to his house. I said, that is where we're going to sort it. I did what is called kitchen cleansing. Bring everything you are using in the kitchen to prepare your food, ranging from your salt. We begin to look at the salt. And we discover that the salt we are using is lacking a lot of electrolytes.
The salt in the market?
Yes, the white salt in the market is lacking a whole lot of electrolytes. What I personally use is Himalayan natural sea salt. It has 92 electrolytes in it, and also a wonderful, substance that can alkalize your system. So I brush my teeth using an organic toothpaste. I've not come here to promote anyone.
Don't promote anyone.
So I don't mention anyone.
You pay for it.
But then you must know how to read label. There is something I found disturbing. There are things we use externally that we don't have to use internally, like sodium lauryl sulfate, SLS. It is a surfactant, something we use in producing soap, in making soap to foam. So of what use is it there?
Sometimes we'll find it in our toothpaste.
You do your due diligence. Okay. I'm not going to mention any of these things. The sorbitol are they're wonderful. The hydrated silica, they're wonderful. So many of them. But you need to find out what you are using if your life is very important to you. Reading label is very important. So I use an organic toothpaste. Shortly after that, I have to take my warm water in the morning. Why must I take warm water? I still remember my grandfather. Early in the morning during the hammer time, he will wake us, all of us. And we will be there about the hour 3, 4. In the morning hours, he will be gathering palm frond. And he set up the fire. And every one of us will be stretching ourselves.
No, we did that.
We'll be stretching ourselves. We feel very much good. In developed country today, they have fireplace in their parlors.
Yes.
Because we are warm-blooded, not cold-blooded. Some of them put firewood under the place they lie down to warm themselves. We sleep under air conditioner room. We use fan. In fact, I know of a family anytime because of this plan band B. Band B and band A. So the thing runs very fast. So every now and then, once there is a power outage, recharge. So I said, what kind of life is this? Open your windows and do this thing naturally, madam. So I take my warm water. The moment you boil your water, drinking warm water is not very easy. Most people find it difficult. The moment water has been heated, the molecular structure of that water has been altered. Yes. To some extent, it will help your liver. Our liver is an incomparable plant chemical that modifies. Whatever you take in, the liver makes its own contribution to make it in such a way that it will be harmless for your consumption. And you can imagine it working like that, even when fat comes.
They were breaking it down.
And you can imagine if fat is coated everywhere. That is why you see a lot of people having fat in their what? In their liver, coated. How do you think it can function? But using warm water to some extent can give a lease of life to your what? To your liver. And your liver will detoxify better. Haven't done that. The next thing is my fruits and vegetables. I tell people that blender and then juicer is more important in a home than the gas cooker.
Why?
Simple. Why do you eat? You are eating not because you want to feed your stomach. You want to feed the cells. You want to help your immune system. You want to empower the stem cells to begin to produce embryonic cells to replace the dead, the wounded ones, so that life can continue in the cell world. So,
and I still have 4 questions, and our time is running. So
let us do this thing well. This is an opportunity for me. Let us do this thing well.
Okay,
I'm excited.
Okay,
I feel like talking to the whole world because the truth must be told.
Let it be told now.
So, when you subject your food under high temperature, you already know that the nutrients is going down, isn't that? So, are we eating because of appetite? Or are we eating because there is need we have to meet?
Most times, we eat to fill our appetites.
Yeah, that's the problem now. So we have to change it. I'm not saying you don't have to cook. There are some certain basic things you must cook. But I tell you, if you form the habit of eating more of fruits and vegetables than you eat the cooked food, a lot of things will change, even without you knowing it. Because that is how you supply your body.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Ngozika Mba. And the headlines. Former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi laments state of democracy in Nigeria. Supreme Court nullifies judgment sacking Anyanwu as PDP National Secretary. Namibia first female president vows to diversify economy and tackle unemployment. And no indication of foul play behind Heathrow substation fire, Energy Minister says. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has expressed dismay over the National Assembly for their approval of the state of emergency declared in Rivers State by President Bola Tinubu. In a post on his X handle on Friday, Obi specifically stated that the parliamentary vote by the 2 chambers of the National Assembly clearly demonstrates that democracy in its true sense does not exist in Nigeria. The former Anambra State governor stated that democracy cannot thrive where there is no functional opposition, insisting that the declaration of a state of emergency in the state, despite stiff opposition from many Nigerians, is highly regrettable. Obi claimed that what Nigerians are left with is not a genuine democratic system, but one that is transactional, compromised, and in many respects, semblance of organized criminality. According to him, opposition is a critical pillar of any democratic system which ensures that the right things are done, holds the ruling party accountable, and offers alternative viewpoints. Former Minister of Education, Obi Ezekwesili, is alleging that corrupt politicians have hijacked the country's democracy and all its institutions. Ezekwesili stated this at a conference organized by Chatham House in Abuja. Correspondent Nasiru Osman has the report.
The former Minister of Education during Olusegun Obasanjo's administration says corruption has taken another dimension in Nigeria, as corrupt politicians have hijacked democracy and institutions of governance in Nigeria. Ezekwesili lamented that corrupt practices have become the norm in Nigeria, adding that the citizens must take action to address the issue of corruption in Nigeria.
Until society refuses to accept a climate of corruption as a norm, nothing you do on the other pillars would work. So, A key thing that addresses that is actually when the people finally say to themselves, this is too costly for all of us. Corruption as a cancer can kill all of us.
She also commented on the issue of a member of the National Youth Service Corps who called on government to look into the state of well-being of youth corps members.
We have seen a young woman, a member of the National Youth Corps, NYSC, who dared to call attention to the state of poor well-being of not just herself, but fellow citizens, with sufficient evidence to prove that she was not just being outrageous. What followed that citizens' feedback on state of governance was an attempt to trample on her right to expression.
The Special Advisor to the President on Policy and Coordination, Hadiza Bala Usman, and the Chairman of the Code of Conduct Bureau both acknowledged that corruption is existing, but explained what their offices were doing to address corruption in Nigeria.
Us in the anti-corruption agencies, we have already developed a system where we are cooperating with each other. Somebody was asking me about the achievement of CCB yesterday. I was on news, somebody was asking me about that. Many people will not be aware that EFCC and ICPC, they request for information from CCB, and then we provide those information of public servants that they are investigating. Even though I have to admit they have to go and do so many other things, but that forms part of the basis of their successes.
Two is information. To what extent are they given the information to enable advocacy by the civil society? To what extent does civil society use that information for advocacy and not blackmail? So these are some of the things that we need to look at in ensuring that we provide the information when we're asked, and we also use the information judiciously for what is expected to be.
A panel discussion interrogated 25 years of anti-corruption efforts in Nigeria and the way forward.
For my own suggestion personally, I would think the opportunities to begin to build coalitions in ways that resonate with the people. People are no longer interested in governance issues because they feel like corruption issues are not being addressed. Every day we keep mentioning it. But the coalition we need to begin to talk about needs to cut across civil society, government institutions, private sector, as well as the media.
How then do we overcome that to get collective citizen engagement? Dr. Otibe talks a lot about social movements, and it's just really around this idea that we come around a common idea of what we are trying to move towards. So it's not institutional NGO-esqueness, but just citizens understanding that they have rights and they have responsibilities.
For MacArthur Foundation, facilitators of the event, the pathway for change and reflections on 25 years of policy in Nigeria was to know what level of achievement the foundation has made in the anti-corruption campaign.
We're going to reflect on what we have achieved collectively over the last 25 years or so. Is really the complexity of the issues and the different tools and different dimensions that we need to bring to the table if we are going to really fight against corruption itself. So for me, I think when we look at the ecosystem and the density of the people who are doing a lot of work here, I think that many of you who are working with faith leaders, many of you who are working with children, many of you who are looking at media and journalism, many of you who are the civil society, naming and shaming, the criminal justice people. I think this complexity of tools that is there now is something that I think we have all achieved over the last 25 years.
Stakeholders at the conference called on government institutions and private sector to seek an end to it by finding a way forward to address the challenge of corruption in Nigeria.
The suspended governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, has refuted claims that he failed to prevent militant threats and attacks on oil installations in the state. In a statement in Port Harcourt, Chief Press Secretary to Fubara, Nelson Chukwudi, described the allegations as baseless and the result of misinformation provided to the presidency by individuals failing in their duty to present accurate reports. He noted that the recent tensions in the Niger Delta were primarily sparked by controversial remarks by the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, during a media interview. He said Wike allegedly downplayed the influence of the Ijo ethnic group in national politics, provoking strong reactions from Ijo leaders, youth groups and militants, some of whom demanded an apology from the minister. Chukwudi highlighted Fubara's past role in the Presidential Committee on the Protection of Oil Installations and his repeated public statements urging peace and economic stability in the region. He said that as a responsible leader, Governor Fubara has continuously invested in security agencies, providing modern equipment, vehicles, gunboats and even helicopters to support law enforcement efforts in the state. The sole administrator of Rivers State, Ibot Ete Ibas, has urged traditional rulers in the state to steer clear of partisan politics, emphasizing their crucial role in fostering peace and stability in the state. Speaking during a meeting with traditional rulers at the government house in Port Harcourt, the administrator expressed his deep love for the Niger Delta region. The retired Vice Admiral and former Chief of Naval Staff noted the significance of Rivers State and the nation's development while lamenting the persistent instability in the state, which has brought pain and unrest. The administrator underscored his primary mandate of restoring peace, stressing the need to curb the interests of a few who prioritize personal gains over the state's collective well-being. He stressed that Rivers State is too vital to be left in turmoil, describing the traditional rulers as the bridge between the government and the people who must work hard to help de-escalate tensions in their communities. Responding, the chairman of the Rivers State Council of Traditional Rulers, Jike Woluwodo, assured the administrator of their support and described the appointment as a positive decision for the state. The Rivers Elders and Leaders Forum has strongly opposed the federal government's declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State, calling it unfair, unjust, and unconstitutional. The chairman of the forum, Rufus Ada George, stated this while presenting the group's stance on the declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State and the suspension of Governor Siminalayi Fubara, his deputy, and members of the Rivers State House of Assembly. The group argued that the move disproportionately targeted the governor while ignoring the alleged role of the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, in escalating tensions. The forum pointed out that Governor Fubara had made several attempts to present the state's budget but was blocked by lawmakers and argued that the president's portrayal of the governor as non-compliant was misleading. They also referenced Wike's previous remarks during a media chat in which he allegedly incited violence. The forum said it stood in solidarity with organizations like the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, and the Pan-Niger Delta Forum, PANDEF, and urged Nigerians to recognize the broader implications of the crisis. The Supreme Court has nullified the judgments of the Court of Appeal and Federal High Court, which sacked Samuel Anyanwu as the National Secretary of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. A 5-member panel of the Apex Court held that the issue of who is the National Secretary of the PDP borders on the internal affairs of a political party, which is not justiciable. Justice Jamilu Tuko, who delivered the lead judgment of the Supreme Court, consequently struck out the judgment of the trial court delivered in October 2024, and also set aside the majority judgment of the Court of Appeal, which had in December affirmed the sack of Anyanwu as PDP National Secretary. Justice Tuko subsequently affirmed the minority judgment of the Appellate Court delivered by Justice Ekanem, which had nullified the judgment of the trial court on account of lack of jurisdiction, saying that the plaintiff, Emmanuel Aniago, who initiated the suit at the trial court, lacked the necessary legal backing to do so, since he did not show how he was affected by who is the National Secretary of the PDP. The PDP National Working Committee, Board of Trustees, PDP Governors Forum and the Southeast Zonal Executive Committee had at various times affirmed Udo Koye as the National Secretary of the party, while the Tommy Kimi-led disciplinary committee of the party last month recommended Anyanwu's expulsion from the PDP. The leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, is back at the Federal High Court, Abuja, for a hearing of his case on alleged treason. Kanu is this time appearing before a new judge, Justice James Omotosho, with his defense team now being led by a senior advocate of Nigeria, Kanu Agabi, while the prosecution retained Adeboyega Awomulo, also a senior advocate of Nigeria. Shortly after appearances, counsel to Kanu Agabi, who pleaded to address the court, started by apologizing on behalf of his client, stating that they are now at a place where they must apologize to Justice Binta Anyako, the prosecution team, and his lawyers. He added that Kanu was angry and had been for a very long time, and that the attack on Justice Binta Anyako was unjustified and therefore had to render apologies to her. The prosecution team, led by Awomolo and the chairman of the body of benchers, who they hold in high regard, whom he attacked verbally. While accepting the apology, the prosecution added that they would do their best to ensure an expeditious hearing of the case, while appreciating the feeling of Kanu and the heat the matter generates. Justice Omotosho said the length of the trial may have taken a toll on Kanu, who was 47 years when he was arraigned in 2015 and now 57 and still does not know where he is headed. The Federal High Court's Lokoja has granted an interim injunction restraining the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, from receiving petitions for the purpose of initiating a recall process against Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. The court also restricted INEC staff, agents, privates or assigns from accepting or acting on any petition containing fictitious signatures of purported members of the Kogi Central Senatorial District and from conducting any referendum pending the determination of the motion on notice to the same effect. The court processes were son to be Anebe Jacob Ogirima for himself and 4 others who are registered voters and constituents of the Kogi Central Senatorial District of Kogi State. The push to recall the suspended senator intensified on Thursday, with more groups in Kogi Central throwing their weight behind the process. However, a group of Ebira indigents refuted the claim that the recall process was being sponsored and influenced with money by Akpoti-Uduaghan's political opponents. A medical laboratory scientist, Edwin Ohaekwiro, has decried the high level of quackery, which is said threatens the integrity of medical laboratory science in the country. Ohaekwiro, who featured on Signature Morning, a breakfast show on Signature TV, noted that medical laboratory science is the backbone of healthcare delivery, which plays a great role in reducing the rate of mobility and mortality. He, however, stressed the need to ensure that only qualified professionals handle critical medical diagnoses for proper management of patients and greater efficiency and excellence.
The greatest challenge the association has faced is the issue of quackery. There are so many people who are not trained to do this, to practice this profession that are in it. And it has also affected our mortality rates, our mobility and mortality rates. So that is one of the greatest challenges. There are other challenges in terms of getting support for medical laboratory scientists, especially those practicing in the rural areas. Because they have the expertise, but might not have the enough resources to get the right machines and also give those people in the rural areas and also those in township the good services they need. So these are the two key things that we're going to work on and see that we have zero tolerance to quackery, and also see that we advocate for there to be increased funding, and see that most primary health centers in ENUGU State do not have medical laboratory scientists there practicing. So we want to see that those things are actualized.
The lab scientists also called for improved capacity building in the profession and welfare of practitioners.
not just the economy, also security and the rest of them, becoming a challenge that are motivating people to leave. But we, as an association, will continue to do what we are supposed to do.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
To see that normalcy is restored. For instance, if we succeed in getting medical laboratory scientists engaged in all the primary health centers in Enugu State, at least over 70% of them, those people that could have been free to be looking for opportunities outside the country will remain and do the work because they will be earning money. Okay? And now we're now dealing with those that feel they are not earning sufficient. Of course, nobody is earning sufficient in Nigeria, but you still have opportunities for those that wish to stay. There are people who actually wish to stay back and render these services to their own people. So those people will have opportunities to stay back and work. But if you do not provide the opportunity for them to stay back and work, then everybody will be on the other side to depart at the slightest provocation or opportunity.
Chief of the ENUGU State Branch of the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria at the University of Nigeria ENUGU campus on Saturday promised to elevate the profession if he's voted into power. He described himself as a leader with a passion, integrity and competence who has the capacity to usher in a new era in the association. Up ahead, aftermath of Abuja tanker accident. Federal government unveils electric vehicle charging station in Abuja. These and more come after the break.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
President Bola Tinubu has called for a thorough investigation into the tanker explosion that resulted in multiple accidents and loss of lives in Karu, Abuja on Wednesday night. In the statement signed by the Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, the President directed security agencies, particularly those concerned with road safety, to pay closer attention to traffic around the entry and exit points of the capital city. The President condoled family members who lost loved ones in the inferno and ordered priority treatment of the injured in various medical facilities in the capital city. He prayed for the souls of the departed and the grace of the Almighty God to comfort families that have lost their loved ones. Some vehicles were raised on Wednesday when a petrol-laden tanker exploded on Karu Bridge along the Abuja-Nyanya Kefi Road in the Federal Capital Territory, resulting in a massive fire. The fire destroyed at least 30 vehicles, leaving some motorists dead and prompting significant emergency response. The truck smashed into stationary vehicles held in the evening gridlock and ignited a fire from its compressed natural gas, setting the other vehicles on fire. 2 days after the accident, Signature TV returned to the scene and brings you an update.
The day after the accident at the Karu Bridge intersection of the Abuja-Nyanya section of the Abuja-Kefi Expressway, another accident involving yet an articulated vehicle occurred. This time, according to eyewitnesses, 2 vehicles were wrecked in the accident, with 2 military occupants of one of them escaping with minor injuries. The occupant of the second vehicle was not that lucky. He is said to have died on the way to the hospital. There are indications that Thursday's accident was a replay of the accident of Wednesday, which eyewitnesses now recount.
Many people died. Many people died. Along the line, the fire service, they came to rescue and they tried. immediately after day before yesterday. Then yesterday they were like trying to like take some people away from the road and like pursue some people so that they can be able to take the truck away from the road. Not quite long, another Dangote trailer came and hit one hijet driver and two soldier men inside their vehicle, one Land Cruiser. But before rushing the hijet man, the man has to go down, according to the news, that the man died. But instantly, the Nigerian road safety, they tried their possible best. They have to take the truck away from the road and clear the road. And by the grace of God, you can see how the road is now. I'm saying this for people where they die for this road. Between Karo and Nyanya. Every moment, every 10 minutes, 20 minutes, they will hear accidents. When you look, it will be down to the drivers. And when you look them, they're small boys. What I'm pleading for all this soul will die, for this one will die. I thank God, the beg Nigeria. Let them know how they will do this express route. From Abacha Barang to AYAM, from Abacha Barang to Nyanya. If beggar can help us to do it in a level land, I'll be happy over it.
2 days after the Wednesday accident, the commercial motorcyclists, some of whose members were victims of that accident, have returned to the same spot, blocking vehicles, constricting movement, and placing themselves in harm's way. The police say about 6 people died in the Wednesday accident, but residents are saying many more died, and appeals for blood donation at the Asokoro General Hospital and National Hospital, all in Abuja, seem to confirm that the fatalities may indeed be very high.
This is Kubo Bridge that leads to the middle class residential area of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. Here on Wednesday, a major accident occurred from the failed brake of an articulated vehicle carrying cement. Now, the vehicle failed brake from this direction, and it was in the evening rush hour of that Wednesday, and the vehicle smashed into parked vehicles or vehicles that were held in the gridlock. The police says 6 people died, but people around say more than 20 died. And by last report of Thursday, 2 hospitals, Asokoro and National Hospital, were said to have been filled with the injured. Now, as I go down, you see that the Federal Road Safety, the police, and the vehicle inspection officers have cleared the burnt down vehicles, which official figures say were as many as 16. People are cleaning the roads, and what remains now is this ash. I will show you. This ash. This is the ash, maybe of the burnt out vehicles, maybe of cement, or maybe those who were unwillingly cremated in the inferno that erupted after this vehicle smashed cars that were here. But one thing is certain, families are mourning, businesses have been destroyed, and the challenge is again and again on this part of the Abuja Kefi Road, accidents happen of this nature. Just as we are doing this, an articulated vehicle almost smashed through us and people who were walking. And the question that is raised is, what can be done to stop this kind of situation that arises almost on a regular basis?
From Carol Bridge, I'm Wabos and Jacko for Signature TV.
The Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology says it has unveiled sustainable energy with electric vehicle charging station in the country. The charging station, which was unveiled at the headquarters of Energy Commission of Nigeria, ECN, in Abuja, is in collaboration with electric motor vehicle company EMVC. The Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji, said that it was a pivotal step in advancing Nigeria's transition to sustainable energy solutions. Nnaji said that the project was an infrastructure milestone and a testament to the nation's resolve to embrace technological advancement in energy and transportation. The Director General of ECN, Dr. Mustafa Abdullahi, said that the project was in line with the Presidential Declaration on Climate Change and Nigerian clean energy policy through the use of solar energy. He said that the design was a fast-charging technology with which a typical electric vehicle could be fully charged in about 30 minutes. The Abia State Police Commissioner Danladi Issa has disbanded the Command Special Weapons and Tactics SWAT unit and the Command Special Squad CSS. In their place, a newly trained tactical and professional unit known as the Scorpion Squad has now been established by the Police Command. The Scorpion Squad will be commanded by Superintendent of Police Ibe Daniel, with Deputy Superintendent of Police Augustine Eze appointed as the unity's deputy commander. The command's public relations officer Maureen Chinaka said the move was part of efforts to ensure compliance with the rule of law and to promote a professional police force in Abia. Addressing the Scorpion Squad, the police commissioner stressed the importance of professionalism, tact, and adherence to all rules of engagement during operations. The newly appointed Commissioner of Police for Kano State, Ibrahim Bokori, has promised to ensure zero tolerance against crime in the state. Bokori, who made the pledge during his first official engagement with the press, vowed to stamp out thuggery, drug abuse, kidnapping and cybercrime through advanced technology and strengthening of community policing.
Bakori, who becomes the 47th Commissioner of Police in Kano Command, emphasized a zero-tolerance policy towards all forms of criminalities, stating that his leadership would be proactive in tackling security challenges. To achieve this, the Commissioner reviewed plans to leverage advanced technology and human intelligence to anticipate and respond to emerging threats. He also stressed the importance of collaboration with sister security agencies and community stakeholders to ensure a safer Kano State.
I am committed to uphold the highest standard of professionalism, integrity, and accountability. Having obtained briefs from my predecessor, AIG Salman Dogo Garba, and the command management team, the crime pattern in the state was carefully studied and analyzed. I also comprehensively action plan was developed to address emerging issues that threaten the collective peace and security of Kano State. Based on this assessment conducted,
Bakari urged officers to uphold professionalism, discipline, and respect for human rights in their duties.
The Nigeria Data Protection Commission, NDPC, has launched an investigation into the data processing practices of TikTok and Truecaller amid growing concerns over potential privacy violations. The Chief Executive Officer of the NDPC, Dr. Vincent Olatunji, disclosed this on Thursday at a press conference in Abuja. According to Olatunji, the Commission is particularly concerned about how these platforms handle Nigerian users' personal data, including potential breaches of consent, data sharing with third parties, and overall compliance with the Nigeria Data Protection Act, NDPA 2025. He said the NDPC is actively investigating the data processing activities of TikTok and Truecaller to ensure their compliance with Nigeria's data protection laws. The investigation follows increasing scrutiny of global technology companies over data privacy concerns, particularly regarding how personal information is processed, stored, and transmitted beyond national borders. He emphasized that the directive aims to strengthen Nigeria's digital economy by fostering trust in data governance while ensuring that individuals' rights to privacy are upheld in line with international best practices. He also called on the public to report any data privacy violations and reaffirmed his commitment to transparency and due process in his investigations. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Lausa, has announced that all full-time Higher National Diploma HND graduates will now be mobilized for the National Youth Service Corps (NYSC). The resolution of the long-standing issue regarding their mobilization is contained in a statement made available to journalists in Abuja on Thursday by the Director of Press and Public Relations in the Ministry, Folashade Boriowo. Boriowo quoted Alausa as saying that after discussions with the Director General of NYSC, only full-time HND graduates were eligible and could thereafter proceed with their mobilization. This development, is said, marked a major breakthrough for full-time HND graduates who were previously excluded from the NYSC program. The minister urged all eligible full-time HND graduates to take full advantage of this opportunity and proceed with their mobilization without delay. He reaffirmed the government's commitment to fostering equal opportunities for all qualified Nigerian graduates and ensuring their contributions to national development through the NYSC scheme. The Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board says it is committed to providing guidance and support to investors and operatives in the oil and gas industry. The Executive Secretary of the Board, Felix Ogbe, made this promise on Wednesday in Abuja ahead of the 5th edition of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Opportunity Fair. Correspondent Josephine Beatrice reports.
Of Nigerian content opportunities, a comprehensive guide to investment opportunities in the oil and gas sector that align with local content requirements.
As a part of our commitment to expand local content development across Africa, I've directed that some key African countries such as Ghana, Uganda, Sierra Leone be invited to also present their projects. This opening will foster business-to-business partnership between African oil and gas service industries and other players in other African countries. It also improves intra-African trade and position our service companies for more opportunities beyond the shore of Nigeria.
Felix Ogbe said that the Nigerian Oil and Gas Opportunity Fair (NOGOF) serves as a vital platform for companies across the upstream, midstream and downstream sectors to showcase innovative projects. These projects, he said, are aimed to achieve the nation's goals of ramping up gas and crude oil production.
This will be the 5th edition of NOGOF and is scheduled to hold on 21st and 22nd of May 2025 in Bayelsa State. The event will also host the Champions of Nigerian Content Award on the sideline this year. The award will celebrate individuals and companies that have made significant contribution to the development of Nigerian content.
The Nigerian Oil and Gas Opportunity Fair is a biennial event whose theme for this edition is driving investment and production growth, shaping a sustainable oil and gas industry through indigenous capacity development. The theme highlights the critical role of the oil and gas industry in fueling industrialization and overall development of Nigeria's economy and aligns with the Content Development Board's mission of increasing local content in Nigeria. In Abuja, I am Josephine Beatrice for Signature TV.
There are indications that the federal government's Naira for Crude panel will be reconvening a meeting on Monday to consider continuation of the crude sales deal with Dangote Refinery amid petroleum products price uncertainty. This comes after Dangote Refinery on Wednesday announced a suspension of its petroleum product sales in Naira following a stalemate in discussions with the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited. The committee met earlier last week at the Ministry of Finance headquarters in Abuja to assess developments and reaffirmed commitments to the Naira for Crude policy framework. Reacting to the developments, the national president of the Petroleum Products Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria, Billy Gillis Harry, said its members will not hesitate to seek alternative sources of petroleum products. The president of the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, Hamid Fashola, appealed for government intervention and the continuation of the Naira for Crude policy in order to maintain the tempo of the petrol price template. And still to come on the news, U.S. aid cuts. Millions of lives in Africa are at risk, warns Africa CDC. Nigeria pledges to deepen collaboration with Tunisia in trade, culture. Congo's Tshisekedi unsurprised as terrorist M23 rebels withdraw from peace talks. Stay with us. The Africa Center for Disease Control and Prevention, Africa CDC, says millions of lives across the continent are at risk due to abrupt cuts in U.S. and European development aid threatening to reverse decades of progress in global health. The Director General of the Africa CDC, Dr. John Kaseya, who made this known at news conference, sounded the alarm on what he called a total disaster for the continent's health sector, and that 30% of Africa's health expenditure comes from official development assistance. He said that the aid cuts threaten to undo 20 years of progress in maternal and child health, infectious disease control, and poverty reduction. With donor funding disappearing, he said, the entire health systems could collapse and millions more Africans could be pushed into extreme poverty, and that health financing remains a persistent challenge. Kaseya said he has been meeting with ministers and the African Union to push for increased domestic investment in health and explore blended financing strategies involving the private sector. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga, has pledged Nigeria's commitment to deepening collaboration with Tunisia in areas of mutual interest, including trade, education, culture, and security. In a congratulatory message to Tunisia on Friday in Abuja to mark the country's independence anniversary, Tuga said the historic day marks a significant milestone in Tunisia's journey as a sovereign nation. The minister expressed confidence in the bonds of friendship and cooperation between the two nations, saying they would continue to grow stronger in the years to come. He therefore wished the government and the people of Tunisia peace, prosperity, progress, and Nigeria's continuing friendship and support, he said. Namibia's newly elected President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah pledged to boost investment in the agricultural sector and diversify the country's resource-focused economy in an attempt to address high unemployment rates. Nandi-Ndaitwah, 72, became Namibia's first female president after her ruling SWAPO party, which has governed the nation of around 3 million people for more than 3 decades, secured victory in both the presidential and parliamentary elections in November. Namibia has seen relatively strong economic growth in recent years, primarily due to investments in oil, gas, and green hydrogen. However, World Bank data indicates that the nation ranks second highest globally for income inequality. She also committed to diversifying the economy, enabling citizens to derive maximum benefits from the country's natural resources through value addition. She also stressed the need for maintaining high ethical standards among public servants and combating corruption. Nandi-Ndaitwah's inauguration was attended by several dignitaries, including 7 incumbent and 9 former African presidents. Democratic Republic of Congo President Felix Tshisekedi said he wasn't surprised on Friday, March 21, following rebel group M23's withdrawal from a scheduled peace talks, labeling them as a terrorist movement. Speaking on the sidelines of Namibia's presidential inauguration in Windhoek, Tshisekedi characterized M23 as a destructive force more interested in causing harm than in constructive dialogue, highlighting the ongoing tensions in eastern Congo despite recent diplomatic efforts to broker peace. The conflict, rooted in the fallout from Rwanda's 1994 genocide and competition for mineral riches, is eastern Congo's worst since the 1998 to 2003 war that drew in multiple neighboring countries and resulted in millions of deaths. With troops from Congo, Rwanda and Burundi having all participated in fighting this year, a conflict that has simmered for years is evolving into a wider regional war. The Sudanese army announced seizing full control of the presidential palace in downtown Khartoum earlier on Friday, March 21, in a statement in what would be a major gain in a two-year-old conflict with a rival armed group that has threatened to partition the country. The RSF said hours later that it remained in the vicinity of the palace and that it had launched an attack that had killed dozens of army soldiers inside. Army sources said the fighters were about 400 meters away. They said the Army's forces had suffered a drone attack that killed several soldiers as well as 3 journalists from state television. The RSF rapidly seized the presidential palace along with the rest of the city after war broke out in April 2023 over the paramilitary's integration into the armed forces. The army shared videos of soldiers cheering inside the palace grounds, 8 glass windows shattered and walls pockmarked with bullet holes. Images showed the cladding of the recently constructed palace torn off by explosions. The war erupted 2 years ago as the country was planning a transition to democratic rule. The army and RSF had joined forces after ousting Omar al-Bashir from power in 2019 and later to oust their subsequent civilian leadership. But they had long been at odds as Bashir developed the RSF, which has its roots in the 4th Janjaweed militias and leader Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo as a counterweight to the army, led by career officer Abdel Fattah al-Burhan. British Energy Minister Ed Miliband said there was no suggestion of foul play behind the huge fire at a substation which shut down London's Heathrow Airport on Friday. Speaking to newsmen, Miliband said the fire was catastrophic. Huge orange flames and plumes of black smoke shot into the sky around 11 p.m. on Thursday as a blaze engulfed the substation, cutting the power supply and backup system for Europe's busiest airport. Airline experts said the last time European airports experienced a disruption on such a large scale was the 2010 Iceland ash cloud that grounded some 100,000 flights. The industry is now facing the prospect of a financial hit costing tens of millions of pounds.
The catastrophic fire at an electricity substation, as you've been reporting, which not only meant that Heathrow lost power, but also affected the potential backup generation as well. What I know, having spoken to the National Grid this morning, is obviously the fire brigade is on the scene trying to put out the fire, but also the grid is doing everything they can to restore power as quickly as they can. And we don't know the cause of this fire. It's obviously an unprecedented event, but I think what you're right to say is we will want to understand both the causes of this event and what lessons, if any, it can teach us. As I say, the grid have never seen an event quite like this, so it is very unprecedented, but obviously this is a massive disruption for people at Heathrow, and obviously with any kind of event like this, we will want to learn.
Hungary has received an extension from the United States to a sanctions waiver, allowing it to make gas payments to Russia, Hungarian Foreign Minister Peter Szijjártó said on Friday, March 21. Washington last year imposed new sanctions on Russia's Gazprom Bank, one of the country's largest banks, which receives payments for natural gas from Gazprom's customers in Europe over the Ukraine conflict. Speaking in Ankara via a translator, Zijato also said Hungary is in talks with Turkey's state-owned pipeline operator Botas to purchase natural gas directly from Turkey in 2025.
Therefore, I was pleased to share with the minister the good news that, according to the notification received from Washington yesterday, our exemption from Gazprom Bank sanctions has been extended again by the U.S. administration, this time until May. Thus, the Hungarian natural gas supply remains secure.
Croatia's Ante Buldemir and Ivan Perisic struck to secure deserved 2-0 win over France in their Nations League quarter-final first leg as the return of Kylian Mbappe and Ousmane Dembele failed to get the visitors to fire. Croatia also missed an early penalty when Andrej Kramaric's sports kick was saved by France goalkeeper Mike Maignan, and the 2023 runners-up were full value for a win that might easily have been achieved by a greater margin. Afterwards, France coach Didier Deschamps admitted that his team made too many errors in the first half and they must be better in order to win the second leg at the Stade de France on Sunday, March 23. France created chances and tested Croatia goalkeeper Dominik Livakovic several times, but it was a below-par performance on a night that had promised much, with the return of Mbappe in particular after he sat out his side's last 4 fixtures. France hosts the second leg in Paris on Sunday. The winners of the tie will face either defending champion Spain or the Netherlands in the semi-finals in June. France enjoyed almost 2/3 of the possession, but found Croatia tough to break down, and when they did craft openings, they were wasteful in front of goal. Patrick Reed fired 7 birdies on Friday to top the leaderboard and lead by a stroke at the halfway stage of the Macau International Series golf tournament. The American carded a 64 after his bogey-free first round score 63 to be 13 under and retain his lead despite a phenomenal 61 by Carlos Ortiz of Mexico, who moved up to the second spot thanks to his 10 birdies. Australians Lucas Herbert and Travis Smythe are tied for third, trailing the leader by 3 strokes, while major champion Sergio Garcia is tied for fifth with Miguel Tabuena of the Philippines and Zimbabwe's Kieran Vincent. Meanwhile, the defending champion John Catlin has moved up to 52nd. And that's the news this hour. I am Ngozika Mba, thanking you for watching.
the relatives, they are usually torn on their flesh. Once your coverage is gone, it will just be like as if they've been waiting for opportunity like that to tell you the kind of people they are. So they go through a lot. One, taking the properties away from them, especially the Igbos. If you are not fortunate to have a male child, in quotes, you stand no chance of getting anything as you ought to, because it was your husband that worked for those things. Your relatives will just come out from nowhere, even though they've never showed face. But you begin to see that you have a lot of relatives hidden because they've seen opportunity. They would just like ants, they would just invest on you and take out all things that you ought to take as the wife of the man that just left. So they stand no chance of fighting for themselves.
Unfortunately, in our society, widows are subjected to inhuman treatment. For instance, sometimes a man dies and the wife is accused of having a hand in the death, and some negative things are done. One of which includes, in some communities, they say we must bet you, we must bet the dead person, and you drink the water to prove that you don't have a hand in the death of the man. And this is a person, a woman who should be grieving for losing her husband, and she is being subjected to inhuman treatment. So the way we treat widows are just very bad.
I'm speaking based on context I have seen. Sometimes widows are not treated properly when their husband dies. Sometimes they are subjected to some kind of measures and situations that are very difficult for them to handle, especially during the time of the bereavement. So I think they need more support from their husbands, people, from the community, and from the society in general. Their own family members, like from their siblings, need to rally around them. But in more precise way, I think the husband's people need to be by their side to help them process what has just happened, rather than sometimes, burdening them and loading them with even sometimes accusations as to having contributed to the death of the man, which has happened in some instances.
I will address it in two arms. First off, widows should have rights in Nigeria. Why I say widows should have rights in Nigeria is, firstly, these are people that just lost their loved one, and the society sometimes, under the native law and custom of the Igbos especially, most times they don't even see the widow as somebody that should inherit the estates of the deceased. Why? It's because they feel, especially for the people that never gave birth to a male child, they will see them that they don't have the capacity to be administrators of their husband's estate. Uncles that are greedy will always feast on those things and take up the properties of this widow. Secondly, under Nigerian native law and custom, women generally are not even seen to be part of people that should inherit properties, even from their paternal side, talk more of their husband's side. But good enough that under the law, there is a Supreme Court decision that says, in the case of Ukeja and Ukeja, that a woman can actually inherit the properties of the father.
Some are being treated rightly, why some are not. But if you talk about e-treatment, maybe you can be talking about in terms of properties. Let me talk in legal aspect of it, because we see a lot of cases like that in court whenever maybe a husband is dead and the family members are trying to take away the property, not minding that the deceased has family, have children to take care of. And it's also through that property that these children can be taken care of. But some of them are being taken away their properties and all that, which is very bad. is very, very bad. We have a lot of them in courts. So we try as much as we can to help them in any way we can. So there are some culture that's not fair to say. I won't say that I don't know some cultures that's not fair. And that aspect we need to come in and help. There are many of them, many of them.
It is a reflection of a failed government, because in a civilized climate, it is unheard of, despite what we are producing in the country, that today we are experiencing total blackout in the northern part of the country. But I believe with time it may extend to other parts of the country. So the government is not actually doing well. That is my own personal opinion. Because what effort are they doing? What led to it? It is not even made known to the public. Because sometimes they will just allow certain things to go bad, believing that the citizen cannot do anything. They are capitalizing on the complacency and without the self-satisfied nature of the citizens. That's my own personal take on it. As far as I'm concerned, the government is to be blamed. Because when they have made up their mind to render essential services to the people, what aspect of the country is working effectively with respect to the services being rendered by the government? I suggest they should even allow the private sector to handle this thing.
See, I'm from Adamawa State, Temsa local government to be precise. And since I was born, we've not had light, not until 2 months ago. Since inception, since Nigeria was created, not until 2 months ago. Not my own part of, there are no bandits there. You understand? So we should stop the blame game. It's not the fault of bandits. Let's not give government upper head so that they will not have what they will use as argument against us. It's not the fault of bandits, it's the fault of the government. Because I remember there was even a time in my village when they brought transformers. The same government didn't wire those transformers. Till we don't even know what happened to those transformers. For years, for more than 10 years, those transformers were there. Transformers bought with taxpayers' money, Nigeria's money. Transformers, brand new transformers. How they vanished, till I left my village, was going for Christmas for years, more than 10 years. The transformers were there. There was no light on the transformer. So let's stop the blame game. The government is our problem. The government should sit up and do what they need. The government should see government as business, not as where you come and steal money and frustrate people.
It's not good, Sharp, for the thing that is happening, because it's affecting the business and also it's affecting the productivity of the nation. For the citizens, and like for there's no light in the country now, is affecting It's affecting the businesses of the masses. Businesses are not moving the way it's supposed to be.
It's another beautiful evening on Signature TV, bringing you top packages on Signature Evening this Friday, the 21st day of March 2025. We'll be bringing you the regulars, politicals, business analysis, sports updates, security reports, and historical features. A lot has been going on in the polity. We still have reviews and opinions emanating from the proclamation of, and of course, inauguration of the already appointed sole administrator of Rivers State as emergency rule takes top position in that state. We also are aware of the wranglings in the People's Democratic Party, the lead opposition party in the country, where the Supreme Court, the Apex Court, ruled in favor of Anyanwu, who has been in quagmire with his party. Some members of the party seeking for his suspension and even expulsion from the party. But he has had this affirmation from, or justice rather, judgment rather, from the Supreme Court that he would be or remain the party's scribe as against Sunday Udeokoye. We'll be watching as things unfold. But let's take a break. When we return, we will bring you the very first story on the politicals and take it down from there. My name is Ngozika Mba, welcoming you on board this ride.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
On politicals this evening, the 2023 presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, has announced the formation of a coalition of opposition political parties to oust President Bola Tinubu in 2027. This was confirmed by Atiku at a press conference with a cross-section of leaders and political stakeholders from across the country in Abuja on Thursday. Atiku said that the group came together to address the dangerous and unconstitutional actions taken by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the illegal suspension of the democratically elected governor, deputy governor, and the State House of Assembly, which according to him is a clear subversion of democracy and imposition of autocratic federal control over a duly elected state government. Other opposition leaders present at the press conference include the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi, who was represented by Yunusa Tanko, former secretary to the government of the Federation, Babachir Lawal, former Kaduna State Governor Nasser El-Rufai, National Secretary of the Coalition of United Political Parties, Peter Ame, and convener of the alternative, Shegu Shongmi, among others. On this particular story, we'll have a conversation about the fact that the former vice president announced opposition coalition to challenge the president in 2027 general election. And to have this discuss with us is Daniel Chukunonso Ogbe, Esquire, a legal practitioner. Good evening, legal.
Yes, good evening. It's my pleasure.
Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
How did you receive this pronouncement from the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar to form an opposition, or already formed opposition? We've been hearing stuff going on for a couple of weeks now. We've also heard denouncements, persons saying they are not part of this. But we suddenly see the immediate past governor of Kaduna State, El-Rufai, switching camps, leaving the ruling party, APC, and calling on others. And now, the former presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, the lead opposition party in the country, is also seeking for a coalition. How did you receive this news, legal?
Anyway, what is playing out in the country, in the political terrain of the country, is a welcome development. But beyond what is playing out with regard to the coming together of some political actors in the country, we also have to take a look at the circumstances beyond this political convergence, if I should use that expression. We also have to appraise the interests that are being brought together under one umbrella by these political actors, and also the possibility of this coalition seeing the light of the day. Now, in the first instance, there is nothing wrong with political actors coming together to form a viral opposition. It is said that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And as a matter of fact, in any democratic setting, political office holders are made to become more accountable and responsible when there is in place an opposition that is living up to expectation. Accordingly, what has been done by the political actors whose names you reeled out, on the face of it, seems to be a welcome development. However, having said that, the pertinent question we have to ask is this: what is the reason behind, or what do we think is the reason behind the coming together of men of like minds? Is it for the purpose of putting Nigeria first, for the purpose of taking Nigeria out of the woods, or is it geared towards the projection of the political interest of these men, so to speak? Because just like what happened in the year 2014, when the now ruling All Progressives Congress was vetted, we saw men who came together solely for the sake of ousting the then former President Goodluck Jonathan. And Nigerians, as far as I'm concerned, we are thrown into leadership turmoil thereafter. So we should be asking a critical question, or better still, the men who have come together to form a coalition should be telling Nigerians that, look, we decided not to come together for the sake of coming together, but we have decided to come together because going by our antecedents over the years, we believe that we offer a better alternative to the status quo. We believe that if given an opportunity, that we'll be able to make a difference. And this stance will not be projected based on mere rhetorics. This stance should be projected by while putting forward what these men have done in time past. In which case, failure to do that, I'm afraid to say that many Nigerians may not be willing to, to embrace this new development wholeheartedly without any form of reservation.
You mean Secondly, the key players now? You mean the key players in this coalition?
Yes, they have to tell Nigerians what they have done in time past, while juxtaposing same with the prevalent need in the country, in which many Nigerians are yearning, for responsible leadership in the country. Because as far as I'm concerned, many Nigerians are not comfortable with the type of leadership that is taking place at various tiers of government in Nigeria as I speak. Even those who may claim to be sympathetic to the ruling government in their respective private corners, there are many people are not happy with at least the economic turmoil going on in the country. So these men that have gathered together, I think the Nigerian people, they are becoming more enlightened politically. I know as a fact that many Nigerians will be keen in knowing what these people have to bring to the table. I also know that there are some names there in the opposition fold who, to a great extent, they have a good reputation to market to the Nigerian electorate. Now, it now boils down to the political arrangement that the coalition may be willing to sell across to the Nigerian people. I wouldn't like to project any candidate at this juncture. I am not part of the coalition, but if I were to advise this political heavyweight, I think they have to look within and then put forward any candidates who, to a great extent, may be sellable to the Nigerian public, in which case they can now throw their weight behind any such candidate or candidates for the purpose of seeing to it that a better alternative is made available to the Nigerian people. So coming together, so to speak, may not be the problem, but another issue has to do with the issue of interest. I know as a fact that if I remember vividly, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar made it clear, if I'm right, I beg your pardon and I apologize in advance if I'm wrong, but I think of late he stated that he is going to run for the presidency come 2027. If that is the case, then I think that the issue of interest may not allow the coalition, to make much progress, to make much impact in the Nigerian politics.
No, it's still at the nascent stage. I mean, the coalition is just being formed. We never can predict the eventual agreement as time progresses.
The foundation of any establishment is of paramount importance. Despite the fact that the coalition is being formed, yet you have to, it is good and also vital at this juncture to take a look at the foundation of this coalition. And that's why I'm trying to juxtapose this development with the stance of Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. Agreed, constitutionally he has the right to aspire to occupy the #1 position in the country. Agreed, he has the right to also express himself politically. Now, but having taken a firm position that he is going to run for the office of president come 2007, unless he decides to also, take a more diplomatic stance. What am I trying to say? Apart from Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, we hope and pray that the divergent interest of the members of this coalition will allow them to make progress. Because if you have a situation whereby you have individuals who are adamant, be it Atiku Abubakar or be it Alhaji Atiku Abubakar or Mr. Peter Obi or whoever, if they are adamant that they must run for the #1 position, I'm afraid to say that they may not make progress. But if you have a situation whereby they are willing to embrace some forms of compromise here and there for the purpose of saving the Nigerian nation, then it will be a wonderful development. So agreed, the coalition is still at this nascent stage. Yet it is also vital at this early stage to make known, to make known to the Nigerian people the roadmap, the vision of this coalition, the agenda of this coalition. Whether this coalition is all about some persons trying to project their political interests, having a more formidable force. Because definitely, when political force gather together, they tend to have a stronger bargaining power, you know, within which they can approach the electorate. Unlike when they operate on their own respective lanes, political lanes. So if they are willing to embrace compromise at this initial stage for the sake of the Nigerian nation, then they may make headway. But if they are forming this coalition, whereas you have individuals who are adamant that they must have their way, I don't want to sound pessimistic, but the reality on ground is that this coalition may not see the
light of the day. Oh, okay. Something happened in 2013 where there became a merger of the three largest opposition parties at the time: the Action Congress of Nigeria, ACN, the Congress for Progressive Change, CPC, to which the immediate past president belonged at the time, Buhari, and the All Nigerian People's Party, ANPP. We also heard that some breakaways from APGA, All Progressives Grand Alliance, were part of the foundation members of what has become APC today. Then to 2015, we saw this party firming up enough to oust the ruling party that has been there for 16 years. Do you think that there is a possibility of a replay of what the picture I just painted?
Again, I wouldn't like to sound pessimistic, but I would love to be realistic this evening. From what is playing out, I don't think the 2014 scenario will play out again in this country for now, at least under the watch of President Tinubu, because there is an adage in my place that a child who will fare well in life is being discovered from the early stage of his existence. Now, if we should, you know, go down the memory lane of what transpired in this country post 2000 pre-2015, you will agree with me, or you may be tempted to agree with me, that these various opposition political parties, they were to a great extent coordinated. They launched coordinated political assaults on the then ruling People's Democratic Party, even prior to the coalition. And we saw some members of the then ruling People's Democratic Party identifying with the opposition fold. But that seems not to be the case at the moment. As I speak, with due respect to the People's Democratic Party, the PDP, with due respect, seems not to be a forceful opposition party. And again, if you take a look at what is going on in the PDP, with due respect, even seems to be in disarray. And many people believe that the internal wranglings in some of these opposition political parties may have to do with the activities of the members of the ruling party. What am I trying to say? The opposition fold is not yet well coordinated, because most politicians, for the purpose of protecting their political interests, may prefer, planting moles in the camps of their adversaries, so that the adversaries will not be well coordinated, to put up any formidable opposition to the activities or to the political fortunes of the ruling party. So, assuming the PDP were to be a serious-minded opposition political party, then it will be easier for members of the opposition to come together while embracing the platform of the PDP or any other platform in order to put up a formidable force against the ruling All Progressives Congress. But from my own personal observation, that has not been happening. As a matter of fact, if you ask me, I believe that there are some members of even some political office holders in this country who in theory are members of the opposition People's Democratic Party and other opposition and members of other opposition political parties in the country. Yet they identify
only one person.
I don't know if to a great extent with
are you confirming others? Are there others that we do not know?
Are there
others that you are aware of that we do not know? We just know one person who is in the lead opposition party that is a member of the federal government executive.
Is he the FCT minister?
Yes. I don't know if you know.
Apart from that, let's take a look at the activities of the governor of ENUGU State.
Oh.
Mr. President was in ENUGU State some months ago, and he told us that it's not about the party affiliation. Agreed. When one is the president of the entire country, irrespective of political divide, Nevertheless, beyond rhetorics, it is worrisome that you have members of, or you have a serving minister from ENUGU State who is of the ruling All Progressives Congress. Yet he's not putting up the desired or the opposition against the ruling People's Democratic Party in this state. In other words, if we should apply logic, I may be right to say that there seems to be a harmonious political understanding between the governor of ENUGU State and the ruling All Progressives Congress. That's my own observation. And as a matter of fact, for instance, take a look at a state like Anambra State. Anambra State is under the control of the opposition All Progressives Grand Alliance. But we have not forgotten the role played by the incumbent governor of Anambra State. In the last general election, the governor of Anambra State came after the Labour Party presidential candidate. So having said that, it will take the highest miracle of the century, for instance, to see APGA as a political party under the leadership of the governor of Anambra State, who, by virtue of his position, I believe should be deemed to be the leader of the party, either formally or informally. It will be surprising to have Charles Oludo of Anambra State identifying with this opposition movement, unlike what was the case prior to 2015 when the APGA faction that Rochas Okorocha belonged to identified with the then coalition that bettered the All Progressives Congress. So in a nutshell, what is playing out at the moment, with due respect, is that we have a weak opposition fold in the country. The only opposition I think that is viable at the moment in Nigeria is the Nigerian people. But that is dependent on the willingness of the Nigerian people to challenge the status quo, in which case, come 2027, the Nigerian people may decide if they are tired of bad governance, if they are tired of, being manipulated by political elites who tend to fan the embers of religion, ethnicity, and other primordial sentiments in confusing the Nigerian people during the electioneering season. If the Nigerian people are truly tired of bad governance, then we take a look at the candidates that they put forward in 2027, and then by virtue of their willingness to do away with bad governance, they may rally around and throw their weight behind any candidates that promises, to offer solutions to the myriads of challenges that have been bedeviled the Nigerian nation and that has made us to be grasping for the breath of survival in this country. That's the only form of opposition that may be put up against the ruling party. But from my observation, we have political professors who are members of the ruling political party. They are conversant with the intricacies of opposition politics because they've once been in the opposition, and they know that whenever you have the united disciplined and and formidable opposition, then the ruling party will have serious challenges to contend with. And that's why I reasonably suspect that they are busy, members of the ruling party are busy planting crisis in the opposition fold, so that you now have situations whereby you have two persons clamoring, fighting over the national secretary position of the People's Democratic Party. Believe you me, some persons who may be tempted to vie for political offices under the platform of the PDP, they may be skeptical in doing that, knowing full well that to a great extent you have two factions in the People's Democratic Party, which ordinarily is deemed to be the major opposition political party in the country. So I don't want to sound pessimistic, as I said earlier, but I'm just trying to be factual. I'm trying to be realistic, But I wish the opposition folds the very best. I hope and pray that they are going to surmount the challenges, the enormous challenges placed on their way by circumstances, by the actions and inactions of even their party men. Just like the LCT minister is a very interesting example. And with due respect to the PDP, with utmost due respect to the PDP, especially the members of the PDP who are serious-minded, is marks of the highest echelon of irresponsibility for a party like the PDP to have the person of the FCT minister in his fold. Yet he has openly been working against the interests of this party without being penalized in any manner whatsoever. In other words, it seems that the FCT minister is above the PDP. And if that's the case, if you have a party, if you have one man is above, is above the leadership of the party, where you have one man who cannot be called to order, then that party, with due respect, is not a serious-minded opposition political party. Unless they are trying to converge under a different platform, in which case you will now find the governors of the PDP, because you cannot do away with the sensitive roles these governors have to play if you are talking about opposition politics. Because if you are talking about opposition politics, you cannot do away with the requirement for financial resources needed to prosecute the activities of opposition. And unfortunately, Nigeria will still play money politics. It's a sad reality, in which case many political office holders did their hands in public coffers while making use of funds belonging that should have been used for the purpose of governance in prosecuting politics. But this is the reality on ground, in which case you need the political services of governors and other political office holders who occupy some positions in the country to be able to take care of what I refer to as logistics in prosecuting the activities of opposition politics, because it is difficult for opposition politics to thrive amidst hunger and poverty. It requires funds to convene political meetings, both at the world, local government, and state levels. It requires funds for logistics to be taken care of. Funds are needed to keep the will of opposition politics alive. And if you don't have a good number of governors or other political office holders in such in an opposition fold, and then no matter how promising that opposition may be to the Nigerian people, many Nigerians may not be availed of the opportunity to listen to such opposition political party when they don't have the financial wherewithal to project and market themselves. Just like what happened to former President Buhari when he was in the opposition fold before the coalition of 2014. He had challenges in prosecuting his campaign, but immediately the Bola Tinubu and Amechi factors played out. Then immediately the Lagos and River State factors played out. Presumably, the resources were,
available
popped up to give his campaign a colorful outlook. For the first time, we now saw a Muhammadu Buhari who appeared very handsome in suits, in billboards across Nigeria. We now saw a Buhari campaign that took a more lively dimension, unlike what was the case when he was under various opposition platforms like the CPC and, if I'm right, ANPP, wherein he had challenges in bankrolling his campaign. So you cannot do away with the role that these incumbents have to play. So I'm afraid to say that what played out in 2015 may not play out in 2027 in this country because of interest, and because of the unserious attitude of the party touted to be the major opposition political party in the country.
Okay, the way you're sounding, it appears that at the time that which party was the leading opposition party before 2013? It wouldn't be, there was no APC, I'm thinking AD at the time. But usually it's looking, okay, even presently it's looking like it's a measure of disgruntled politicians, especially those ones that have been sidetracked by the APC. Atiku, for instance, who played a great role during the merger in 2013 and helped largely. I mean, there were, conversations around this at the time that he helped bring Buhari into power, having left PDP to join the coalition at the time, 2013 before 2015. Now it's also looking like this disgruntled politician. Atiku was bruised because after 2015, he started experiencing what I'm talking about. And by 2017, he had to cry out. In fact, he had to officially leave APC. And of course, we know what happened during the next election. He was in PDP, contested alongside Peter Obi before the 2023 general election. Now, another person that it does not augur well with in APC was the former governor of Kaduna State, El Rufai. So I'm seeing a marriage of disgruntled politicians, and every one of them has interest. Do you think that, I know you have alluded to that in the past, but I need you to actually give us your view about this person. Probably they would drag in the Labour Party candidate in 2023 election, and who knows, Kwankwaso with his Kwankwasia movement. Now, all of these persons are not happy with the party APC, or at least 85% of them. What are your thoughts on this? Disgruntled politicians.
Anyway, let me lay emphasis on what I had earlier said. For opposition to thrive, at least at the national level in this country, you need the support of at least quite a sizable number of governors. I repeat, the roles to be played by incumbent governors in opposition politics cannot be overemphasized. If you remember what happened in 2014, when the opposition leaders came together to oust former President Jonathan, governors were involved from the southwest, from the north, and even from the south and part of southeast. Because it's a sad one, but we cannot rule away the influence that these governors have in their respective terrains. Let me give an example using El-Rufai. No mention of El-Rufai. El-Rufai is from Kaduna State. When he was governor of Kaduna State, he held sway. But it will take the highest magic of the century for El-Rufai's influence to now dominate that of the incumbent governor of Kaduna State. Because you cannot rule away the power of incumbency. This would have been a different ballgame if El-Rufai were to be an incumbent governor. In other words, despite hailing from Kaduna State, I don't see the ruling All Progressives Congress losing in Kaduna State, not based on the votes to be cast, but based on the influence of power of incumbency. These are sad realities in Nigerian politics. You cannot rule it away. Just like what happened in Rivers State, there is this in the 2022 general election. There is this strong belief that the Labour Party presidential candidate won in Rivers State. Many persons hold their opinion, going by some information made available to the public after that election. But because of the role that the then governor, being the now FCT minister, played, the ruling APC won in quotes, won Rivers State. So, no matter how disgruntled you may be, if you don't have quite a good number of governors who are seriously committed to your personal position in Nigeria today at the national level, I'm afraid to say that you may not make progress. You now take a look at the activities of the PDP governors, say for a few people like Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State, who has been vociferous against the government of the APC. Here in Enugu State, for instance, I've not seen the governor of Enugu State, exhibiting any form of opposition against the center. I've not observed that. I don't mean you should be along our heads with the center, but I don't see the governor of Enugu State as being an opposition, an opposition figure to the Bola Tinubu's administration. That is what they normally conduct. But the point there is this: possibly politically, the governor of Akwa Ibom shows you that there seems to be a form of political romance. Between some of the governors of the main opposition, the People's Democratic Party, and the ruling All Progressive Congress. This, to the best of my knowledge, wasn't the case when APC, prior to the formation of APC, the opposition governors, they were firmly involved in the business of opposition. Rotimi Amechi never played hide and seek. He openly went against Goodluck Jonathan. The same thing, the ACN governors from the southwest, led by the now president, they held the country hostage politically when Jonathan was in power. We have not forgotten about occupying Nigeria. Their media department was alive. The media arm of the then opposition fold was very, very light. The likes of Lai Mohammed, they kept scrutinizing the government, in some instances resorting to propaganda for the purpose of discrediting the then government of Goodluck Jonathan. But today in Nigeria, many worse things have happened ever since Muhammad Buhari became the governor, the president, and thereafter handed over to Bola Tinubu. Yet, we have not seen a vociferous PDP. Rather, we have seen a PDP with lukewarm attitude. Nevertheless, I think the little hope that may emanate from this coalition is if these forces, if they decide to project a candidate that is charismatic, then they can now also utilize their political connections, in fortifying and solidifying the influence of any such candidates. I don't want to mention any name, but the truth is glaring for all to see. Among these opposition candidates, left for them to go back home and do their homework well and tell themselves the truth. At times, some people don't like telling themselves the truth. But even when you lie to another person, it's usually good for one to tell oneself the truth. So these political heavyweights should go back home and tell themselves the truth. Say, among ourselves, who is the likeliest person to be embraced by an average Nigerian? Now, that being the case, we should also look for a formidable running mate for that candidate so that we can wrestle power from those people and avail Nigerian people of an opportunity to breathe, to have a breath of fresh air. Failure to do that, I'm afraid to say that the incumbent president may have his way again. He's a political strategist. You know, he has been in this business for a very long time. I'm afraid to say that he will have his way come 2027. Already, most of the opposition folks, they're even in this array.
Okay. Now, you said that the power of incumbency will play a major role in the fulfillment of the reason for the coalition. El-Rufai was mentioned because he's no longer the governor at this time. He may not be as forceful, as pushful as he should be, and that same goes for Fayemi, who is the former governor of Ekiti State, and the last time I checked, he belonged to APC. And so what I said about this gruntled politician coming together to form a coalition is looking like it. But generally speaking, do you foresee any governor trying to, join this marriage of coalition to make it as viable as possible? You see what played out in Rivers State. We actually saw some governors. One, PDP governors were pro-Fubara, one of their own, and South-South governors as well were pro-Fubara. Do you think that this kind of move will also, make it easier to win them over to join the coalition?
Well, if you are talking about the coalition, Atiku Abubakar is a leader in the PDP. So I believe there is a presumption. I haven't heard that he decamped from the PDP.
Not yet.
He's still a member of the PDP. For him to be in the picture, it raises a presumption that, that the PDP, directly and indirectly, is part of the coalition. That's an assumption that, because Atiku has not decamped, he seems to be their leader. From my own understanding, I know that we have at least two camps in the PDP. The pro-Wike camp and the pro-Atiku camp. And that's part of the problem, because even the PDP is not even united. Of course, it's difficult to have absolute unity in any given terrain, but we expect reasonable unity. But that seems not to be the case with the PDP. There is serious division in the PDP, and that's why I say that it is strange that the PDP has not been courageous enough to punish the FCT minister, to penalize him for obviously working against the interests of the party. And if that's the case, the PDP is a major opposition party, and if the governors of the PDP have not come out forcefully to push any agenda for coalition on their own, and it's only the likes of Atiku Abubakar and some other key factors that have come out openly to champion that. I am afraid to say that the way I see the PDP governors, and their names, I'm just looking at them one after the other, they are not forceful enough, they are not radical enough politically, to challenge the center. In fact, even with this emergency, instead of emergency now declared in Rivers State, I may not be wrong to say that any governor who wants to pose much headache to the center may intentionally sponsor crisis in the state, declare a state of emergency, and remove the governor. Don't rule that out, because the impunity has come to stay. Even those, especially members of the PDP, who are members of the House of Reps and Senate, who are also supposed to kick against what happened in the Rivers State, it's like they also embraced what Mr. President did. So basically, with due respect, I don't see any viable platform upon which this coalition will thrive. I am sorry to say. Look at the Labour Party. That's why the gains that the obedient movement in the Labour Party made in the last election. Labour Party, with due respect, is also in disarray. And many believe that it's also
sponsored
the handiwork of the ruling party to ensure that there is no coordinated and decent platform upon which opposition members will thrive. Agreed. Now, Erufai has moved into SDP. Unless some of these persons that they are all willing to converge under SDP, even if that should happen, I still repeat what I said earlier. You need the influence of governors to wrestle power from the center as far as national politics is concerned, because these governors wield enormous influence in their various terrains. That's why it's usually an exception to the rule for an incumbent governor to be defeated in his terrain. It's usually an exception to the rule. And that's why they were able to wrestle power from Goodluck Jonathan in 2015.
You can never rule out that in Nigerian politics, anything can happen. Remember 2015.
Definitely. I agree with you. But that would be a case of unexpected development, like what happened in 2023. We never saw the Obi wave coming.
Okay.
If many persons have seen it coming, they would have joined the party while waiting for him to join the party. So some factors may play out in the country, but ordinarily, if you're talking about conventional politics, I don't see President Tinubu being defeated. He can only be defeated from my own perspective as a human being. If the Nigerian people, if most of us are tired of Tinubu's presidency, because I can tell you that despite the anguish in the land, despite the excruciating hunger, despite the frustration, despite the despair, many people will still come out and vote him come 2027 because of primordial ethnic and religious considerations. And it happens across board, even here in Enugu State. Prior to 2023, some of us were deceived by the hue and cry of Enugu people that they are suffered in the lives of bad governance. But when it was time for decision to be made, many people in Enugu opted for two candidates, being the incumbent governor and the then his main rival of the Labour Party. But both of them, they are the same people as far as I'm concerned. So the Enugu people came out, many of them voted his main rival because he joined Labour Party. So that is the highest level of, I don't know the best expression to use. Anyway, let me not use any foul language. We're on air, but it is a strange behavioral pattern of the Nigerian people. It shows that, for instance, in Enugu State, as of 2023, that Enugu people we are not yet tired of bad governance. So taking it to the federal level, many people will still vote President Tinubu, take it to the bank.
All right, thank you very much for
even in the north, some northern political elites may want to vote him so that he will have his 8 years in the bag, after which power to them will now return to the north. So there will even be division in the north. Some persons will want him to complete his 8-year tenure in office.
So these are the issues. But we will watch as things so unfold. We are Nigerians and we are still here. Thank you very much, Daniel Chukwunonso Ogbe, for being with us on the first segment of Signature Evening.
It's my pleasure. A wonderful evening to you all.
Thank you. Daniel Ogbe is a legal practitioner and a political affairs analyst. We shall return to take the second story on the political. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Still on politicals, President Bola Tinubu on Thursday justified his decision to declare a state of emergency in Rivers State, saying the crisis was at a perilous tipping point, threatening the security of vital oil and gas installations. He also said the Rivers crisis was undermining the national economy and the progress his administration has made and the reforms initiated since it commenced in May 2023. According to Tinubu, the declaration of emergency rule is a critical step to restoring stability after a protracted political crisis that paralyzed governance in the state and endangered national economic security for over 15 months. The president lauded the National Assembly for the ratification of the state of emergency proclamation in Rivers State. He further acknowledged the lawmakers' diligent review of classified security briefings, underscoring the urgent need for intervention to prevent further escalation. The president said he was optimistic that the 6-month emergency will empower the newly appointed sole administrator to stabilize Rivers State, address systemic breakdowns, and facilitate dialogue among conflicting parties. He lauded all Nigerians for their understanding and urged all stakeholders to support the restoration of peace in Rivers State. This interview will focus on the emergency rule and if it will save lives, secure critical infrastructure like the president has established. And to have this conversation with us is the editor-in-chief of Supreme Court judgments of Supreme Court reports, Chief Barrister Tom Anyafulude. Thanks for joining us, Chief.
Thank you, Ngozi. Thank you for having me.
Okay, it's no longer news that the president announced emergency rule in Rivers State and already appointed and made sworn a sole administrator in that state. But update is on the points he made during the pronouncement, one of which is that the emergency rule would save life. I don't know if you agree with this or not. Chief,
now, the emergency rule is anchored on Section 305 of the 1999 Constitution. Now, that section gives the president power to not even to declare emergency rule, but to make a proclamation where a constitution provides procedure for doing a thing. That procedure must be rigidly followed. There is a difference in law between constitutional provision and the provision of rules. The constitutional provision must be rigidly adhered to. Now, under Section 305, the first step is to make an instrument An instrument is an executive order. Now, I, President Bola Tinubu, make proclamation that a state of emergency, blah, blah, blah. That has to be published in a state gazette, and then transmitted to the National Assembly. And the National Assembly will debate the contents of that proclamation, and by 2/3 of members who approve the proclamation, it becomes law. So, in effect, you cannot say that a state of emergency has been declared until that is debated at the National Assembly. But in this case now, we saw a president who declared a state of emergency with immediate effect. Now appointed a sole administrator with immediate effect. So the president placed the cart before the horse. So there was no strict adherence to the Section 305. And to that extent, it is not proper. Now, we also saw a situation where a democratically elected governor and the House of Assembly were dismantled. So the question now is, and you did all this before the proclamation was debated in the House of National Assembly. So legally speaking, constitutionally, one, the president did not adhere to the procedure. Secondly, does he have the power to pull down democratic structures in River State? In law,
okay,
where the Constitution makes provision, you cannot imply any other thing but to interpret it strictly. You can only remove a governor under Section 188 of the Constitution by impeachment. Now, if the Constitution intended there would be another way of disciplining a governor or removing a governor, the Constitution would have said under Section 188, subject to Section 305, subject to Section 305. So the Constitution would have subjected Section 118 to Section 305. Rather, the Constitution said under Section 305, it started saying subject to the Constitution. Subject to the Constitution. That is the opening paragraph in Section 305. Subject to the Constitution. It means that Section 305, which gives emergency power, cannot go beyond the Constitution. It must be subjected to the Constitution. Tom is subordinate to. Subordinate to. So Section 305 is subordinate to the Constitution, which includes Section 188 that it talks of removal of a governor. So the president has power to make proclamation. The president has power to publish instruments of that proclamation in official gazette and then send it to the National Assembly. So he initiates the process of state of emergency, not that he declares it. That is the mistake people make. A state of emergency can only take place when it is voted, when it is sanctioned by 2/3 of each house of the National Assembly. And that is why the voting process is important, because it's a constitutional requirement, and it must be seen that everybody has adhered to the provision of the Constitution.
Okay, you have quoted the Constitution, and you've tried explaining what the Constitution says in emergency rule and declaration of emergency rule. But there's a part of that, the basis for declaration that I want us to handle, and that's the part that stated the conditions upon which an emergency rule should be instituted in a country or in a state. And that's one of the reasons, one of the conditions pointed to saving lives. And so I'd like us to look at the Rivers situation. Is the situation emergency enough for declaration of emergency rule?
You can only declare emergency rule when you have to restore peace and order that requires extraordinary measures. If the federal government can contain Boko Haram in Borno, if the federal government of Nigeria can contain the terrorist group now, ravaging Sokoto State, if they can contain those ones in Yobe, so what is in Rivers State that requires extraordinary measures? You have not tried, even if there is a threat to pipeline, the federal government can, dispatch security agents. And then, secondly, you can also declare a state of emergency in Rivers State without tampering with constitutional, democratic institutions like the governor or the House of Assembly. What it means, what does it mean, state of emergency? It means that you will suspend the operation of Section 4 of the Constitution, which deals with fundamental rights. The federal government can say, we are declaring state of emergency in Rivers State. It means that if anybody is seen around the pipeline, if anybody comes out at night, if anybody talks anyhow, you can now arrest without observing the fundamental rights of the person. You can detain without trial. You can detain without giving bail. You can restrict movement in order to ensure that there is peace and there is security. Extraordinary measure is something beyond the capacity or the capability of the police and the military. That is what it means. You can declare a state of emergency without touching the governor or even the House of Assembly. It means that you are going to suspend the Chapter 4 of the Constitution, and you can take extraordinary measures. We don't respect human rights. You can just bungle people into prison. You can arrest. You can say, don't come out. Don't use speech. Don't make any statements. All these things you do, and to ensure that there is no breakdown of law and order. So it's a misconception to feel that state of emergency can only be declared when you suspend the House of Assembly or you suspend the governor.
Okay. But just before the declaration of the state of emergency by the president on Rivers State, a pipeline was blown a night before. Do you think that could have been averted if emergency rule was in place before that night?
Now, was there any investigation? A pipeline was blown today, tomorrow you declare state of emergency. Now, was it investigated? Now, we are now coming to realize that it was not even a pipeline breaking.
Because of the agitation of the IYS, Ijo Youth Council, and some Ijo leaders, because of the utterances of the former governor of the state, who happens to be the FCT minister, it was looking like more of that was going to come, and then the president had to do what, if he had continued with investigation, probably more pipelines would have blown up, don't you think?
Now, you don't act on speculation. Remember that the governor of Rivers State is not the chief security officer. He is the chief security officer on paper. But in practical terms, the security of the state is strictly the responsibility of the Commissioner of Police and the military personnel there. So, it is not as serious suspension of democratic institution, because you are suspending the operation of the constitution. It's very serious. We are no longer in a military regime. We are in a civilian regime where the president is even under the constitution. This constitution is a grand norm. It is a supreme law, and everybody, including the institutions like the Supreme Court, we are all under the constitution. So I agree that to some extent you have to take some steps. You have to be proactive, but proactiveness will have to be based on reasonable ground. Unreasonable, after all, the same Wike said that it is not only Ijaw people that know how to break pipelines. That Ogoni people can also break pipelines. That one is a statement too that should require that is supposed to be cautioned. Now, the pipeline that was broken was not in Ijaw land; it was in Ogoni land. And then the statement by these Ijaw people, when they made this statement, did you invite any of them for interrogation? Did you invite them for interrogation and for further clarification on that security breach, the statements? So you don't just act speculatively. So based on law, it was premature and not substantial enough to declare a state of emergency.
Now, on the basis of residual knowledge of what emergency rules have been like, at least since 1999. At some point, I think in 2004, it was the then President Obasanjo that instituted a state of emergency in Ekiti State, I think, and then thereafter in 2006 in another state, and much later Goodluck Jonathan will declare a state of emergency in about 3 states in the north. With the hindsight now, do you think that security is actually guaranteed the next 6 months of this emergency rule in Rivers State?
Well, nobody can vouch for, but there was the fear of insecurity in Rivers State is speculative. In Rivers State, people are going about their normal duties. They are going about doing their things. Even in Ijaw land where the threat was, done, nothing, there was no real situation to warrant declaration of emergency. Rather, it was even the minister that came to Calabari last week and was making provocative statements. He described the sitting governor as a boy. He described Yusufobara as a boy and was making statements and saying that the House of Assembly will do their constitutional duty. Now, let me even say this, that this issue of declaration of state of emergency is a face-saving strategy, because that impeachment would not have succeeded. I do not think that they would have crossed all the hurdles, especially the judicial hurdle, because you cannot impeach a governor without the concurrence of the judiciary. They were having problems with the chief judge, and that is why they accused the chief judge of certificate forgery, and then they dropped that. Now, let me tell you, if they were having it easy, why did they not go with the option of impeachment? Because if they had gone on with the option of impeachment, the members of the House of Assembly would not have lost their seats. And it is constitutional to impeach a governor. But they knew that they could not cross those hurdles. And then they now reverted to state of emergency, which is easier for them.
We're still looking at the security of lives and infrastructure in Rivers State, looking to see if there's going to be absolute security, okay, something near that, because nothing is absolute really in Rivers State, given that a pipeline was already blown up. And I know that since this declaration, the Jaw Youth Council as an organization, as a body, has not really made any categorical statement since then. But that does not mean that they have nothing up their sleeves or that they are lying low. Nobody can affirm totally. But I need to actually establish that the former chief naval officer who is now the sole administrator of Rivers State, being a naval man, will actually abide by what we were told he was coming to do to ensure that there is security of lives and property and that peace is totally restored in Rivers State. Do you think that this will work this time around?
Nobody can actually say. But on paper, when you have now declared a state of emergency, it means that you are operating emergency rules. You are not suspending the operation of the Constitution. The operation, with especially Chapter 4, which deals with fundamental rights. Hello?
You are on, Chief.
Which deals with fundamental rights. So the state administrator will employ extraordinary measures, non-constitutional methods to ensure the enforcement of law and order. Like somebody may be arrested without trial. Somebody can be arrested without warrant of arrest. You can bubble into a person's house based on suspicion, and then without even warrant of arrest or search warrant, and such little things. So the security agents will have more latitude to enforce law and order. That is the only thing I know. But whether there will be more guaranteed peace is what I cannot say. But they have more latitude, they have more powers to enforce law and order, and those powers can be abused if they like.
Quite a number of persons in Nigeria have criticized the emergency rule. Does it mean that they are not looking at the same angle as the president, who thinks that this emergency rule is about the only option that is left for Rivers turmoil since close to 2 years now? Are there still people playing politics around all of this, or do they mean well in their criticism?
Apparently, emergency rule is not the only option. After all, is it not the same president that invited members of the House of Assembly of Rivers State to Abuja? And they held a closed door meeting for hours and came out and singing on his mandate we stand. So what prevented the president from undertaking official visits to Rivers State? This type of thing is enough. Or we justify the president visiting Rivers State for an official visit, and then have closed door meeting with the House members, and the governor, or even invite them to Abuja. And at the end of the day, they will start singing on his mandate we stand, and the whole thing will resolve. So I do not think that the president did enough. And then I want to bring a dimension which everybody seems to ignore. The members of the Rivers State House of Assembly even did not comply with the decision of the Supreme Court.
How?
The Supreme Court said in the judgment, Fubara should go and represent the budget before the House of Assembly of Rivers State. Now, the House of Assembly of Rivers State before that Supreme Court judgment was polarized into the other man's
Jumbo
faction and Victor. So the first step towards abiding by the order of the Supreme Court is to reconcile these two factions. There was, in order to obey the order of the Supreme Court, you take steps to reconcile the factions. But the other people still said that the Jumbo's faction was suspended. The members were suspended. So you are not abiding by the Supreme Court, but because for Fubara to present a budget, it presupposes that he will present it before a united House of Assembly where there will be no longer any division. So there was still division. But the governor continued even dealing with the Martin faction, the other 27 members, ignoring his own pro-Fubara faction. And still, they were not, satisfied. In fact, if the other group were properly advised, the members were properly advised, they would have gone to court, getting an injunction to stop the governor presenting a budget before just one group. Because the Supreme Court said the members of Rivers State House of Assembly. So the other group, Martin, the pro-weekend group, is not without fault. And this man made the effort to present the budget as directed by the Supreme Court. But to my mind, all these things were, pre-arranged. It has been decided that he will not present the budget, and that they are going to have they are going to declare a state of emergency. Otherwise, you as a president or whoever would have facilitated the reconciliation and give them order. You are the father of everybody. Try to call them back as you did in Lagos State. Try to make peace. Try to intervene physically. So he did it, and he did not do enough. Now, the other elders forum went to him. He asked them to go and make peace. When they left him, the next day, Mwike started insulting them, calling them names. Victor Atta, the governor. And then, the president heard this when he was insulting them. And then you did not give them opportunity to exhaust the that peaceful reconciliation. And then you declared the state of emergency. So he even slighted the elders forum of Rivers State.
And the PANDEF too. Okay.
That is the PANDEF.
Chief.
There's a proverb in Igbo which says that you cannot ask somebody to go and sell salt in the market, and then immediately you will, bring down rain, invoke rain, invocation, and then rain will start by beating the man you asked to go and sell salt. Because salt and water, they don't go together. The salt will just melt under the influence of, rain.
Now, looking at this situation, the whole hog, what does it mean for our 25-year-old democracy? What is the trend?
Hello?
Are you there, Chief?
Pardon? Yes?
Okay. I said, what does this situation mean for our 25-year-old democracy? Looking that we are moving towards 2027, which is just having 1 year gap, just after 2025, 2026 will be the heat. Does it look like a plan of a crab activity on Rivers State? Lagos is also faced with a semblance of quagmire in the House of Assembly. There's also Kano State, and it's looking like someone wants these 3 states, because all is not well everywhere, but I'm particular about these 3 states. What does this situation mean for 2027
Nobody
election?
can win the presidency. Nobody can become president of Nigeria without winning Lagos, Rivers, Kano,
because of Because of what?
Because of their strategic position, their economic position, their population.
Okay.
Now, this suspension of this emergency rule has both two angles, the legal angle and the political angle. Now, in terms of politics, this sole administrator will conduct local government election within its lifespan. And you know what that means. Whoever controls the local government controls the state. Whoever controls the local government system controls the structure of the state. So, I suspect that he will conduct the local government election, and definitely the first casualty will be the chairman of River State local government, whatever. He will go. The administrator will conduct local government election, and once he conducts it, your guess is as good as mine. And then at the end of the day, Fubara will be recalled to become just a puppet governor, because when you remove the wings of a bird, the bird does not fly.
Now, I need you to leave us with suggestions as to what are the options for Sim Fubara, what he can do while the 6 months last to extricate himself from this web, if possible.
You mean what Fubara will do?
Yes, his options, legal or otherwise.
Well, I learned that the PDP governors are planning to go to court. It is a better option than Fubara suing as a person. If the PDP governors, the PDP control states, will go to court, they have the locus, to my mind.
Okay, what is their own locus? I was going to ask you that question. Wouldn't the court strike it out?
Their locus is that...
Has there not been party of interest?
Yes, their interest is this. You can say one, that they are members of the opposition. And this state of emergency is declared in an opposition state, River State. And Fubara is a member of the PDP Governors Forum. And then, but most importantly, a governor has an interest where it concerns a breach or perceived breach of Constitution. We call it public interest litigation. In fact, you can argue that even an ordinary citizen of Nigeria can contend that the Constitution of Nigeria is a grand norm. And where there's a perceived breach of the Constitution, or where there's unconstitutionality or illegality, that in itself endows the person with standard to sue. That is local standing. So I believe that where the PDP governors go to court, it means some states against the federal government. And then the proper court will be Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court has original jurisdiction to entertain any dispute between the states, some states, and the federal government, or all the states and the federal government, or the federal government versus states. That is the Supreme Court has jurisdiction. And once it is the Supreme Court, it will be faster. But where it is only Fubara cannot go straight to the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court does not entertain an action that involves an individual. So Fubara will go first to the Federal High Court. From the Federal High Court, it will go to the Court of Appeal. From the Court of Appeal, then the Supreme Court. But if it is a state, PDP state, they will sue straight. They will maintain this action direct at the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court will have what we call original jurisdiction, not appellate jurisdiction. But if Fubara goes alone as a person, then it will be from the Federal High Court to the Court of Appeal to to the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court will entertain the action in its appellate jurisdiction. This one is a technical point, and I'm able to say this because I'm an authority, that's my area. I wrote a book called Appellate Practice and Brief Writing.
All right, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure talking with you, Chief Tom Anyafulude, Editor-in-Chief, Judgments of the Supreme Court Reports. Thank you again for being with us on this segment of Signature Evening.
Thank you, because you forgot that I'm also an Ikenga.
Ikenga, it's been a pleasure. And someday we will invite you to speak as an Ikenga.
Thank you.
All right, Rivers Emergency Rule will save lives, secure critical infrastructure, as the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, pointed out. We will wait and hope that this will be actualized. We shall return still on Signature Evening. Don't go anywhere yet.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken it over by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
On this segment of Signature Evening, we will bring you reports of activities around us all the while throughout this week. In the month of March, our correspondents have been busy reporting on various issues, and the highlight will bring a bit of the reports that aired on Signature TV for you, our dear viewer. In this order, armed robbers attack veterinary hospital Owani, ENUGU, rape intern. Strict adherence to correctional service standing rules is essential, panel says. Panel probes overcrowding in Nigeria's detention centers, orders police and NDLEA to provide inmate statistics. Federal government achieves major breakthrough in resource optimization. How man on death row was given VIP treatment by prison officers. A Hamufu community of Enugu State cries out for protection from invading herders. Ash Wednesday and Lent season is another story on our report. Challenges of work and life balance for career women made it to our reports in the month of March. And tools that drive women's progress in focus as global community marks International Women's Day. Join us as we take you through these reports.
This armed robbery attack, which is the second in 1 year, saw the students helpless, with the criminals terrorizing them for over an hour without help coming from security operatives or hospital authorities. The hospital, which is dilapidated, has no perimeter fence or gates and with no security men on duty. According to one of the victims, Ugochukwu Precious, the criminals arrived at their living quarters about 1 a.m. on Sunday and held them hostage for over an hour. She said the bandits took their phone and cash and raped one of them before disappearing into the night unchallenged.
When they left, after doing all those things, they came out, they carried our padlock and they locked us outside. So we don't know what to do. We're trying to communicate with our neighbor. So we could not call, they were scared. We were even calling them, they were scared. We thought they were still here. So when we came out, they now said that they were calling security, but the number was no going. So our roommate said, called security, called the school authority, not even our director here. And till now, they've not responded. It was our workers that are working here that came to rescue us, but before they could come, they've left.
Obianuju Onuzuike, a resident at the veterinary school, explained how she tried to make contact with people living within the premises to inform them about what was happening.
I called our security man. His number was not. Then I called one of the mechanics that is working here. I have to call him. Luckily for me, he picked. I told him that we are in danger, that armed robber is attacking us. By then I didn't know they were already, armed robbers were already inside and they were raping a person. So when I called him, he said that he's going to make some calls to contact people around it because he's living far.
Their effort to contact a director in the hospital, Dr. Philip Ozoagu, who lived opposite the school, yielded no results, and he didn't show up until he got back from church.
Yes, our neighbor was able to contact one of our boss that called police. They came around 3, and when they came, they were knocking at the gate of our director. He did not respond. This morning we even saw them. They came out and went to church without wanting to know what happened here. So they were just nonchalant about it. So I don't know how we'll be under government, under their care, and they don't want to know what happened to us. So if we were killed, because those people were threatening us, they were putting those dagger on our head. They said if we make sure that they will cut our hair. Because we were trying to see if we could react, because they were just two guys, but they were two cutlass.
Around 9 a.m., a detachment of the ENUGU State Rapid Response Squad arrived to hospital. The security men who said they were sent from the government house, ENUGU, after trying unsuccessfully to seize Signature TV recording equipment, stopped the interview, ordered Signature TV to leave the premises, claiming it was illegal for the media to interview the victims.
That's why I asked you a simple question. Televising her, showing her, this is, even if it's just her leg you are showing, what benefit does it get for her? You have not answered the question. Because that's my point.
Sir, don't be afraid.
We are all one. We have sister. We have.
The reason why I don't want to answer you. The reason why I don't want to answer you is that.
So, my dear, I hope you understand me.
Why?
Yes. Why, I hope you understand me.
Why, sir?
I hope you understand me.
Why, sir? Why would I delete my work?
Excuse me.
We've not interviewed.
Please, don't bother. Don't bother. But I've said my own mind.
There is freedom of information.
I don't have anything to do with the number of the boss. A journalist is someone who is looking for stories. Anywhere you see stories, he will carry. But the thing is that they carry stories that don't even benefit you.
In a telephone conversation around 11:15 a.m. with Atta Amarachi, one of the victims, she said they were at the police station waiting to be attended to and would proceed to the hospital for medical attention with the police officers.
We are in police station. They said that after this police station, all of us will go to hospital.
Today's attack on these young students is raising questions on the sorry state of a government facility and the danger it poses to those working in it. It behoves the ENUGU state government to not only come to the aid of these traumatized students, but also to the aid of this dilapidated hospital that has continued to be denied government attention over the years. Queensley Rowland reporting for Signature TV.
A serving officer from the Kaduna State Command, Goswe Rufus Paban, corroborated allegations made by SC Ayibakare Tony Lee on Monday against Comptroller Imora Hope and his command. The witness detailed alleged illegal practices that resulted in their transfer from the Bayelsa State Command.
In course of my functioning as CSC operation, there are certain things that I discover. I saw trading of assets, number one. Number two, excess inflow of adulterated kerosene, which we normally call fire. And number three, there are some sort of conjugal visits. When I talk of conjugal visits, inmates having access with their so-called wives or girlfriends during the weekend. And this IDRO that was taken to Port Harcourt that we are saying, he was using two powerful phones. Nobody dared to collect it. Sometimes it will shock you that he will come to the office, staff office, and he will be using those phones before us. And you have no voice to say because he has a backing. Not that the controller is not aware, he is aware. The fine, which we are saying, because he has money, they used to take him out every week, sometimes twice a week, depending on how you will sponsor the trip, sometimes once in a week to FMC for medical reasons. And we were told reliably that they would take him to the hospital, he will check his BP, blood sugar off to hotel, and he will leave as early as sometimes 8 o'clock in the morning with 3, 4 staffs or 5 staffs in the morning. And funny enough, sometimes we are looking for staff to go to court, but there is no compromise of giving staff to this very inmate. They will, 4 staffs will take this inmate out and with official vehicle. And they will go there, spend the whole day. Sometimes we might have finished locking the prison before it will come. Or sometimes 5 something before they will come. But who will you report to when the controller is in their side?
However, Comptroller Imora Hope denied all allegations and any involvement in collusion with the death row inmate. He stated that his role was strictly supervisory, ensuring compliance with operational standards through regular inspections.
This issue, I assumed office on the 4th of June 2022. There have been no complaint. There have been no petition. There have been nothing against the controller. Now, 2024 February, I was told one of my inmates was not in the custodial center. I said one of my inmates said yes. So that immediately I went into action. Myself and my admin, we formed a committee, and I had to look at where that inmate went to. I sent for the officer in charge. I told the officer in charge, I asked him, where is this inmate called Ifine? The officer in charge said he went to hospital. I said, he went to hospital? I said, yes. I said, when? He said he went to hospital on the 23rd. I said, and you didn't tell me, the controller, we have a way of operation. This particular case, I issued a query to my officer in charge on why an inmate who is an IDRO should be taken to the hospital without informing the controller. And the officer in charge replied the query. My query was, why should an inmate who is on death row, IDRO, why should he not be in the yard? And what you now said,
why should he sleep outside?
Outside, yes. He now said the inmate was taken to the hospital. I now asked him, at whose consent was I aware that the inmate was taken to the hospital? That because of the situation, that was why he quickly took the inmate to the hospital. And immediately after that, he replied that he didn't know. I quickly went into investigation, and this is my investigation report, up to the extent that they gave me a medical, yes, I was given a medical paper from the doctor who is in charge of inmates from the custodial center, Federal Medical Center. I still went to Federal Medical Center to find out from the doctor. And the doctor said, yes, he wrote that medical report, which he gave to the officer in charge to send to me when I was carrying out my investigation.
To establish the veracity of the Comptroller Imora's Hope side of the story, Dr. Madeline Ajani, chairperson of the panel, conducted a phone interview with Daniel Bolu, an intelligence officer and also with former officer in charge of the Bayelsa State Command. Bolu provided his report on the matter.
So I ask again, do you know who Ifeanyi Nwaimo is?
I know.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that he was taken to the clinic, the Federal Medical Center in ENUGU?
Yes,
ma'am. On the 23rd of February?
February, yes, ma'am.
And it is reported that he did not come back to the correctional center that day.
Yeah, it was me that observed it, and I called, tried to, when he was taken to the hospital, we are 3 here. One person has to go there, we send one person there to go and to the FMC, Federal Medical Center, to confirm the listen, because we make sure we get them. When we get there, they were there. After they left the place, the FMC. My men was still there. But when they get, we did not see them up to the late in the evening. I called the officer in charge. What is going on? Why are they not here? They have left us. You see, they are coming. They are coming. After Sunday, get to the evening, I could not see them. I called the officer in charge. Called him. They could not pick my call. We went to the FMC. If they have a high classic high profile email, we are supposed to be there so that to confirm. We went there. We checked all till the night. Called the officer in charge. They could not pick call. No, these things. So we have to inform. That was why we informed Abuja about the incident before the next
you went to the Federal Medical Center in ENUGU and the client was not in the hospital?
Well, they were there, but after some time, they left the FMC, Federal Medical Center. When they left there, according to what my colleague, what they said, they left there, but they could not come back, we could not see them. So we even went there. We checked all the wards, we could not see any one of them.
Okay, you checked the wards.
And we checked, but we could not see them.
And the client was not there. Then you didn't see any of your colleagues who actually went as escorts with these clients?
Yes, I called one of them. I called one of them that, where are you people? We want to come to that place so that to be for security. They called, they was talking and they off call. I called back into no avail.
They didn't pick after that?
They didn't pick after that.
Thank you very much.
Following the findings, Dr. Ajani directed the Bayelsa Correctional Service to restore order within its operations and strictly adhere to the established regulations governing the service. In Abuja, Chimize Izedima for Signature TV. The order was triggered by two presentations on Tuesday, which was the seventh day of the panel sitting in Abuja. The police, whose representative, Barrister Joshua Kamde, said he spoke in his personal capacity and not as a representative of the police force. Admitted that the police does not respect the provisions of the police constitution, which mandates the police does not detain a suspect beyond 48 hours. He, however, said that the court has given contradictory judgments, one agreeing with the police that a suspect could be detained beyond the time limit slated in the Constitution, and another that the police has no such authority.
Pretrial detention appears to be in conflict with the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. In most cases, in attempting to perform these functions, they are in conflict with these laws. As we can see in the pretrial detention, they are seriously in conflict with the provisions of the Constitution. The Constitution says arrest and take to court within reasonable time. Make sure that the person arrested is tried within reasonable time. But sometimes you see somebody being in detention for a very long time. So it's a direct conflict.
It was his effort to distance the police from any culpability in the congestion in the correctional service facilities, but the correctional service officers would not be held back. They said that the police was the primary source of the congestion because they begin prosecution without completing the investigation and use detention to buy time.
Police have so much to do, even crime prevention. So if they hands off prosecution, and now lawyers, since we have already multitude now, to take up, since I didn't see it mentioned this, it's actually the police that should help Nigeria by quickly using modern technology to conclude the investigation.
Members of the panel weighed in, drawing the attention of the police to the use of charges like armed robbery, treason, and other non-bailable offences, which may not have arisen in a case at issue, to get the court to detain suspects, thus increasing the number of awaiting trial inmates in the correctional centres.
It's about the constitutional provision, section 35. Right? We didn't talk about the time limit, the 24 for the others. But the provision that now ensures that there are certain offences that are outside this 24 hours or 8 hours. What we've seen in practice is that sometimes different charges are given, offences are given, not necessarily the ones that you have evidence to support, but the ones that enable the provision to people. So which means I will stay from taking it to court for 48 hours. So what I will do is that I can decide to charge it even if I don't have the so the issue is how are you dealing with that? Because that's how it starts. And you find out that when there is a delay, evidence and does the witness and give them and all that. But this issue is anything you can do to stop this act of putting off charges that has nothing to do with the evidence you have.
We saw that the overcriminalization you mentioned comes from nowhere else other than for what we saw. The articles that are bringing up the cases, like she said, we load cases in order to be sure that the person is prepared. Not only that, we also saw children in many places that when looking at them, some 13 years, you don't need any special investigation that this person is a child.
The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency representative, Obiageri Iwuchukwu, accepted that beyond detention, care for drug addicts was an issue. She said that correctional facilities lacked adequate health facilities to cater to the needs of such inmates who would pose danger to others.
That we noticed that there's problem with the medical facilities. Why? Because most times the inmates use that as one of the reasons to ask for bail. There's no medical facilities, and sometimes we have seen situations where even the correctional facilities themselves write the court, to support the application that indeed we don't have medical facilities to care for this inmate. Therefore, the court takes that into consideration. So it's important for there to be improved medical facilities for the inmates.
The secretary of the panel, Dr. Uju Agwomo, said that for the panel to make recommendations that could kickstart reforms in the correctional centers, there was a need to look at the issue comprehensively, warranting the demand for the statistics on the number of detention facilities, their holding capacities, and the inmates in the detention as at the end of February. In Abuja, Chimize Zedima for Signature TV.
Combining the responsibilities of the workplace with household duties and upbringing of children can no doubt be quite demanding and stressful. Many jobs are quite stressful that many women find them quite difficult to handle because of the anxiety and depression associated with such positions. There is also an apparent conflict of interest as their roles as housewives and mothers often compromise their performance in the office. Some of their common struggles include long working hours, gender roles and expectations, career advancement versus family time, self-care and mental health, including support system and networking. An activist, academic, and the director of the Institute of Maritime Studies, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, Professor Florence Orabweze, opined that women should be told that men are important and that her husband is her priority. She hinted that women have more responsibility over their children since men are overburdened and may not know how to handle stress at work and at home effectively.
That today some of them will wait, tomorrow they will break up. And you see some of them saying that baby mamas. In what type of society, African society, that do we have baby mamas? Because you're an actress or you're in Nollywood or whatever you are. They should remember that we must set it again. That every child, particularly the boys, they want to be as other regular children. It's better for them to have fathers who are dead than to say that they don't have fathers, and you see them imposing themselves and their children on very young, successful men. I think our society, I don't know where we are going, but they haven't seen the negative implications of what they are doing until tomorrow. It's in the future that they will see it. Every young child, I state myself, that mental, they want to have that mental balance, that they have a father. It's better for you to tell them, this is the grave of their father, than to tell them that this other man is your father. I think our young girls, we need to know what they are doing. They think that marriage is not important. Who told you? And when you are married, make sure that you keep your home. If you don't keep your home, another girl will come and snatch your husband from you.
On participation of women in politics, Professor Orabueze said women should confide in their husbands before venturing into the murky waters of Nigerian politics. She said men should not be blamed if they raise objection because of possible exposure to sexual exploitation, violence, rituals, and enormous financial demands.
Well, from what we are seeing from the Senate, it's obvious that a lot of murky waters are involved. And I don't blame the men who don't want their wives to be politicians. Because, like we are seeing, it's obvious that the women are also sex objects to the male politicians. And apart from sexual objectification of women, even in politics and in other professions, like I said, even in the academia, women are seen as sex objects, not only for the politicians. A lot of things are involved in politics. Apart from that, the violence, the thuggery, the killings of opponents, the rituals that they get involved in, and the money that is involved. That's why some men will look at it and said, I don't want my wife to be part of this politics. You better come out from there. You don't blame them. But I must tell our politicians that we are no longer, Nigerians are no longer happy with what we are hearing.